Hello, everyone. So welcome to this introduction to Python course. Am I audible to everyone? Yes? Perfect. All right. So let me give you a brief introduction of what this particular stream is going to be about. So as you know, Scalar.com is an online tech varsity, and we upskill engineers across the world, right? Especially for computer science department. So since the past few weeks, we have started this community effort in which we take what we teach in our classrooms and we teach it online to a wider audience, so that others can also benefit from whatever teachings we have in our classes. So we had a DS Algo series earlier, and now we are beginning with an introduction to Python series. This series is kind of aimed towards people who are very new to programming, right? So people who know absolutely nothing about Python. So we are going to start from the very basics, and the aim of this series is to basically introduce you to Python, and towards the end of it, we should be able to build a very simple to-do application in Django and actually deploy it, right? So that you actually have a website that you can visit and see your website running. Right? That is the aim of this video series. So I hope that you are excited as I am. Perfect. Yes, the videos will be available after the class. So I assume that you're watching on YouTube. So this is a YouTube live session. Once the lecture is over, once the session is over, this video will be available at the Scalar YouTube channel. Right. So the channel that you're currently watching on, it will be in the video archives over there. All right. So I will just give you a brief thing over here. So if you go to github.com, right, /Scalar Academy /intro to Python. So this is the URL. I will paste the URL over here in the chat, and you will also be able to find the URL in the video description, right? So I'm pasting the URL over here in the chat. You will also be able to find it in the video description. If you go to this URL, you will be able to find all the lecture notes and all the material for this lecture, right? And for the subsequent lectures of this class. So currently this repository is kind of empty. I only have a readme file and a lecture1.md, which I will be using for the first lecture. But as we move forward, you will see that new items will be populated in this repository. Now, those of you who are not familiar with Git or GitHub, do not worry. Okay, just treat it as a website. Just treat it as a location where you will find the lecture notes and you will find the other things that we have done in the lecture. All right, if you're not familiar with Git or GitHub, for now, do not worry. We will explain things as we go on, right? So when we will actually deploy our website, then we will talk about what this is, how to do version control, and all those things. Okay, perfect. So just find this link in the video description, and there you will be able to find the lecture notes. All right, now this course is about Python. So let us quickly go to python.org and quickly introduce what Python is, right? So I hope that you're familiar with this thing. Python is a programming language, right? So, what sort of programming language Python is? Well, it is a general purpose programming language, right? What do I mean by general purpose? It means that it is used for a lot of different things, right? It is not the case that this programming language is used for one specific thing. For example, if you look at some older languages, for example, Fortran or perhaps COBOL, then those languages would be used only in certain contexts. For example, numerical computing, right? On the other hand, a language like Python, this is used for a variety of different in a variety of different domains. Okay, Python is a very high level language, right? Now, what do we mean by very high level? Once again, so if you look back to the very old languages like assembly, languages like COBOL, they had a very simple set of instructions or a very simple set of things that the language provided to you, right? So those languages were very fast, but coding in them was very difficult, right? Or at least very tedious. Now coming to Python, Python provides you with a lot of features, right? It provides you with a ton of features so that your life as a programmer, your life as a developer becomes as simple as possible, right? So both reading Python, learning Python, and teaching Python, right? All of these three things is very simple. Python is a very simple programming language, but that does not mean that it is not powerful. Python is still very powerful, right? Perfect. Now, there are some other things that you might want to know about Python. Things like the fact that it is dynamically typed. Right now, it's okay if you do not know right now what dynamically typed is. As we talk about more data types and the typing system, we talk about object-oriented programming. We will explain what statically typed and dynamically typed means. Right. But for those of you who are familiar with it, just know that Python is a dynamically typed programming language. So there's a misconception in people that Python, because it is a dynamically typed language, it is also a weakly typed language, which is not correct. Now, once again, if you do not understand what weakly typed or strongly typed means, don't worry about it right now. We will explain it later on. Okay. But for those of you who know it, Python is a dynamically typed language, but it is still a strongly typed language. Okay. Cool. Now, Python is multi-paradigm. So, I mean, for those of you who are students of computer science, or for those of you who are kind of into programming, who have been reading blogs online, who have been watching videos online, you might have heard of several things, right? You might have heard of functional programming. You might have heard of procedural programming. Object-oriented programming is very common, right? Object-oriented programming. Or you might have heard of asynchronous programming, right? Event-driven programming. Or you might have heard of several other paradigms of programming. Now, Python is a multi-paradigm programming language in that it supports many different paradigms. Right? So most modern languages are actually multi-paradigm. For example, C++ is multi-paradigm, Java is multi-paradigm, but some are not. For example, Haskell is not a multi-paradigm programming language. I mean, we don't have to worry about Haskell now. Python is a multi-paradigm language. All right. Now, Python sort of has a certain charm to it, right? And the reason being that, once again, Python is very simple to learn, but apart from simplicity and power, it provides a very, very wide and very, very mature ecosystem, right? So the tooling for Python, if we come to all the tools that you will use while coding in Python, things like your development environment, right? Your editor, your version control system, all these things, they are very, very well developed. For example, the most common IDE for Python would be PyCharm, right? So other than that, across all the major editors, for example, in Sublime Text or VS Code or Vim or Emacs, you will find very, very nice Python extensions, right, that you can install to customize your editor for Python. All right. Apart from that, Python also has a lot of other tooling. For example, for code auto formatting, it has a code linting like Black. It has a code auto formatting like Black. It has PyLint. It has Flakate. Right. Apart from that, it has static type checkers like MyPy. Now, once again, if this sounds all like, I mean, gibberish to you, don't worry. I'm just basically telling you, introducing some concepts of Python to you. It might not make sense right now, but just go through this. Okay. Perfect. Now, coming to what sort of applications or what sort of code do people write when they write Python code? Right? So, once again, Python is used across the board. It is used for all sorts of different things, but mostly, if you look at it, you will find Python in two things, right? You will either find people creating websites using Python, right? Writing web servers using some web framework like Django or Flask, right? Or you will use Python. You will see Python being extensively used in data analytics and machine learning, right? So that is a field that has recently caught up right now. That's a buzzword right now, data analytics and machine learning. So Python provides a very nice set of ecosystem for that, right? Things like NumPy, TensorFlow, SciPy, Matplotlib, sklearn, and all these different things like pandas, all right? Apart from that, you will also find Python a lot in things like DevOps, right? So a lot of scripting things and automation things and web scraping, right? Or basically validation things. So automated testing, you will find Python a lot over there. All right. Perfect. So that was a very, very brief introduction to Python. Now, what I would want for all of you to do for this course is to install Python, right? Now, installing Python will depend on what system you are. So I'm currently on Ubuntu. I'm currently on Ubuntu 20.04 LTS. But you might be on Windows, some of you might be on Mac OS, right? And some of you might be on some other operating system, okay? So I'm not going to explain all the particular installation steps, but for that, you can go to this particular link, right? So this is realpython.com. So the link for this will also be available in these lecture notes. So if you go to the lecture notes over here, you will find a link to this realpython.com, right? So this is the link, and it has a very nice guide on how you can install Python on different operating systems. So depending on what your operating system is, be it Windows, be it Mac OS, be it Linux, or some other version of Linux, be it Android, even on your iPhone, right? You can install Python. So you can go through this and install Python for your system. All right. So I would recommend that before tomorrow's class, all of you have Python installed on your system. All right. That's a humble request from my side. For today's class, since I still want you all to basically code along with me, for today's class, we will be using an online interpreter of Python. Okay. So basically, we will be using this tool called Repl.it. So repl.it. Right. So once again, this is the link over here. This is the website over here. repl.it. Okay. And if you go to this particular link, repl.it, if you hit enter over there, this is an online REPL for Python. So you will be able to code Python in your browser itself. Okay. So what you can do over here is you can go over and click this button, start coding. When you click start coding, it will ask you what language do you want to code in. Right? So we will select Python because we are coding in Python, and we will click on create REPL. All right. So everyone, I want you to follow along with me. Open REPL.it. Okay, REPL.it. Create a new REPL over there. Choose Python as a language and create a REPL. And once you create the REPL, you will get a screen like this. Is that clear, everyone? I hope that everyone can see what is written on the screen. So I hope that the text is not too small. Yes. Is it clear to everyone? Guys, can you even see my screen? Interesting. My screen is not visible to everyone. Can you see my screen now? Yes, my screen is now visible. Okay, perfectly. So I guess some of the lecture needs to be redone. So once again, you will find the link to the lecture notes in the description. Right. So these are the lecture notes. github.com/github.com/scalar academy/intro to Python. All right. Can you see my screen, guys? Can everyone see my screen now? Yes, perfect. So you will find the lecture note over here, github.com/scalar academy introduction to Python. Right? And you will see that currently this repository is almost empty, but it has a link to lecture 1. As we move on, we will populate things over here. Okay, perfect. So if you go to this particular link, lecture 1, this link should be in the video description. You will be able to see how to download Python, right? You will be able to see instructions on how to install Python on your system. Okay, so this is the real Python link. This is the website for this real Python. So if I click on this link, it will open up this website, and it has a nice set of instructions on how you can install Python on your system. All right, so for Windows, for Mac OS, for Linux, it has all the instructions. You can even install it on your iPhone or on your Android phone. Okay, cool. Some people are saying that they still cannot see the screen. So guys, can you see the screen? I just want to confirm it. Yes, perfect. Okay. So once again, what I want you to do before tomorrow's class is to go to this link and see how you can install Python for your operating system. Right? And before tomorrow's class, everyone should be ready with a Python installation on their system. For today, what we are going to do is we are going to go to this particular website over here. Right? So we are going to go to this particular website. The website's name is repl.it. Okay, repl.it. Right? So if we go to repl.it, we open this page, we will get a URL, something like this. So just give me a moment. Interesting. Right, we will get a URL. I am not really sure why it is giving this URL. Just give me a second, guys. I think I'm logged in. So let me just quickly log out for you. Right. And if you go to repl.it, you should see something like this. Right. Now, what we want to do is we want to click on this button so this button, start coding over here. Right. And when we click on this button, it will give us a prompt. Right. It will ask us that, okay, I am going to create a new REPL. Right. And please choose the language which you want to code in. So we are going to code in Python. So let us quickly choose Python over here, and then we will click create REPL. All right. So I want each and every one of you to do this right now. Go to open up your browser. In the browser, type this URL, repl.it, right? Click on create REPL, choose the language as Python, and finally click create REPL. And once you do that, you will get a screen that looks something like this. Okay? Perfect. Now let me quickly introduce several parts on the screen. There's a lot going on over here. Don't worry about all these things. Today we will be working mostly on this right hand side, on this black side. Okay? So over here, this is called the REPL. This black portion over here, this is called the REPL, R-E-P-L. REPL simply stands for read, execute, print, loop, right? So this basically means this is an application that will read your code. So whatever you type in, it will read your code, it will execute it, it will print the results, and then it will wait for your code again. Right? So we will see what this is, but for now, this is the REPL. On the left hand side, you can see some sort of a text editor. Right? So you can see the text editor and you can see the files that are available on this system. All right, so we won't be using this left-hand side for now. We will be using this right-hand side at the moment. All right, and let me quickly zoom in once again. So I just want to make sure that this text is visible. Is this text visible, guys? Yes, perfect. All right. Please maximize the command window. So I'm not maximizing it. I'm just going to resize it a little bit so that it is much more clear. All right, cool. All right, is this better? Perfect. Okay, so let us start with the very basics of Python. Okay. So some people still cannot see it. Can you guys see it now? Can you guys see it now? Yes. Okay. So we are going to start with the basics of Python. So first of all, what we can do is we can treat Python as a calculator. Right? You all have a pocket calculator. You can treat Python sort of as a calculator. So what we can do over here is we can come and type very simple things like 1 plus 1, right? And when we hit enter, we will get the result 2, right? Now Python is much more than a calculator, but we will start very simply. All right, if you enter 1 plus 1, you will get 2. So what other operations does Python support? All sorts of mathematical operations, right? The basic mathematical operations. For example, multiplication. So what is 10 times 20? Well, that is 200, right? So that's multiplication side. Right? You can do subtraction. So 20 minus 14, that is 6, right? You can do division. Now division is a slightly different in Python, right? So if you do 30 by 20, you get 1.5. And in fact, 30 by 20 is 1.5, right? Now, if you are coming from other languages like C++ or languages like Java, then you would have expected this to give you back 1. Right, so you would have expected that this will be integer division. For those of you who don't know about integer division, do not worry about it. Right? Do not worry about it right now. But by default in Python, this slash sign is the one. It gives you floating point division. Right? If you want integer division in Python, if you want to get an integer result back, then what you have to do is you have to do this double slash. Okay? This double slash is the integer division in Python, and this will give you back 1. Right? Perfect. Cool. Now, this integer division fact, this is for Python 3.8, right? This is for Python 3. So on top, if you see over here, you can see the version of the Python that has been loaded. So it says over here, I'm using Python 3.8.2. All right. Now, if you are familiar with Python or if you have seen Python earlier, or if you try to run Python on your system, you might be getting Python 2. You might by default have Python 2 installed. Right? Python 2 is obsolete. Please do not use it. Python 2 has been dead for quite some time. Right? Please make sure that whenever you install Python or whenever you use Python, you stick to Python 3 only. In Python 3, you can choose any version. You can choose 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, and so on. But it is always better to stay with the latest version. All right. So whenever you install Python, just make sure that you install Python 3.8. All right. Perfect. So I hope these basic mathematical operations are clear to us. Addition, multiplication, subtraction, normal division, and integer division. Right? This is the normal division. It will give you fractional values, and this is the integer division. Apart from that, we also have another operator for the power. Right? So if you might know, what is 2 to the power of 5? So 2 to the power of 5 is 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2. 2 multiplied 5 times, which is 32. So we have this operator double asterisk. Right? This operator calculates the power. All right. And this does not just work for integers. So you can calculate the square root of 2 as well. So you can do 2 to the power 1 by 2. Right? So 2 raised to the power half will be the square root of 2. And you can calculate the square root of 2 in this manner. All right. Perfect. So what if I do something like this? What if I do something like this? Minus 1 to the power 1 by 2. What is this supposed to be? So this is the square root of minus 1, right? Does the square root of minus 1 exist? Does the square root of minus 1 exist? Well, depends on how much you know about mathematics, right? So in real numbers, the square root of the square root of minus 1 does not exist. But we can extend the real numbers into complex numbers. Right? And in complex numbers, we can define something called the imaginary number iota. Right? And iota is defined as the square root of minus 1. Well, Python, unlike most languages, Python by default supports these complex numbers. So if I hit enter over here, you will see that I'm getting some value. I'm getting some really, really weird value. First of all, this weird value, it is not a number. It is not a normal number. It is a complex number. So it has two parts to it. It has a bracket. In the bracket, it has one part. It has some part over here. This is the real part. Then it has a plus sign. And then it has an imaginary part, 1j. Right? Now in mathematics, you would usually write I. Right? You would usually write I. However, I in programming languages is very frequently used as a variable name, right? As a loop variable. So Python has chosen to use the J notation, right? To use the J notation for this complex, this imaginary number. All right. So, I mean, why is this result? This is basically saying that this is 0 plus 1j. Right? This is 0 plus 1j. Now, while calculating this, it made a very slight error. It did not give you back 0. It gave you 0 point followed by 17 zeros and then a 6.12. Right? So do not really worry about this result. This is some nuance of floating point calculations. Right? So once you study how the floating point numbers are stored in memory of computers, you will get to know that yes, errors like this are very common when you are working with any particular computer, all right, of any particular programming language. This is not specific to Python. Okay, perfect. All right, cool. So far we have covered addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, integer division, and power. And we saw that there are complex numbers as well. Okay. Now, as you had studied way back in class 3rd or class 2nd, there is something called baud mass, right? So if you want to group operations together, you can use a bracket to group operations together. In programming languages, you will always use these brackets. Right? So in mathematics, you can use these brackets or you can use these brackets as well to club operations together, to club expressions together. In programming languages, we always use the parentheses, the round brackets. Okay, so if I want to say that 2 plus 3 times 4, right, then the result I should get back is 14 because 3 times 4 will be executed first, right? Asterisk multiplication has a higher precedence than addition. Right? So 3 times 4 will be executed first, so this will be 12 and you will get 14 back. If you want to do 2 plus 3 first, then you will have to put this inside bracket, inside these parentheses. Right? So just like in normal mathematics we do, so that we can get 5 times 4, which is 20 back. All right, perfect. So I hope that everyone is clear that you can use Python as a very, very simple calculator. Now let us move on to more programming things. All right, perfect. Let us move on to more programming things. Okay, so just before we move on to programming, I just want to point out one more thing. So Sukanya has asked a very nice question over here. Sukanya asks, what is the maximum range of integer in Python? Right. So now if you are coming from languages like C++ or Java, then you are familiar with the limits that integers have. Right. So for example, a 32-bit integer cannot store every possible number. Right. It can store numbers only up till a certain value. Right. So there's an upper limit to how much data you can store in a 32-bit integer. Right? Similarly, there are 64-bit integers and so on. Right? In Python, these integers are not really limited. Right? In Python, all the integers are big integers. Right? So basically, what you can do over here is you can come here and you can calculate 2 to the power 1000. Now 2 to the power 1000 is a pretty large number. Right? 2 to the power 1000 is a pretty large number. If you try to calculate this in C++ or Java, then it will overflow the integer. But in Python, because the integers are not limited by a particular bit size, they're just limited by how much RAM you have. Right? So you will easily get the result back. And it will be a huge, massive number. Right? This huge, massive number over here. Okay? Perfect. Cool. Now, one tip, if you are in this REPL and you want to clear the screen, right? Currently you see some output, right? If you want to clear the screen, if you want to get rid of the output, what you have to press is Control and L. So Control plus L, that is what you have to press. Now, if you're on Mac OS, you might call that Command plus L. Okay, if you're on Mac OS, you will call it Command plus L. But on other systems, Windows and Linux, you will press Control plus L. So I'm just going to press Control and L, and you see that whatever was there on the screen, it has vanished. All right. Perfect. Harsh is asking, so is the maximum 2 to the power 32? No, Harsh, the maximum is not 2 to the power 32. In some other programming languages that have 32-bit integers, if you have a 32-bit integer, the maximum number you can store is 2 to the power 32. But Python can very simply store 2 to the power 33 and any larger number as well. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So moving on, let us move on to some more programming related things. So let us quickly introduce variables, right? Suppose that you wanted to calculate the area of a rectangle, right? So what does a rectangle have? A rectangle has some width, it has some height, right? So you all know about rectangles, they have some width and they have some height. And how do you calculate the area of a rectangle? The area is width times height, right? So what you can come over here and do, and you can declare a variable. So a variable like width. You can type width and you can put the equals to sign 2, right? Width equals to 2. Now this is not the mathematical notation. If you are familiar with college level algebra or class 10th level algebra, then you might assume that we have written an equation here. We have written that the width is always equal to 2. That is not what we are saying over here. What we are saying over here in programming, this equality is saying this is an assignment operator. What we are telling it is take this value 2 and put it in this variable width, right? Or basically this value 2 can also be called by the name width. Right? That is what we are saying. Similarly, we can come over here and say height equals to, let's say, 40. Right? So we can say width equals to 2, height equals to 40. Now, if you want to calculate the area, we can come over here and say, okay, take the value which is in width. Take whatever value is in width and take whatever value is in height. And when you press enter, you will not really get anything. If you want to print out the value of area, you can type out area over here and it will show you that yes, area is 80. Okay. Yes. Right. So there's one thing that I want to introduce to you. So back when we were doing simple calculations like 1 plus 1, the result was printed out. Right. But when we did this area equals to width into height, the result was not printed out. Right? So this is specific to the REPL. This is specific to the environment we are currently working in. Right? So in this environment, if there is a result and you assign it to a variable, right? If you calculate 1 plus 1 and then you assign it to a variable, then it won't be printed out. Right? Then you will have to manually print it by telling X, right? By saying X or by saying the name of the variable. Right? On the other hand, if you do not assign it, then it will directly be printed out. All right. Perfect. So I hope this variable example is clear. Width equals to 2, height equals to 40, area equals to width times height. Yes. Perfect. Now there is one more variable over here in the REPL when you are working. Suppose you wanted to get back the last thing that you have calculated. Right? Suppose that you wanted to get the last thing that you have calculated. So I calculated 2 plus 32. Right? And the result was 34, but I did not really save it anywhere. I did not really save it anywhere in any variable. Well, the Python REPL will automatically save it in a variable called underscore. Okay, so you do see the symbol underscore over here. So underscore, if you put underscore over there and press enter, you will see 34 printed out. So whatever was the last result that you calculated, Python will save it in this variable called underscore. All right. Perfect. All right. Cool. So I hope this is clear. Let me quickly clear the screen. So I'll press Control L to clear the screen and everything is gone. Okay. Now let us move on to something more advanced. So basically, let's talk about strings now. So whenever we are doing programming, the first program that everyone writes is called a hello world program. It's called a hello world program. So in Python, the hello world program goes something like this. You type print, then you type a open parenthesis, an open quotation mark, hello world, right? Then a close quotation mark, then the close parenthesis, right? There are no semicolons in Python, right? I mean, you can put a semicolon, but it will be ignored. Okay, you don't really need to put semicolons in Python. So when you press enter over there, you will see hello world printed out to your screen. All right, you will see hello world printed out to your screen. So let us basically talk about what this is. Let us talk about what we wrote over here. So print is a function. Right? Print is a function. Right? We will come to what functions are and how to define functions, how to define our own functions. We will come to that. Right? This thing over here, including this quotes, right? So this quote, hello, just give me a second, guys. Right. Quote, hello, world, right? This thing over here, including the quotes, this is known as a string. So you might be coming from other programming languages, so you might already be aware of strings. A string is nothing but just a sequence of characters, right? A sequence of letters. This is string, okay? So basically, a string is another data type in Python. Just like 1 plus 1 gives you back a result. That result will be an integer. Right? Similarly, if you do 1 plus 2.5, that will give you back a result. The result will be a floating point number. Similarly, this hello world in these quotes, this is a string. And you can assign it to variables as well. So you can say my string equals to hello world. Right? Hello world. You can come over here and say that. And now if you want to print the value of my string, you can do print my string, right? And it will print hello world. Is that clear? Yes. Okay, so some of you are worried about what just happened. A black screen came up, right? This black screen came up and I entered a command and exited. Don't worry about that. That is just something I will need to do from some time to some time in the background. Okay, don't worry about that. All right, cool. So you can have strings and you can store the strings in variables as well. Now, one thing that you will notice is I use this underscore thing over here. Right? I use this weird symbol underscore in the variable name. So this is known as the camel case. Camel case. Right? Different programming languages have different styles. They have different styles of coding. They have different patterns and they have different. They have different styles of coding basically. So in something like Java, you will use a variable name that looks something like my string. Right? But in Python, we prefer using underscore. So we will write my string. Okay, so this is very, very important. If you write a Python program in camel case, people are going to be very upset, right? So please make sure that you always write snake case. So this is the snake case. It has snakes in between, underscores in between. Okay, perfect. Moving on. So now that we are talking about strings, let us talk about what these strings are. Right? So if you want to talk about a string, if you want to declare a string, if you want to write a string, you always have to include it. You always have to enclose it. You always have to enclose it in these quotes. So on the left hand side, there must be a quote, and on the right hand side, there must be a quote. Okay. So this is how you put a string. So basically, if you do not put a quote on the right hand side, then it will give you an error. Right? If I do not put a quote on the right hand side, it will give me an error. It will give me a syntax error saying that, okay, I was trying to find a quote over here, but I did not find any quote. And I encountered the end of line. Okay, cool. Now, this is one way you can talk about strings in Python, but there are many, many other ways, right? There are many, many other ways. For example, in Python, you can also use the double quotes, right? So there are two symbols. There's the quotation mark and there's a double quotation mark. You can also use the double quotation mark in Python. Well, this is perfectly fine. Now, notice that even though I entered double quotation, right? In the output, it gave me back single quotations. In the output, it gave me back single quotations. These are exactly the same. Right? A string with a double quotation and a string with a single quotation. They're exactly the same. It is just that you can use whatever you want. If you want to use single quotation, you can use it. If you want to use double quotation, you can also use it. Idiomatically, right? Most Python people prefer using the single quotation mark. Okay. Perfect. So let me clear the screen once again. Control L, clear screen. Okay. So suppose that I wanted to say hello. So suppose that we have Lakshay in the chart over here. Right? I wanted to write a string like Lakshay said hello, right? Hello, right? So I wanted to say something like this. So notice that in this string, I want these quotations. I want these quotations to be a part of my string, right? In Python, I can do this very simply. I can start my quotation. I can start my string by this quotation. I can say Lakshya said hello, and I can end it like this, right? So I will get Lakshya said hello, and it will have these quotations. If I print this variable, it will give me Lakshya said hello. Right? This will be printed out. Right? Is that clear? Now this is possible. This is possible because our strings are currently delimited by single quotations. Right? Had you started your string by double quotation, Lakshay said hello, right? And if you try to do something like this, then you will get an error. Why will you get an error? Because what Python thinks is that, okay, your string started over here and it ended over here. Right? It ended over here. Then there was some weird thing. I don't really know what this is. But then another string started over here and ended over here. Right? So Python is confused what really happened. All right. So whenever you encounter situations like this, for example, if you have this single quoted string, if you have something over here, right? Something over here, and if you want to include some quotation, right? Single quotation over here, then how will you do that? Right? How will you do that? You will escape it. So you'll have to escape these characters. These are special characters that you have to escape. How do you escape a character? You put a backslash in front of it. Right? Notice that this is not a forward slash. This is not the division symbol. Division symbol is called the forward slash. This is the reverse division symbol. This is the backslash. So if you escape it like this, now this thing works. Okay, now this thing works. All right. So once again, this string that we had over here, which Python was earlier confused by, right? Python was earlier confused by this particular string. Just give me a second. So my bad. So Python was earlier confused about this string. Lakshay said, right? Hello. Okay. So if I want to fix this, I just have to escape this quotation and this quotation, right? And now Python will be happy. Is that clear? Perfect. Now, this is not the only type of string that Python supports. Python supports a lot of varieties of strings. So Python supports something called f strings. Python supports something called byte strings, right? Python has, raw strings, right? And many other things. Okay. So Python has a lot of variety of strings. As we move on throughout the course, we will be discussing these variants, right? So in fact, we will be seeing f strings today as well. All right. But I hope that most of the things about strings are clear. Okay. Now there's one more thing that I want to introduce, which is the comments. So in most programming languages, when you're writing your code, right, you might want to describe that code. You might want to talk about that code or basically explain that code, right? And whatever you write, you want it to remain with your code. You don't want to put it somewhere else, right? And so the issue is that you don't want those comments. You don't want those explanations to be executed by the computer. Right? Those are just some comments that you have placed for your understanding. So every language supports some sort of a comment syntax. Right? So in Python, the comments are done by using this pound symbol, this hash symbol. Right? So if I do something here, right, I can write anything here, and Python will ignore it. Okay, so it will not execute this line. Any line that has this hash, it will not execute this line. And I can go a little further. So I can say 1 + 1, right? And then I can put a hash, and then I put something here. Right? So in this line, this part will be executed. Right? But everything that is after this hash, will be ignored. Okay, so if I do this, I will get back 2. This something here will be completely ignored. All right? Perfect. So these are comments in Python. Now, most languages have a multi-line comment as well. Python doesn't really have a multi-line comment syntax. Right? Python doesn't really have a syntax for multi-line comments. All the comments in Python are single line. So if you do something here, right? Something here, right? It is not the case that you can add a new line over here. It is not the case that you add a new line over here. If you want to add a new line, you will have to type another hash symbol. If you want to move the comment to the next line, you will have to put another hash symbol. Otherwise, it won't be considered a comment. All right. There is a different thing that we use in Python to represent multi-line comments, and that is the triple quoted strings. The triple quoted strings, let us not worry about them right now. Okay, as we move on, we will discuss more on that. All right. Perfect. Perfect. So I hope this is clear. The strings part is clear and the comments part is clear. Now let us move on to very, very simple input and output in Python. Right. So before we move on to input and output in Python, let me quickly show you, if you want to read something, if you want to read a particular value in Java, what you have to write. Right. So I'm just going to compare the languages over here. So in Java, you would do something like this: import java.io.star, right? Then you will do public class main class, right? You will do public static void main string args, right? You will do throws IO exception, right? And in there you will do something like buffered reader br equals to new buffered reader new input stream reader uh, uh, reader system.in, right? And then when you finally want to use something, if you want to read something, you will say string input, string my input equals to br.readline. This is what you will have to write in a language like Java to read a simple value, a simple string from the user. Now this is horrific, right? This is horrific. In Python, you don't have to do any of these. In Python, you don't have to do anything that complicated. Python is very simple. It is very elegant. Basically, what you can do is you can simply do input, give me a string, right? You can do as something as simple as this, right? You don't really have to put this as well. So you can remove this. You can remove this as well. So if I just write input with these two brackets and I hit enter, it will wait. Right? It did not give me anything back. The reason it did not give me anything back is because it is waiting for an input. Okay, it is waiting for an input. So I can give some input over here, some input over here. And when I press enter, this input will be returned to me. Right? This function will give me back whatever I have inputted. Sorry. I can also store this in a variable. So I can say x equals to input. If I do x equals to input, it is once again waiting for input, and I will have some value over here. Right? And when I press enter, this value has been assigned to x. So if I do x over here, then you will see that okay, this x has this value. Right? Perfect. Now, when you are it doesn't really look nice, right? When I did some input over here, it doesn't really look nice that the person does not really know what to do. It tells me nothing. It just waits around. Not the best thing. So what I can do over here is I can come and say input, and I can give it a prompt. Right? I can give it a prompt like give me a string. Okay. So now when I press enter, this prompt will be displayed. This prompt will be displayed so that the user knows that okay, I have to enter something. So something is entered. Right? Now once again you will see that all right, it does not look pretty. Right? This does not look pretty. So usually in your prompt you would want to include a space at the end. Right? You would create something like this. You would write something like this. So you will in this string itself you will include a colon and a space so that you get this pretty output over here. Right? So that if you type something, then it is clear that okay, this was the prompt and this was the input. All right. So this is the basic way we do inputs in Python. Cool. Now, suppose you want to read an integer, right? Suppose you want to read two values. Suppose you want to read two numbers and you want to add them up. Okay. So let me just clear the screen. So what will you do? If you do A equals to input, right? So let me enter 10. And if you do B equals to input, let me enter 50, right? And if you try to add them up, A plus B, right? If you try to add them up, you get this weird result 1050. 10 plus 50 is not 1050, right? 10 plus 50 is 60. Right? So what happened over here was whenever you do an input, the value is returned as a string. Right? So don't worry about what I'm typing right now. But if I ask for the type of it, right, then it will say that, okay, it is a string. Okay. What I am trying to get as input is a number. What I am trying to get as input is a number. So for example, a thing like type of 10, right? This will be an integer. So I'm trying to get an integer. So what you will have to do is you will have to convert this number into an integer, convert this string into an integer. The way you can do that is simply put the int function around it. Right? So if you have int 10, right, if I have int 10, it will give me back the number 10. I give it a string with 10 and it will give me back a number with 10. So I can come over here and say a equals to int input, right? And now it will wait for an input. It will take that input, it will convert it into an integer, and then it will save it in the variable a. Is that clear? So if I press enter, now I can enter a value 1024, and now a has an integer. If I ask for the type of a now, it will be an integer. All right? Perfect. So what we are going to do is we are going to say a equals to int input, right? And so we have some value over here. B equals to int input. We have another value over here, and now we can do a plus b, and it will give us back the result 30. All right, very basic stuff. Okay, moving on. So now basically what I want to introduce is, so this still feels a little weird, right? This still feels a little weird that when we ask for input, we have to give the input immediately. So now let us move on from the REPL. So this black portion is called the REPL. Let us move from this to a file. On the left, you see main.py. This is a file. This file is stored over here. Okay, this file is stored over here in this directory, files. All right. So let us try to write our programs over here in the left part. Okay. So I can write the same program in the left part. I can say a equals to int input, right? And over here you will see something popping up. So this is called IntelliSense. This is called autocomplete. Right, so your editor, if your editor is good, it will try to tell you, it will try to give you some documentation, it will try to help you in writing the code. Okay, so it will tell you that this int function, this converts a number or string to an integer. Right. Similarly, if you go to this input function over here, right? If you go to this input function, it tells you that this reads a string from the standard input. All right. So I can come over here and I can say a equals to int input, and I can say b equals to int input. And then I can say print, I can actually say a plus b, right? Now let me try to run this. So to run this, I will hit this big green button over here. Right? I will hit this big green button. Now, when you have Python installed on your system, finally, this is not, I mean, there will be no big green red button over there. Right? So we will see how to run the Python from our terminal, from our command line, when all of you have installed Python. Right, so in the next class, we will see how to actually run Python from the command line. But for now, to run this program that we have written in this file, all we need to do is hit this button. And as soon as we hit this button, you will see that nothing is really happening. That is because it is waiting for input. Right? It is waiting for input. So I can give it a number like 5. I can give it a number like 6. And it ends. It doesn't really give me anything. It doesn't really give me anything. The reason it doesn't give me anything is because I have not printed out these results. Right? I have not printed out this result. So when we were in the REPL space, if I did 1 plus 1, the REPL automatically printed out the value. Right? The REPL automatically printed out the value because the REPL is sort of interactive. Right? This will not happen in Fusion. When you're writing actual code, if you want to print, you have to specifically tell the computer to print. So if I come over here and I say print, right now if I execute this program, the program will print. But before that, let me make one more fix. So let me come over here and give a prompt over here. Right? So I can say enter first number, right? And I can come over here and say enter second number, right? And now when I execute this program, you will see that, okay, now I get a pretty prompt over here. Now I get a nice prompt over here. Enter first number. My first number is suppose 12. Enter second number, it is suppose 54, right? And then it will give me the addition back. 12 plus 54 equals to 66. Is that clear? Yes, this is how we do input and output in Python. Simply the input function, if you want to convert it into an integer, you pass it into the int function, right? And to print something, you simply print the value. Okay, very simple. Perfect. So this is basically what I want to leave you with today. I mean, today we just covered the very basics of Python. Going forward, we will step up our pace. So towards the end of this particular video series, what we want you to do is we want you to create a complete web application in Django and deploy it. Right? So you will have your own website up and running. Okay. So to do that, we will have to pace things up a little. Do not worry though, if you have any question whatsoever, right, feel free to post it in the chat. Okay. During the class, if you feel that I'm going too fast or if you feel that something is not clear, feel free to ask a question in the chat. Questions are always welcome. All right. Now, once again, before tomorrow's class, what all of you have to do is you have to go to this particular link, real Python 3 installation and setup guide, right? So the URL for that is realpython.com installing Python, right? realpython.com installing Python. This is the particular link. Okay, so just go over there and see how you can install Python on your operating system. All right. So once you're done with that, we will resume the class tomorrow. There's one more thing. So if you look in the video description of this particular video, you will see several links. Right? So first link will be to this particular, one of the links will be to this particular repository. Right? One of the links will be to this particular GitHub repository. It will start with github.com. Okay. There will be another link. That link will take you to a discussion forum. That link will take you to Scalar chat. Right? So that link will take you to an interface, chat.scalar.com. So that is a community where you can come and interact with other students, right? So whoever is watching this YouTube series, those people can come over there. They can chat live with each other. Other students who are at Scalar Academy, right? So at a tech university, those students will be there, so you can chat with them as well. The TAs, the mentors, the instructors, right? Me included. So we will all be present in the chat. So if you have any questions, any further questions, anything that you would like to ask, anything that you would like to clarify, anything that you need help with, just post it over there and we will be able to reply to you. All right. So links in the video description, and see you tomorrow, same time. Okay, 6:30 to 7:30 is the class. Tomorrow we are going to pace it up a little bit. Please make sure that you have Python installed. All right, let us quickly see if we have any questions. Khushbu is saying that I can't really see the GitHub link. Well, Khushbu, let me just make sure that the GitHub link is in the description. If it is not in the description right now, please don't worry. I mean, as soon as this lecture is over, I will make sure that I add the link. Okay. So if the link is not there at the moment, do not worry. We'll make sure that we add the link.
Hey guys, my name is Mohit Yadav and I teach in Scalar Academy. We released one video on Python where we build a to-do app from scratch. In this series, we are going to build an application, a web application in Python using a very famous framework called Django. Now, Django is a high-level web framework that encourages rapid development and has a clean, pragmatic design. It is used by various tech companies. A good way to look at what companies uses a particular tech stack, you can go to stackshare.io and search for the tech stack that you're looking for. If you type Django in the search bar, you'll see companies like Pinterest, Instagram, Udemy uses Django to build their websites. So let's get directly into it and start learning the framework.
Hello. So today is an exciting day because we are going to start with this new series called Introduction to Django. The objective of this series is to basically get you hands-on experience with Django, to introduce Django from the very basics and towards the end to build a real SaaS product. Right? SaaS stands for Software as a Service, and we are going to make a simple to-do app that you are actually going to deploy on Heroku, and so that you and your friends can use that actual application. All right, perfect. So I hope that I am audible, and let me quickly share my screen. Perfect. I hope that you guys can see the screen as well. All right. So once again, quickly, for the entire lecture notes and the links to videos for this video series will be available on GitHub. So github.com/Scalar Academy/intro to Django. All right. So this is the URL, Scalar Academy intro to Django inside GitHub. All right, and here you will find all the lecture notes and the video for the lecture for this entire series. If you are looking for the previous series, the Introduction to Python series, the link for that is also included over here. So if you go over there, you will see the link to our Python series that we have just completed a couple days back. All right, perfect. Cool. So let us begin. Okay, so let me first of all introduce what Django is. Right, so we saw that at the end of the last video. We gave a brief overview of what Django is, but let us go over that once again. So the website for Django is djangoproject.com. All right, and let us quickly see what Django says. So Django says that Django is a high-level Python web framework that encourages rapid development and clean, pragmatic design. Okay, So first of all, Django is a web framework for Python. That is, it allows you to build backend web servers. Right? It allows you to build websites, the backend part of websites using Python. Right? Apart from that, it is extremely powerful, extremely scalable, yet very, very simple. All right. Now, a lot of big websites, including YouTube, Instagram, Pinterest, Dropbox, all of these use Django. Right. So if you are wondering whether I can create real life applications using Django, then the answer is yes. I mean, if it works for these large companies, then it is certainly going to work for us as well. Okay. Django is extensively used. So Django was one of the highest, downloaded packages of Python. Recently, Flask has come above that, but Django is much more mature, which is why we are going to cover Django in this series. Okay. So Django provides a lot of different features out of the box. So Django provides things like authentication. It provides reusable apps out of the box. It provides first-class security. It works well with all the major databases that are out there, right? Also, Django is very, very scalable, right? So you will see that Django is really, really good for beginners who are diving into the space of creating websites. All right. Cool. Now, the most important thing about Django perhaps is that Django has first-class community support. Now, what do I mean by that? Imagine that you're trying to create a project and you are stuck at some point. Right now, what do you usually do? You try to Google your problem. Right? You go to Stack Overflow, you go to GitHub, you watch a couple of YouTube videos. Now, if you're using a framework, if you're using a technology which is not widely known, then you might not be able to get the solution to your problems easily. That is not the case with Django. Django is extensively used, and you will find Django tutorials. You will find questions and answers on Django all across the web. All right. So if there is some point that we feel that okay, we might need a little help over here, Django community will always be available for us. All right. Cool. So I hope you all are excited to start Django. Right. So before we can start Django, of course, we have to install Python. Now, to install Python, if you are not familiar with Python already, then I would recommend that you go and watch our previous introduction to Python series. All right, the link for that will be in the video description. Now, if you have already gotten this, if you have already gone through that series, welcome to the Django series. And what we are going to do is, we are going to, first of all, install Python, and then we are going to install an IDE. IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment. All right. Now, most tutorials that you see on Django online, they won't ask you to work with a particular IDE. They will work with a very simple text editor, suppose VS Code or Sublime Text. Now, that is not what we are going for over here. The aim of this video series is to build something usable at the end, right? To build something usable in a very short amount of time, and for that we are going to need as much help as possible. And for that purpose, we are going to use an IDE called PyCharm. Now, most of you might have heard of PyCharm. If you have not heard of PyCharm, PyCharm is an integrated development environment for Python development, right? So a lot of Python developers, professional Python developers use PyCharm. Now, to basically install PyCharm, you can just Google PyCharm, go to the website, right? And you can download PyCharm from over here. Okay, now PyCharm has two versions. It has a professional version and it has a community version. Professional version is paid. Community version is completely free. All right. So I would recommend that you go with the community version for now. So just download the community version and we are going to use that. On my system, I have the professional version installed, but we will not be using any professional version or any professional features. So you don't have to really worry about that. Okay. Perfect. So once you have installed PyCharm, what we are going to do is we are going to create a simple project using PyCharm in this. All right. If you are familiar with other development environments, so if you usually code in VS Code, or if you usually code in Atom or Sublime Text, or even Vim, for example, then feel free to use your own development environment. We are going to follow PyCharm because it will have certain advantages for us. All right. Now let me quickly go over what advantages PyCharm will provide. I mean, for this particular video series. So PyCharm, first of all, has first-class Django support. Right. So basically, whenever we are trying to create a project in Django, whenever we are trying to structure files, whenever we are trying to refactor the code, the PyCharm will help us out a lot. Secondly, in my experience, if you are a beginner to programming, irrespective of what language you're using or irrespective of what IDE you are using. If you are a beginner, then it really, really helps to have the support of an IDE. Right? So back when I was in class 11th or 12th, I used to learn Visual Basic, right, and the .NET framework, and we had this amazing IDE provided by Microsoft, which was the Visual Studio. Right now, IDE will help you in a lot of different ways. So basically, giving you intelligence, telling you the documentation of the functions that you are about to write. It allows you to explore code and learn things very, very quickly. All right, which is why we are going to go with PyCharm. If you don't want to go with PyCharm, that's completely okay. I mean, you can totally use any other development environment that you want. All right, cool. So let me quickly start PyCharm. So I'm going to go to my desktop and I'm going to start PyCharm. Just give me a second while I clean up the rest of the things. So I'm quickly going to open my terminal and I'm going to remove some of the things that we have. Perfect. So I'm in this particular directory called Introduction to Django. I'm in this terminal. I'm in this particular directory. So I'm in my home folder. So if I print out the current directory, I'm in my home folder inside a directory called Introduction to Django. Right. And in this, I have created a folder called Lecture 1. So I'm just going to go inside this Lecture 1 folder. And we are going to create, so currently this folder is empty. We are going to create our first Django application in this particular folder. All right. Perfect. Dhruv is asking, is Anaconda also an IDE? Well, Dhruv, Anaconda is kind of an IDE. However, Anaconda is used more when you are working with data science and similar projects. Like, I would not recommend you to use Anaconda for PyCharm or for Django development. All right. Perfect. Shashwat is asking which command line are you using? So Shashwat, don't worry about that. If you are wondering why does my terminal look something like this, then I have customized my terminal a lot. Don't worry about that. We might discuss that in one of the future lectures. All right. If you absolutely want to know, then I'm using the Quake terminal and I'm using the conch shell on top of that. Okay. Cool. Let's quickly see if we have any further questions before we move on. Perfect. Cool. So this seems like these are all the questions. Parth is asking, sir, what is the difference between Django and Flask? So Flask is also a web framework for Python. However, Flask is a micro framework, right? So Flask provides you some basic tools and technologies to quickly start your website and get them up and running. But Flask does not provide a lot of features out of the box. Flask is really, really extensible. So whatever you can do in Django, you can also do in Flask. But if you want to do it in Flask, you will have to basically configure different things yourself. So you will have to spend a lot of time figuring out how to integrate it with an ORM, right? So that you can talk to the database. You will have to spend a lot of time figuring out how the authentication should work. And when you are doing that, a lot of the times things can go wrong. For example, a lot of the people who try to implement authentication themselves, they leave certain loopholes, they leave certain backdoors inside their applications, which they are even not aware of. Now, when you work with Django, all of this is taken care for you because the experts who are in the business of web framework development, they've already taken care of all these different things for you. All right. Perfect. Cool. So let us quickly go back to our PyCharm. Now I'm going to click on new project. So I'm going to click on new project and I'm going to start a Django project. All right. I'm going to start a Django project from here. Now I'm going to choose the location of my directory, which is the lecture 1 directory. Inside that, I'm going to create a basically first application, first app project. All right. Now notice that I have selected Python 3 as the base interpreter over here. So Python will automatically create a virtual environment for us. Right. So we looked at virtual environment in the previous series, in which in the lecture where we talked about how to organize files and how to work with virtual environments. Right. So Python will automatically create a virtual environment for us at this location. Right. So inside the first app folder, it will create a folder called VM, and it will put a Python 3.8 virtual environment over there. Perfect. So the moment I click create, it will start creating a Django application for us. All right. Cool. So it will take some time. It will take It will create the virtual environment. And once it is done, let us just quickly wait for it to be done, and then we will begin. Perfect. So it is taking some time. It is creating the virtual environment. It is downloading files over there. So it is downloading things like pip. It is downloading Django. It is downloading all the dependencies, and it is putting them in the virtual environment. Once everything is done, you will get something like this. Right? So on the left over here, you will see a project browser. So you will be able to see what folders you have, and inside that, what files you have. Down over here, you will have something called the terminal. Right now, we will be using the terminal. This is just like the terminal that you can open on your own, right? So you can totally open your own terminal. So if I open this terminal, it will open up like this. Now the difference between this terminal and this terminal, the difference between this terminal and this Python terminal is just that this Python terminal automatically has the virtual environment activated for us. Right? For example, if I go to my normal terminal, and if I go to my particular directory, my project directory, so my project is in my home folder / introduction to Django / lecture 1 / first app. Right? If I go to this directory, you notice that I'm in this particular directory. If I try to run this thing, if I do which Python, I will see that it is currently saying that Python is not installed in my system. Right? So if I try to do which Python 3, it will say that it will use the Python 3 binary from this location. Right? It will use the Python 3 binary from this location. Now, as we see, we have a virtual environment. In this directory. To activate that virtual environment, what command did we use? Yes, that was source venv bin activate. Right? And once I basically execute this command, then we will have activated the virtual environment. Well, this is for the normal terminal. But if you look at the PyCharm terminal, automatically the virtual environment will be activated for us. So let me quickly see how to increase the font size. Just give me a second, guys. Let me quickly increase the font size, and then we will continue. So editor general font. Let us make it to something like 25. 25. All right, now the text should be really, really big. Cool. So I hope now at least things are clear over here. Okay. Now, once again, as we were saying, if you look at the terminal that Python has provided us, then automatically the virtual environment has been activated. So if I try to look at which Python binary is being used, if I type which Python, then you will see that the Python binary inside my virtual environment is being used automatically. All right. So similarly for the pip installation, this pip installation is coming from my virtual environment. So I can come over here and I can type basic commands, like I can see what dependencies PyCharm has automatically installed for us. Right. So if I do pip list, then I will see that PyCharm has gone ahead and installed some things like Django, ASGIRef, SQL parse, and PyTZ. Right. It has installed some of the dependencies for us automatically. Perfect. So let me clear the screen, Control L, and let me minimize this terminal. Now let us quickly go through what files we have on the left-hand side over here. So when we created this app, this folder and this directory structure, this file structure was automatically created for us. All right. Cool. So inside this, on the left, we have this main folder called first app. And inside that, we have everything. Right? Inside this first app folder, we have everything. Inside that, we have another folder called first app once again. Right? And this is the location where your code will go. This is the location where your Python code will go. All right. Inside this, we see a dunder init.py. Right. This is underscore init __.py. It is pronounced as dunder init. All right. Dunder stands for double underscore. Now this, as we saw in the module section in the previous series, dunder init.py just tells Python that first app is a module. Right? First app is a package, and to initialize that package, it will automatically call this dunder init.py. So if you're going to import first app, it will automatically import this dunder init.py file. All right, perfect. Apart from that, we have two very important files over here. The first file is urls.py. All right, in urls.py, you see some sort of comments over here. You see some imports being made. And finally, you see a list, right? A Python list, which has the variable name URL patterns. And inside that Python list, we have path admin.site.urls. Right now, what this admin stuff is, we will come to that later on. Okay. Perfect. Cool. So this was the urls.py file. Of course, right now it will not make a lot of sense, but do not worry. As we go ahead, we will explain these things. There's a lot of demand for using the light theme. So let me quickly switch the theme over here. Let me go to settings, appearance, and let me change the theme from the dark theme to IntelliJ Light, and quickly hit apply. All right. So is this better, guys? This is the white theme. I am not sure if this is better or not. This is nice. Okay, this is a little too heavy on the eyes, but let us continue with this. All right. Cool. So we went over urls.py. Now let us quickly look at settings.py. In settings.py, we have all the configuration for a Django project. Now, by default, some default values are generated for you. So you will notice that settings.py is importing a pathlib library. It is declaring a base dir, which will just be the first app folder over here. It is declaring something like a secret key. And this looks like a really weird random string. Do not worry about this, but this is needed. All right. Do not really worry about this. It has set debug to true. Right. So when we actually deploy our application, this debug will be set to false. Right. But since we are developing it at the moment, we want all the warnings, all the errors to be displayed in the web browser. Right. So which is why we have set debug equals to true. All right. Apart from that, you will see two very important things. You will see something called installed apps. Now, currently, we have not talked about what apps are, but as we go forward, we will be creating our own Django apps, right? And whenever we create a Django app, we have to tell Django that, okay, you have to look for this app inside our project, right? So we will be adding things to this particular list soon enough, right? Perfect. Moving down, we have middleware. Currently Django has installed a lot of middleware for us. Now, if we want to add or extend this middleware, we can get extra packages from the internet and we can put that over here. So if you want to add more Django middleware, we can totally do that. All right. Apart from that, we see some root URL config, some templates, and some other stuff. Let's not worry about this right now. Just understand that the settings.py is the main configuration file for our project. All right. Moving on, we have these two files, asgi.py and wsgi.py. Right now, these files are just so that Django can work with ASGI or WSGI compatible servers. Right? You don't have to worry about all of these. We will discuss that later as we move on. Right? When we actually deploy this application, we will be discussing what ASGI is, what WSGI is, and why these files matter. All right. Perfect. Cool. So let me quickly close all these tabs for you. Now, if I try to run this application, I have two ways of running this application. In PyCharm, I have this nice green button on the top right. So you see this, right? This green button. It says first app, and it gives me a green button over here. Right? So I can click this green button to run the application. Alternatively, I can go to the terminal. And I can type the following command. I can type Python manage.py run server. Right? And if I do Python manage.py run server, this will start the manage.py file for us. Now notice that inside this first app, we had all these different files that were sitting for us, right? That were our basic project. Apart from that, Django has also created this manage.py file. We will not be touching this file. We will not be changing anything inside this file. This file is something that Django provides so that you can talk to your website. You can manage your website. Right? So you will be sort of like the administrator for your website. And as the administrator, you might have to perform certain actions on the website. So this manage.py will help us do that. Okay, so if I run Python manage.py run server, it will start the application as a web server. If I hit enter, it will take a couple of seconds to run. It will say that you have some unapplied migrations. Right? Let's not worry about what these unapplied migrations are right now. We will run these migrations soon enough. More importantly, what it says is that starting development server at 127.0.0.1 port 8000. Now 127.0.0.1 is the local host. Right? So this IP is an IP that points to my own computer. Right? And 8000 is the port. So if I try to open this link in the URL in the browser, I see some website has popped up. And the website currently says Django on the top left, and it says the install worked successfully, congratulations. And there's a nice rocket over here. All right. So basically, this is the default Django application that is created for us automatically. All right. Now, so far, we have not done anything to create this website, but already a website is available for us. Okay. So we will be changing this website. We'll be adding and customizing this website as we go on in the series. Perfect. Let us quickly wait and see if we have any questions at the moment. Niraj is asking, what is the role of middleware? Well, middleware is basically any sort of extra code that perhaps you might not have written or you might have written that provides some extra functionality. For example, for authentication or for connecting to the database, you might have to use some middleware, right? So let us quickly see what middleware we currently have installed in our application. So once again, if I go to settings.py and if I look at this middleware thing, so I see several middlewares over here. One is security middleware, right? So this will basically make sure that this will basically configure a lot of security settings for me. Then I have a session middleware. This will make sure that I can work with client side HTTP sessions, right, in my application. There's some common middleware. There's some CSRF view middleware. CSRF tokens are basically something that you send so that your forms can be validated, so that you can make sure that nobody is submitting fake information to your website, to your forms. Right. Apart from that, we have authentication middleware. So this is so that users can log in, they can register onto your website, things like that. We have a message middleware, and we have an extreme options middleware. Right. So all of these are various things that Django has configured out of the box to provide the best level of security for us. All right. So as we go on, we will be adding more middleware to it. Let's not worry about it right now. But middleware is just some software that will enhance the capabilities of our application, of our website. Perfect. Okay, so this was the settings.py. Now let us quickly go back to the terminal, and we see that our web server is still running. We see some extra output has come over here. So it says quit the server with Control-C. So we know that if we have to terminate the server, I can just press Control-C in the terminal to kill this server. But apart from that, I see some weird output getting printed over here. It says get / HTTP 1.1 200, and it gives me a particular value over here. It says get / static admin CSS fonts.css and so on. So this is basically logging what GET requests the browser has made to our web server. Right? So basically, when I open this particular tab, when I open this particular URL in my browser, the localhost 8000 port, then what happened was the browser basically tried to display this page. How will the browser display this page? The browser will first make a call to the web server. It will make a GET request to the web server for this particular page, for 127.0.0.1 port 8000. And Django is telling me very helpfully over here that a GET request was received. Okay, a GET request was received at this URL. The URL was /. Right, so basically the relative URL for my website is just /. All right, and it is telling me that the response to this was 200. So 200 is a successful response. Right, 200 is a success response for HTTP, and it is telling me how many bytes of data was sent. Okay, so this was the web page. Now in this web page, so if I go to this web page once again, if I go to view page source, then in this web page we have several other links. So we have a link to static admin CSS fonts.css. This will load all the fonts in the web page. We have some other links as well over here. So if we go down below, we have several other links over here, which might, let me just quickly see what other links we have. So it seems that that is the only link. We might have some other links that we might come across. All right. So basically we see that the browser, to load this particular page, browser will have to load the fonts from here, right? The fonts.css from here. So the next request that we see is the GET request at static admin CSS fonts.css. All right. So now this will serve. So notice that the folder over here is static. Right. This is a static file that Django is going to serve to us. Once again, the response to that was 200, which is successful, and we had some byte size, right? So how big this file was, and we see three subsequent GET requests. So inside this fonts.css, some fonts have been referred to, right? So Roboto Light, Roboto Regular, and Roboto Bold. So the web page very quickly fetches these things for us as well. All right. So that is basically what this output means. Now, once again, to terminate this web server, I can press Control C. I can press Control C on my terminal, and we see that the web server is terminated. Now, if I go back and if I try to reload this page, then I will get an error that the site cannot be reached because my server is no longer up. All right. Perfect. Cool. So let us move on. This site, I mean, we have a site up and running, but this site doesn't really do much, right? And we have not really done anything to customize this website. So let us start with a very simple customization. We are going to add an application, right? We are going to add a Django application to this website. To do that, let me come over here. So we are in the terminal once again, and I'm going to execute the command python manage.py start app, right? And I'm going to give it the name of an app. So let me name it something like app1. All right. So I'm in the terminal in my directory. I'm going to execute the command python manage.py start app. Everything is lowercase, no spaces, followed by the name of the app, app1. Now, as soon as I hit enter, nothing really happens on the terminal, right? Nothing really happens on the terminal, but something has happened in my directory. So a new directory called app1, a new directory over here has been created. And inside this directory, we have several other files. So we have a migrations folder, we have an admin.py, we have apps.py, we have models, tests, views. Right now, as we go on, we will be working with these things. So in the views.py, we will be creating our views. So views, so basically Django follows this principle of MVC framework. Right? MVC stands for model, view, controller, right? So Django doesn't follow this very strictly. Django merges some of the things. So just give me a moment over here. Right? Django merges some of the things. My laptop is not too fast today. But the basic framework that is being followed is a model view controller framework. So this is the section, this is the views.py in which we will be adding our views. Moving on, we have a test.py where we can add our test cases. We have a models.py. Now, model is everything that will be persisted, that will be stored in the database. So over here, we will, in this particular file, we will be interacting with the database. We will be creating several Django models using the Django ORM, right? ORM stands for the Object Relational Mapper. Then we have the apps.py. In apps.py, we are just declaring what applications this particular application is using. We have the admin.py. Do not worry about this once again. And once again, we have the migrations and init.py. All right. So this folder and all these files was created for us when we executed this particular command in the terminal. So we executed the command python manage.py start app1. All right. Perfect. Now, before we can use this application, let us make a few changes to this. Right, so let us go to our views and let us create our first view over here. Okay, let us create our first view over here. So we are going to give it a function like def index, and we are going to accept a request. We are going to accept a request. Now, what is a request? As we said, when the browser fetches a particular page, it sends a lot of information to us. So it sends us what page we are looking for. It might send us what cookies the user has on their site. It might send us a ton of other information. Right? It also tells us what type of request the browser is making, right? So either it can be making a GET request or a POST request or a PUT request and all the other types of HTTP requests. So what we are basically telling is in this function, right? In this function, whenever a request to a particular web page is made, what web page is made, we don't know about that right now. But when a request to a particular web page is made, take that request, take all the information in that request and call this function with that information. All right, call this function with that information. In that, and in this, we are not really going to use the request thing at all. We are simply going to return something. So we are going to return an HTTP response. HTTP response, right? And in this response, we are going to provide some text over here. So I can say, hello world, hello. This app seems to be working fine, all right? Now, because we have used the function HTTP response over here, we have to import this, right? Now, Python gives me a very nice, helpful pop-up over here. It says that, okay, I know that HTTP response come from Django.http.http response. So if I just click this button, it will automatically import this for me. All right. So, I mean, if you're not using Python, you can also type this manually from Django.http, import HTTP response. All right. So basically, whenever someone goes to a particular URL, we will define what that URL, but when someone goes to a particular URL, a request will be made. That request will be sent to this function, this index function, right? And this index function will send this as a response. So this is what we will see in the browser. All right. Perfect. Cool. Let us try to run this. Before running this, we will have to do some configuration. So first of all, we will have to tell it what URL should this page be displayed on, right? So what really URL should this page be displayed on? To configure that, let us quickly create a new file, right? So let me go over here. Just give me a moment. Let me also connect my charger. So just give me a moment, guys, while I connect my charger, and then we will be back. All right, we are back. Okay. So once again, this view is basically going to accept a GET request to a particular URL, and it is going to return this as the response. And now let us configure what URL this view will be displayed. So for that, we are going to go in this app1 folder, and we are going to create a new file. We are going to create a new Python file, and that file will be urls.py. Okay, so notice that this is plural. This is urls.py. Okay, so this new file has been created over here. Inside this urls.py, let us try to configure the path that will actually display that particular view. So for that, we are going to give something like URL patterns. So we have to define a list called URL patterns. Right now, this urls.py will be very similar to the urls.py that Django had automatically created for us. Right. So in the file that Django had automatically created for us, we had imported certain things. So from Django URLs import path, from Django concept import admin, and we define the URL patterns. Right. We are going to do something very similar in our own urls.py inside this app file. So we are going to define URL patterns. In the URL patterns, we are going to say that, okay, let us define a path. Let us define a path. And the path, let us give a particular path for this request. Right? So if someone enters an empty URL over there, then the request will be routed to this particular path. And where should this request go? So once a request to this URL is made, take that request and reroute it to a particular location. So we want it to be rerouted to this particular index function. Right? Inside views.py, we want it to be forwarded to index function. So let us come over here and say views.index. Right? So basically inside the views file, this index function. Now, of course, we are going to have to import that, right? So to make this work, we are going to have to import views. Import views. Now, notice that this views is inside our app1. This views is inside our app1, and our app1 is actually a package inside our module. Right? Our app1 is inside a pack. It's actually a package inside our module. So we will have to use a relative import over here. It will have to use a relative import over here. So we can come over here and say from the current folder, from the current package, import views. And now this import will work correctly. Okay. So now that we have this, we are defining that, okay, if a request when empty URL comes, then please send it to this function views.index. And let us also give this a name called index. Right. Now, do not worry about what this name is right now. We will see why this name is useful and where do we really use it later. Okay. Now, currently we are getting an error at this path function. It is saying unresolved reference path. Right. So we have to import this function as well. So let us quickly do that. Let us say from Django.urls import path. Right. So now this URLs has been correctly configured. Once again, in the urls.py, we are simply telling Django that if a request comes to this URL, what is the URL? The empty URL. If a request comes to this URL, please send that request to this function views.index. And where is this function? This function is over here. Right? Perfect. Now, this is not enough. We have to basically, we have to configure it a little bit more. So now if we go, so this was our own views dot, this was our own urls.py. If you look at the previous url.py, the one that Django had already created for us, currently this is the main urls.py, right? Whenever Django is running your project, Django will be looking at this particular urls.py to define all these things. So we have to tell Django, that, hey, it is fine if you are looking over here, but please also look in this urls.py that I have just created. Right? Please also look at this urls.py that I have just created. So for that, we are going to add another path over here. We are going to add a path and we are going to give this a name. So we are going to give this a name, something like app1. And in this, we are going to include our own URLs file. So include app1.urls, right? So basically, we have added another item to the list, the URL patterns list. The pattern we have added is, this is the path to the URL, right? This is the path to URL app1 slash, and we are saying include app1.urls. Like now, once again, this include thing we have to include, so we can just include it from Django.urls. So let us include this. Let us import this function include. Now, what we are saying, basically, what we have just told Django is, whenever someone makes a request to this particular path, right? So whenever someone goes to something like HTTP localhost 8000, right? So this is where our server is running. Inside this, if someone goes to app1, then after this, wherever that person goes, right? After this, wherever that person goes, take this URL and send it to app1.urls. Take this xxxx URL and send it to app1.urls. And whatever app1.urls will do with it, it will do with it, right? I don't really care about it. So basically, if someone now goes to localhost / app1, if someone goes to this particular location, then what will happen? This URL, right? So there's nothing after this. So app1.urls will be called with an empty URL. Okay, app1.urls will be called with an empty URL. Inside the URL patterns, we will see that yes, we are matching an empty URL over here. So because this empty URL is matched, we will go inside views.index and this function will be called with a request. All right, and we should see this in the browser. Seems to be working. Let me fix the typo over here. Okay, perfect. Now let us quickly run this application once again. So once again, I'm going to go to my terminal and I'm going to say python manage.py run server. Right, and when I hit enter, the server is up and running once again. If I go to the URL again, we see that nothing really has changed. Right? We see that nothing really has changed, except for the fact that we are now getting that the page does not exist. Right? We are not now getting that the page does not exist. Well, let's not worry. Let us go to /app1. Right? Let us go to /app1, and over here we see this response being printed out. Is that clear? So this is the response that we had coded over there. This is the response that we had told Django to give us inside the views.py. This is the response that we had asked Django to give us. Is this clear, guys? Yes? Cool. Now, there's a lot of things that we have skipped over here. So we currently don't understand what apps really are. We don't understand what the admin is, what the URL patterns are, what a view is. Let's not worry about that right now. As we go on, as we explore further, we will be taking each and every one of these things and explaining them in much more detail. So we will be talking about what views are, what models are, what the Django admin is, what these different URL patterns are, and what apps really are, and how to use these apps. All right. Cool. So this is a very brief introduction to Django project today. We just installed Django. We installed PyCharm. We created a simple Django project. And so we saw a default website being printed out. Then we added an app to it. That app was called app1. And we simply configured a simple view inside this app1. And we actually rendered that out. So now we have a website. If someone goes to this website /app1, they will be able to see this particular response. Now, once again, this is not very useful, but as we go forward, we will be customizing these things. All right. Perfect. Raghav is asking, do we not need to add it to the apps, the setting? Well, Raghav, for now, no, we don't have to do that, right? So if I go to settings.py, and if I look at the installed apps, I don't really see my app1 over there, right? I don't really see my app1 over there anywhere, right? My app1 is not over there. That is not going to be any trouble right now. So I'm going to explain why, which sort of apps you have to put in this installed apps. All right. Now Spurs is asking, can you please push this on Git? Definitely Spurs. So let me quickly go to my parent folder and let me see what changes have been made. Git add. So I will basically make sure that this VM is not pushed to the Git, and then I will push it to the Git. Right? Let me actually do that. So let me create a Git ignore over here. Vim.git ignore. All right, this seems to be fine. Let me quickly add this. Git commit. Add simple Django app. All right. Perfect. Now, once again, if this looked kind of scary to you, do not worry. As we go on, we will also be understanding in some video series, we will also be looking at what Git is and why it is useful. Let's not worry about it right now. But whatever code we have done till now, whatever code we showed till now, we have already updated that on the GitHub repository. So if you go to GitHub, you will see lecture 1 first app over there. And inside this, you will be able to see whatever things, whatever files we had created. Right? So let us quickly see if we have any other questions, and then we will basically end the lecture. And we will continue with Django in this particular video series once again. All right. Perfect. Let us quickly see what questions we have. Pranay is asking, can you please explain the last part? If nothing is there after it, then it will redirect. But something like XXX is there, where will it get redirected to? Pranay, very good question. So let us actually see what happens. Right, so basically, I'm going to this URL 127.0.0.1, port 8000, app 1, and after that, let me put something like XXXX. Right, let me put this. So it is telling me page not found. Right, it is telling me page not found. Let us quickly see what really happened inside. Right, let us see what happened. So Django looked at this URL.py, and Django said that, okay, the URL begins with app 1. This URL that I have asked for, this begins with app 1. So I should send the remaining request to this particular URL's file. Right, so the remaining request, which is XXXXX, got sent to this particular URL's file. Now, in this URL file, we have these patterns. Right, we tried to match. Okay, is the path empty? No, the path is not empty. Right, so XXXX will not match the empty path. So, but that is all the patterns that we have decided. Right, that is all the patterns that we have defined. So Django says that, all right, this is a pattern that I don't really have a page for. Okay, Django says this is a pattern that I don't really have a page for, which is why Django is giving us this page not found error. All right. If instead of this, let me copy this multiple X's and let me put this in the path. Let me put this in the path over there. Now, if I try to reload this page will work. Now, if I try to reload this page will work. But our original page with the empty URL, this will no longer work now. Right? If I want both of them to work, I can simply copy paste this. I can simply duplicate this line. And I can have both these URLs. So even if someone goes to this URL inside app1, or if someone goes to the empty URL inside app1, both will get redirected to the same function. So now if I try to run this page works as well, and also does this page work. Is that clear? Perfect. Okay, so that is basically it. If you have any further questions, let us see them in the chat. Otherwise, the lecture is basically ended. Please make sure that before tomorrow's lecture, you have Python installed, you have PyCharm installed, or whatever development environment you would like to work for. Okay, if you don't have any previous choices, I would strongly recommend that you install PyCharm. Chirag is asking, sir, I am from Node.js background and have attended Intro to Python series. How do I get started with Django? From basics onwards or projects in Django? So basically, Chirag, this series is exactly meant to get you started with Django. Right? So I would recommend that if you have already covered the Introduction to Python series, just stay along with us in this series, and we will be making a to-do application in this series using Django. Once you are done with this series, towards the end, I will also be giving you certain pointers where you can go from here. Right? So just like we did in the previous series, we gave you some resources and we told you what to look for next, right? Where to learn things next from. So just like that, in this Django series, towards the end, we will also be telling you what has to come next. Perfect. Jaysurya is saying how to have a default error page. Well, Jaysurya, currently this default error page, this default 404 page, this is something that Django provides to us out of the box. Right now, let us quickly see over here. What it says. It just says that you are seeing this error because you have debug equals to true in your settings file. Right. So if I go to my settings file and if I change that, if I go to my settings file and if I change the debug equals to true to false, and if I rerun this application, it will currently not allow me to run this because run server actually runs for debug mode. But basically in the production environment, instead of giving me this nice page, it will just return me a standard 404 error message. Right now, I can totally customize that. Let us not worry about how to customize that right now. There is some things that you can do. You can tell basically Django that all right, if this is the error code, then this is the kind of page that you should show. All right, perfect. Vinay is asking, is Jupyter okay? So Vinay, I would strongly suggest that no. So Jupyter provides you with something like a notebook. Right? Jupyter is basically aimed so that you can do interactive programming. So it is very useful when you are exploring data sets. So basically you have a data set, you quickly load it, you try to run some functions on it, you try to change the data set somehow, and you basically see the output right away. So Jupyter is very helpful for that. For something like Django development, you can still use it, but it is not going to be very useful. All right. Perfect. Shravan is asking, in this we use Python as backend and HTML CSS for designing, and Django is the framework which manages this, right? So yes, Shravan, basically Django is the backend part for us. Right? Django is the backend part for us. So what Django will allow us to do is it will allow us to render different views. It will allow us to render different templates towards the front end. So we will be doing the most of the front end in HTML and CSS. We might also add some JavaScript to it, but from the backend, Django might inject some extra features into that HTML. Right? So Django might change the HTML before sending it out to the user, depending on what the URL is and what the state is. All right, perfect, cool. So I suppose that is it. See you guys again in tomorrow's lecture. Bye bye. Hello, everyone. So we are back with the Introduction to Django series. And today what we are going to do is we are going to work on a very simple website. It is going to be mostly a static website, but it will have some dynamic content in it. All right. So this class was supposed to be yesterday, first of all, but yesterday we had to postpone due to some technical reasons. So we are continuing with this today. All right. Perfect. Pratik is saying before the class starts, anyone interested in changing the time from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m., 6 to 7? IPL aa raha hai, dosto. Well, Pratik will have to discuss that internally in the team. And if that works, we will probably be able to change the time, but we'll have to discuss that. Okay. Cool. Now, last time I basically reviewed the last stream and I noticed that some students were having very genuine issues. So first of all, the screen was not too clear, right? The reason was that I was streaming at 720p and my screen was 1080p, right? So there was some compression going on there. So today I have tried to fix that. So let us see how this goes. All right, there's one more thing. So let me quickly share the screen. Let me quickly share my screen. Perfect. All right, I hope that all of you can see the screen. Yes, perfect. So let me quickly, interesting. All right, just give me a moment. Perfect. So let me quickly open PyCharm. So last time I was using this PyCharm professional thing, right? So I had the Python Ultimate, so I was using that. And Python Ultimate has first class support for Django. Now I noticed that the community version of PyCharm does not provide the Django creation script out of the box, right? So if you go to PyCharm, the community edition, if I try to start this, it will load in a second. Right, so I'm loading the latest community edition. If I click new project, it is not really showing me. It is not really showing me any option to create a Django based project. All right. So there's a stray cat on the screen. I am not sure what you mean by that. Can you elaborate briefly class yesterday? So, Vidhan, we did not have a class yesterday. We had a class day before yesterday. In the day before yesterday class, we discussed how to quickly create a Django project, right? And what Django is, what it provides, things like that. Now, in that stream, what I basically did was I was using PyCharm Ultimate version, the paid version of that. And that has a way of creating Django projects that is not available in the community version. So let us quickly go through that first. Right, let us quickly go through that first. So let me cancel this. Let us not create a project using PyCharm. Let us instead go to a terminal. Right, let us go to a terminal. So I'm just going to enter bash because I'm using a different shell. So this is what the terminal looks like. I'm currently in this directory. So I'm in my home folder, home/truck, and inside that I have the folder introduction to Django. All right, so let's quickly see what files are there. So there's just one lecture1, lecture1.md, and there's some folder called lecture2. Let me quickly remove this folder. Lecture2, right? And we are going to create this folder fresh. All right. So we are going to see how to create a Django project from the command line without using any sort of IDE. All right. So first, let us quickly create the directory for this. Let us quickly create the directory for this. So I'm going to make a dir lecture2. Right. So mkdir is the make directory command that will create a directory called lecture2. Now, if I want to go inside this directory, I can do cd lecture2. And now I'm inside this directory, and this directory is currently empty. All right. So let me create one more folder. So let me call this mkdir to-do project. All right. So this will be the name of our project, to-do project, and we are going to create this directory as well. So now I have this to-do project directory in my in my current directory. All right. So what I'm going to do first of all, let me quickly go inside this to-do project. What I'm going to do first of all is I'm going to create a virtual environment. Now, if you were doing this using the PyCharm Ultimate version, it would have automatically created a virtual environment for us. Since we are doing this with a terminal, we will have to do that manually. All right. Now, if you guys remember, what is the virtual environment used for? The virtual environment is used for making sure that our dependencies are well managed and isolated from the rest of the system. Right. So, how to create a virtual environment? Very simply, we can type the virtual environment command. So that is virtual env. We can provide it a path to the Python interpreter. So to figure out where the Python interpreter is, we have to first run a command like which Python 3. And this will tell me that, hey, Python 3 is currently installed in user bin Python 3. Right? This will tell me this binary is installed in this location. I can also check what version of Python 3 I'm running by doing this. Right? So I'm running Python 3.8.2, and it is located in this particular directory. So now if I want to create a virtual environment using this version of Python, I will have to do virtual env. Then -p stands for supplying the Python interpreter path. Right? So I'm going to supply the Python path. So user bin Python 3, right? And then I'm going to give it the name of the venv directory, right? Give it the name of the virtual environment directory. So I'm just going to name it venv. Right? The moment I hit enter, it will take a few seconds, but it will say that I created a virtual environment using this version of Python, right? And it went ahead and installed some things for us. So let us quickly see what happened. So if I do ls, we will see a VM directory has been created. And inside this VM directory, we have a ton of different things. So inside this VM directory, ls VM, we have a ton of different things, right? So once again, we are in this directory. Now to activate the virtual environment, what do we do? Activate a virtual environment, what command did we use? So the command was source, right? This will make sure, so typing source will make sure that whatever command we run, if that command exports anything, if that command makes any changes to our shell, then that changes are reflected, right? Reflected back. So source venv bin activate. Yes. So when I press enter, something will happen. So first of all, I got this new thing added to my prompt. The VM got added to my prompt. And now if I do which Python, you will see that Python is now pointing to the Python inside this virtual environment directory. All right. And now I can also do which pip. You will see that pip is also pointing to the pip inside this virtual environment. All right. Perfect. So now what I can come over here and do is I can very quickly install the Django dependencies inside this virtual environment. Right. So if I will do pip install Django, right, and what that will do is this will install Django in my current virtual environment, right, in the current virtual environment. So it will take some time to install Django. It will download some stuff, right? So once it is done, we will see successfully installed all this stuff and we are done now. Okay. Now, if I want to see whether Django has been correctly installed or not, I can do several things. So first of all, I can do pip list, right? And inside pip list, I will be able to see a package named Django has been installed, right? So that's good. Alternatively, what I can do is I can start the Python interpreter, right? And I can try to import Django. So this also works. So I know that Django is correctly installed, right? Perfect. So once again, we are in this directory. Now what we are going to do is to create a Django project. Django provides this very handy terminal utility. It provides this command line interface, right, which is called the Django admin, right? DGANGO -admin. Right? If I do Django admin --help, it will give me that, okay, Django admin supports the following commands. It supports all these different commands. So check, compile messages, all these weird things, right? Let's not worry about all of these at the moment. The command that we are looking for is Django admin start project, right? And then we are going to give the name of a project, right? So we want to name a project to do project. So let us quickly call this to do project, and we have to give it a directory. So I want this project to be placed in the same directory as the directory I am in. So I'm just going to put a dot. Dot stands for the current directory. All right. Dot stands for the current directory. Perfect. So if I hit enter, something will happen. So I don't really see any output on my screen. But if I now try to list the directory, I see that several things have happened. A folder called to-do project has been created. A file called manage.py has been created, right? And if I look inside this to-do project, I will see some files are there. The familiar files, dunder init, settings.py, which we saw earlier, urls.py, which we saw earlier, wsgi and asgi, which we said that we will talk about later. All right. So this is how you create a Django project without using something like Python, by using the terminal itself. Is this clear? Perfect. Now what we are going to do is we have the setup. Now let us quickly load this project in Python. Right. So now I'm going to click on open. So I'm opening a project and I will have to navigate to where my project is located. So it is in Pragya. Inside Pragya, it is in Introduction to Django. Inside that, it is in Lecture 2. And inside that, it is in the to-do project. Right? So you will see inside to-do project, there's also a to-do project. But the directory that we are going to select is the directory which will have this manage.py. Right? This manage.py is not inside this folder. This manage.py is inside this folder. So this is the folder that we are going to select. All right. So we click OK over here and Python will load this project for us. So it will take some time. It will do some indexing and stuff. It will prepare the workspace for us. And after some time, things will be ready. All right. So it is taking a moment over here. Yes. Cool. So let us quickly go inside this to-do project and let us look at this settings.py. Okay, I'm just going to double click it. It is going to open the settings.py file. Now, one thing that I want to do in Python before proceeding is I want to go to this VM. I want to go to this VM. I want to right click it. And I want to select mark directory as okay, it is automatically excluded. Right. So if this does not show up as orange, then you have to go right click over it, mark directory as, and then exclude it. Right? That is basically telling Python that in this directory, there is no source code files. It is just a virtual environment. All right. Perfect. So once this is done, now what we can do is we can try to run the project. Now we see two ways. We saw two ways of running the project last time. What were the two ways? One way was using the terminal. Right? So if I click over here and I open the terminal, it will take some time to open up. Let me go in the bash mode. All right. The one way I can run the terminal, one way I can run this program is by saying Python manage.py and doing what? Calling run server. Right? If I run Python manage.py run server, if I hit enter, it will start this Django project. Right? It said that, okay, I'm starting this Django project and it has started this at this particular URL. If I open this URL in the browser, let me quickly open that. Right. So if I open this URL in the browser, we see that familiar default page that Django provides us with the fancy rocket. All right. Now, if I go back to the Python window, a moment. All right, perfect. Now, to stop this, I can press Control C. Right? To stop this, I can press Control C. Well, the terminal is perhaps not the best way of always running our projects. Because we are in an IDE, let us create a run configuration. Right? Let us create a build configuration. To do that, what we are going to do is we are going to go to this large button, Add Configuration, on the top right. Right? Currently, no configurations has been provided for us. So we are going to click on Add Configuration, and we are going to add a configuration. Okay, we are going to add a configuration. In this, we are going to choose a normal Python configuration. All right, we are going to choose a normal Python configuration, and what we are going to do is we are going to give it a name. So let us give it a name like run server, because this is what we want to do. Right, we want to run the command run server. Now, in the script path, instead of choosing the script path, let us quickly choose the module name. Right, and in the module name, let us provide manage. So what this is going to do is this is going to run the manage.py file. Okay, it is going to run the manage.py file. Now we have to provide some parameters to it. What parameters do we want? We want to run the server, right? We want manage.py to run the server. So we'll just provide the parameter run server over here. Right? Now basically this will be when we click apply and OK, this will be saved as a configuration. This will be saved as a configuration, and now you see we have this configuration over here, run server, and we have this nice green button over here. It also says that I can press Shift F10 to run that project. So if I just click on run now, you see that this thing has been run in a separate window group, right? So it is no longer in terminal. It is inside this run window. It is inside this run window. Right? And the good thing about that is you can very simply stop the server from here. You can simply rerun the server from here, and the output is managed. It does not really clutter your terminal. All right. So that is basically how you configure basically a run configuration in PyCharm. All right. Now I'm going to stop this project. I can either click this button or I can click this button. So let me just click this, and it will stop the server. I can minimize this now. Perfect. Cool. Now what we are going to do is we are going to very simply create an application. All right, we are going to create an application. Let us call this simple website, right? Or let us call this something else. So to create an application inside a Django project, to create a Django app, what do we have to do? We have to do Python manage.py start app and followed by the name of the app. Right. So let us name this app something like tasks. Okay, so we are going to create a to-do project. In the to-do project, we will have something called tasks. So the user will be able to add tasks, they will be able to remove tasks, and so on. Okay, so I'm just going to hit enter over here. And when I do that, something will happen. So I don't really see any output in my terminal. But if I go back to my files, I will see that a folder called tasks has been created over here. All right, a folder called tasks has been created over here. And inside this tasks folder, I have several familiar things. So I have done the init, I have done the admin, done the apps, models, tests, views, and so on. All right, perfect. Cool. So let us not worry about all of these now. Let me just click close all these files. So this is what we have. We have very simply created a tasks application. Right now, what we want to do is we want to very simply create a view. So this is what we saw in the last class. So to create a view, I can come over here and I can say def, let's say index, right? And it will accept a request, and I can just say render, or I can just perhaps return HTML response, and inside this HTML response, I can provide some text. So I can import this. Just give me a moment. So this was not HTML response. So let's not worry about that. Let's render a template directly. Okay. So we are going to return some. Some value over here. Right? So let's say return something. So we will fix this later. So I'm just going to do a pass at the moment. Right. So this index function, this is a view. This is a function-based view that we have created over here. To register this view, once again, what do we have to do? To register this view, inside the tasks folder, we have to create a urls.py. Right? We have to create a new file, urls.py. Right? And inside this urls.py, we have to provide some URL patterns. Right? So we have to provide some URL patterns. We have to provide URL patterns, something like URL patterns equals to, and we are going to provide it some path. Inside the path, we are going to say what the path is and what you should render. Right? So we want to render views.py. Right? So for that, I'm going to from dot import views. right? And I'm going to say, if this is the path, if the path is the empty URL, then please render views.index. Please render this function in views.index for me. And let me also import this function called path. Right? And I will import this from django.urls.path. Right? So basically, this is done now. This is done now. So if a request comes to my tasks application, and if the URL for that request is empty, then I will render this particular template. Okay, I will render this particular function. Okay. Now, once again, this is not complete. So currently, nobody is really sending the URL to my tasks project. So for doing that, I have to come to this global urls.py. Inside this to-do project, there's another urls.py. I have to come over there and I have to add a URL pattern. add a URL pattern. The pattern can look something like, just give me a minute. The pattern could look something like, why is it not typing? All right. So path, and I can provide it a URL. So something like tasks / and then I can include the tasks.urls file. Right. Now I'll quickly import this include function. To do that, I'll press Alt Enter and import this name from django.urls.include. Okay. So now basically what I'm telling is, if anyone goes to the website /tasks, then please send all those requests to tasks.url. Right? Please send all those requests to tasks.url. Inside that, I'm saying if someone enters the empty URL, then please go to index. Is that clear, first of all? All right. Perfect. Now, this is what we did last time. Let us not do this right now. So inside this views.py, I'm going to remove this index. I'm going to remove this index function from views.py. Let me go to tasks URLs. So notice that there are two URLs files. There is the project-wide URLs. So this is the to-do project urls.py. This is the project-wide URLs. The other is the tasks URLs. Right? Inside tasks, I have this urls.py. So we are mostly dealing with this tasks urls.py. All right. Instead of returning a particular function, what I'm going to return is I'm going to return a template. All right. I'm going to return a particular template. Now, to do that, what I can say is I can use a function that Django provides. The function is template view.asView, and I can provide it a template name. Template name equals to something like index.html. All right. Perfect. Now, once again, I have to import this name. So import template view from this particular location. All right. So from django.views.generic, import template view, and I can put this thing over here. So let us quickly try to run the server right now. Okay, let us quickly try to run the server right now. So if I click on this green button, it will run the server. Let me go to so it is saying that, all right, the server is up and running. If I go back to the browser, if I reload this page, I will see this familiar 404 page not found error. Let me go to /tasks, right? Because that is the URL that we have registered, the website /tasks. And if I hit enter, it is giving me a different error. It is giving me an error saying template does not exist at tasks. And it is saying that you were requesting this index.html template, but this index.html template does not exist. All right, and that's fair because we have not really created this template. We have just told Django that, hey, whenever someone goes to this tasks page, give them this template back. All right. So now our task is to create that template. Okay. Our task is to create that template. Now, to create that template, what we are going to do is we are going to go to this global settings.py. Okay. We are going to go to this settings.py and we are going to configure the templates location. Just give me a second. We are going to configure a templates location. All right. So this is allowed host. This is installed apps. This is middleware. Somewhere at the bottom over here, we see templates. And inside that, we see an empty list for the directories. All right, we see an empty list for the directories. Over here, we are going to provide it a directory. Okay, over here, we are going to provide it a directory. Now, let us quickly see what variables we have. At the top, this variable is declared for us called base dir. All right, this variable is declared for us. Let us see what location that variable points to. That variable says that, okay, path dunder file. Now, dunder file in Python is the path of the current file. So I'm in settings.py. So dunder file will be the path of settings.py. Okay, so it will be /home /project. So it will be /home /project /intro to Django /lecture2 /to project /settings.py. Right now, what I want to do is I want to go to its parent folder, which is to do project, and its parent folder, which is to do project. Right, so this is the base directory. This is the base directory of my product of my project, and basically base dir points to this by doing get the path, go to the parent, and go to the parent once again. Okay. Yes. Perfect. So this is the base dir for us. Now I want to create a templates directory. I want to create a templates directory. So let me go into this to do project. Let me right click and create a new directory. And let me call this templates. Okay, so I'm creating a new templates directory inside this base directory. Inside my project root, I'm creating this templates directory. Now, once I have done that, I can go to this templates configuration over here. And inside the DIS, I can provide the location to this templates directory. To do that, what I have to type is base dir /templates. Right? So base dir is basically a path variable. Base dir is a path object in Python, and path objects override this divide function. Right? Path objects override this divide function that allows us to basically concatenate paths. So it will take base dir directory, it will concatenate it with templates. Okay, don't worry about this, about how this works. This is basically kind of like string concatenation, but this does not work with strings. This works just with path variables. Okay, cool. Now once we have this configured, let us try to rerun this again. So notice that since I'm in the development setting, since I'm in the development mode, I don't have to really run the server again and again. The moment something changes, the moment a file changes, the server will restart automatically. The server will restart automatically. So let me go back to the browser and let me try to reload this page. But once again, I'm getting the same error. Right? Once again, I'm getting the same error. It says me that index.html does not exist yet. Well, the reason is once again the same. We have told Django where to look. We have told Django what directory to look in, but we have not created the index.html file. Right? So let me quickly go and let me create a file, HTML file, index.html. Okay. So this is the index.html. Let me quickly add some. So this is the index.html file. Let me quickly add some text to it. Now if I reload this page, I see that this file has been rendered. Is that clear? Right? So once again, what we did was we went to the views, we deleted the index view, we deleted that function. Instead of that, inside the URL, we told Django to render a template. Right? To render a template. And how did we tell Django that? We told Django that so Django provides a function template view. Right? If we do template view.as view and provided a template name, Django will basically render this template whenever someone hits this URL. Right? So what we said was, hey Django, find this index.html template, and when someone goes to the URL /tasks/empty, just render this index.html from you. Right? And once again, to help Django locate the index.html, we had to go inside settings and we had to provide the templates directory. We had to provide the templates directory, which is just going to be base directory. Inside that, the templates folder. All right. Perfect. Okay. So let us quickly see what doubts are there till now. Pranay is asking, what is the difference between to-do application and tasks folder? So this to-do project is the Django project, right? So in Django, let me quickly go to index.html. Basically, let me type over here. In Django, we have two things. We have two things. That one is the main project, right? Main project. So our main project over here is the to-do project. Inside this main project, we have several modules, right? We have several sub-modules that may or may not work independently. Right? So basically, we want to divide a project into sub-modules so that those modules are reusable. I can reuse those modules elsewhere. Right? And those modules are basically called Django apps. Right? Those modules are basically called Django apps. So I can totally do all of this inside the to-do project itself, but it is usually a better practice to create a new application, to create a new Django app, right? And then do the work inside that. Is that clear? So which is why we did this thing called Python manage.py start app, and we gave the name of the app as tasks, right? Which created this tasks folder inside this. Perfect. Now we are getting a question. Rohit says, why are we using template view as method? So once again, the template view is just there. So this is a function that Django provides that tells us that, hey, please find this template and render it for me. There are other ways of doing this. And as we move forward, we will look at what other ways of doing this are. Right? So we will do something similar, but we will do it manually. Right? We will not be using this function. But for now, this is a very simple function that Django provides so that we can render a particular template. We can give it a template name over here. And whenever someone comes to this URL, Django will just render this template for us. Okay, perfect. Let us see what other questions we have. Okay, Bhupali is saying that the speed is too fast. Okay, Bhupali, so thank you for the feedback. I'll try to go a little slower. What is the use of render? What is the use of render? So Vidhan, we will come to that. Render is another function that Django provides that allows us to render a template with some context. Okay, so what is a context? What is a context and how does rendering work? We will come to that when we talk about the template engine of Django. All right, perfect. All right, so let us move on from here. So we did this and we got a very simple index.html file. All right, perfect. Now let us say that I want to create another file. Right, so I go back to the settings. I go back to this urls.py, and perhaps for this about page, right? Perhaps if someone goes to /tasks/about, I want to render this about.html, right? Or basically, if someone goes to /path/blog, I want to perhaps render this blog.html, right? So I will have to create several HTML files over here. Right, so let me quickly copy this index.html and let me create a blog.html. Let me create perhaps about.html and so on and so forth. Right, so I've created two files, blog.html and about.html. Let us quickly open these as well. Inside the blog.html, I can provide this is the blog page. Inside, so this is the about page, and inside the blog, I can say this is the blog page. Right. So let me quickly save these two files, and let me save this urls.py as well. So now if I go back to the browser, and if I run this, so /tasks/nothing gives me this index page, /tasks/about gives me this about page, and /tasks/blog gives me this blog page. Is that clear? Yes, perfect. So let us move on from here. Now suppose that we wanted to include some extra stuff in this index.html page. So currently we have this very simple file. Right? Currently we have this very simple file, but when you're actually building a website, you won't have things as simple as that. Right? You want to include some JavaScript, you want to include some CSS and a lot of different things. So let us try to do that. Let us try to include Bootstrap. Right? So how many of you are familiar with Bootstrap? So Bootstrap is just a library that provides us nice styling. Right? It's a open source CSS framework. Is that clear? So if I go to Bootstrap, I want to include Bootstrap in my project. Now to include Bootstrap, let me go to the tutorial, and it says that to include Bootstrap, I can just put this link in there. Right? Just put this link in the head tag. Right? It says copy paste the style sheet link into your head. All right. So let me just quickly copy this. Let me just copy this, and inside the head, let me paste this. Let me paste this over here. Okay. So let me paste this over here. Let me try to reload the index.html now. So I'll go back to the index.html and let me try to run this. Right? This is index.html file. Currently, I don't really see any difference. Right? Currently, I don't really see any difference. But let us try to do something. Right? Let us try to create a paragraph over here. Right? Lorem ipsum. So let me create a head tag. Inside this head tag, I will perhaps put this. Right. So I have basically added some elements. I have added a head tag and I've added a p tag. All right. And let me basically copy this into the about page as well. So this is about.html. Now let me try to rerun this file. Let me try to load this. So the index.py, index.html looks like this. Right. And if I go to about looks a little different. right? Notice that both the files have the same content. Both of them have an h1 tag and a p tag, but the about page looks a little different from the index page. And the reason is that the index page has Bootstrap. The index page has Bootstrap inside it. And Bootstrap will basically change the styles of the different elements that I'm using. All right. Now, perhaps if I want to include Bootstrap across my entire website, I want to include Bootstrap across my entire website. So I have two options. Either I can take this link and I can paste it inside each one of my files. Right? I can provide this link inside each one of my files. So if I do that, now my index page looks like this and my about page also looks similar. Right? But this is not a very good practice. Why is this not a very good practice? Because you are repeating yourself. Right? You are repeating yourself again and again. Suppose that you wanted to change. Right? Suppose currently we are using the Bootstrap version 4.5.2. Right? Suppose a new Bootstrap version comes out. Suppose Bootstrap 5 has come out and we want to update a Bootstrap. So we will have to go to each and every index, each and every HTML file, each and every template file, and we'll have to update this manually. Not a pretty good design, right? We have to update it at so many places. So for that, Django provides a very nice thing called templates. All right. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a base template for us. So over here, I'm going to say templates. I'm going to create a new file, new HTML file, and let me call this base.html. Right. So basically what I have done is I have created this base.html file. Is that clear, guys? Cool. Now, how to work with this base template? Now, what I'm going to do is let me basically delete all these three files, or let me just remove everything from these files. Let me just copy this URL into base.html. Let me just remove all these files. So I'm going to empty out blog.html. I'm going to empty out about.html. I'm going to empty out index.html. Okay, so the basic file that I have, which actually has HTML content, is this base.html. Okay, cool. Now, basically, I want to provide it some blocks. I want to provide this HTML with some sections. So basically, I want to say that any particular web page that you are going to render, that web page is going to look like this. Except for the fact that you will have some customizable stuff inside this. Right? You might have some customizable stuff inside this. So basically, I could come over here and say, and I could mark a block. Right? Something like this. So I could come over here and I could write this block, and I could give the name of the block. So basically page body, something like this, right? And I could mark the end of it. So I could say something like end block, right? So first of all, this is not valid HTML syntax. This syntax over here, this is not HTML, all right? Okay, so how do comments look in HTML? So comments look like this in HTML. All right, comments look like this in HTML. So this is not valid HTML syntax. Right? HTML cannot handle this. What Django is going to do is Django is going to read this HTML file. It is going to find out anything that looks like this. This is the Django templating engine. Right? So it is going to look for anything that looks like this, and it is going to replace this with valid HTML. All right. So how does the replacement work? We will talk about that soon enough. Now, what I'm basically done is I have created a block over here. And I have called that block page body. Let me also come over here in the title and let me add some title. So I can say this is, or let me just say to-do app, and let me provide a hyphen followed by another block. So I'm going to create another block over here. Let me name this as title. Okay. So the name of this block is title, and let me close this block as well. End block. Right. So this is what we have so far. In the base HTML, we have added the link to the Bootstrap CSS, and we have added two blocks. One block is called the page body. Another block is called the title. Okay. Now what I can do in something like index.html. Now what I can do is I can extend this base.html. File. So now I don't have to write everything. Now I don't have to write all of this again and again. What I can simply do is I can come over here and I can say this file extends base.html. And notice that I have to put this in quotes. I have to put this base.html in quotes. This is a Python string. All right. So the moment I do this, and if I try to run this, if I try to go to this index file, let us go to the page source. You will notice that all these things are there, right? The to-do app, followed by nothing, the link to the bootstrap. In the body, there is nothing. Right? So basically, everything that was in the base.html that automatically got copied in the index.html. Right? That automatically got copied in the index.html. But once again, this is just a blank copy. We want to do something more. Right? We want to extend. We want to add stuff to the base.html, which is why these blocks are here. Right? Which is why these blocks are here. So what I can do is in the index.html, let me actually put this into vertical split. So over here at the base.html, in the index.html, I can tell what goes inside this block. Right? I can tell what goes inside this block. So basically what I can say is I can say something like inside the block page body, inside the block page body, put this content for me. Hello, this is the page body. All right. And basically then I can end this block. So I can say end block. All right. So the moment I have done this, let me go back to the browser and let me reload the page. This is what I see. Let me look at the source of it and notice that in the base HTML, this was the block, right? This was the page body block. This value got replaced by this content over here. Right? Basically, consider this as a variable. Consider this as a variable called page body. Over here, I'm setting the value of that page body variable, right? And that will be replaced over here. Okay. Now the title currently is empty. The title currently is empty. Let me come over here and replace the title as well. So to do that, I will say, okay, the name of the block is title. Okay, so I'm going to say, all right, in the title block, fill this value. So this is the index page, right? And basically, end block. All right. Now once again, if I reload this, interesting title. Oh, sorry, block title. Right, I have to tell that this is a block. And now if I reload this, you see that the title also has changed. So inside the title, I now have the content. All right, so this is basically the base.html and the various ways of extending this. And the reason why we do that is because we want our main template to be in one location. Right, so this is the base template for everything that we are going to do. All right, perfect. Now let us quickly add some things over here. So we have this style sheet of Bootstrap. Let us add some custom styling. So perhaps let us add a CSS style over here. In that CSS style, we are going to give a border to the body. Perhaps right? We are going to say padding 1 em. Right. So we are adding a padding to the body. We are going to say width, let's say 800 pixels. So we are limiting the width of the entire page to 800 pixels, and we are going to set the margin to auto. That will make sure that it is vertically centered. Okay, it is horizontally centered on our screen. And let us also give it a nice weird background. So let us put something like border 1 pixel solid, and let us give it a nice weak color, something like perhaps FFF, or let's say EE, AA. All right. So if I reload this page now, notice that interesting. I don't have a padding all the way around. All right. So notice that my width of the page is now 800 pixels. Right. I've just added some CSS styling to it. All right. Now this is very ugly. In reality, you won't do that, but I just wanted to illustrate that this is now available on all the pages. This will now be available on all the pages. So once again, our blog.html is currently empty. About.html is currently empty. So let us quickly fix that. Okay. In the blog about.html, I'm going to put in the page body, this is the about page, right? And I'm going to say, I'm going to give it a title, something like about. And inside this, I'm going to give it a title, something like index. This is the home page of our website. All right. Inside blog, once again, I will say something like all our blogs live here. Right, and I'm going to give this a name as blog. Okay, so this is done. Now once again, I can quickly reload. This is the index page. I can go to about. This is the about page, and I can go to blog. This is the blog page. Notice that all the different styling that we have provided in the base HTML, they will be inherited in all these different places. Okay, cool. So let us quickly see once again in the chat if we have any questions. Vidhan is asking how many modules do we have to process while dealing with Django? So, Vidhan, Django is a huge, huge thing, right? Now, do not try to look at this as you have to remember all of these things. Right? Do not try to think that you have to remember all these different things, you have to remember all these different commands. You don't have to. What you have to do is whenever you want to do something in Django, just go to djangoproject.com and look it up in the docs. So get started with Django, go to the documentation and basically look it up there. There's a nice tutorial, there's all these different things over there, right? There's a huge list of documentation over here. Okay. Now, the reason why we are doing this tutorial is if you just try to do that from the scratch, if you just try to create projects from the scratch by just following the tutorial, things are not going to be that smooth. All right. So you need some sort of a base understanding. You need a base limited understanding. And once you have that, you can go ahead and implement projects on your own. During those projects, if you don't know something, then you can basically look it up. All right, so that is what we are doing. I'll provide you the base knowledge, so you'll be familiar with the more important concepts of Django, right? And then whenever you want to add something, you can just look up the information and basically learn that information on the go. Right? Perfect. So let us move on. Let us see. We can have multiple blocks in base. Yes, Rohit. As we saw over here, we have defined multiple blocks, right? So inside the base HTML, we have defined a block called title and we have defined a block called page body. So we can totally have multiple blocks, right? If we want to change something in other HTML files other than base HTML, can we write HTML CSS codes as well in other files? Yes, totally. So basically what we are saying over here is we are saying take this base.html, right? Look at this base.html, copy everything from here inside this index.html page, right? That is what we have told Django. In this line, we have said that, all right, take everything from here and copy this over here, right? Then we have told Django that, all right, in the stuff that you have copied, there will be a block named page body, right? There will be a block named page body. Replace that block with this content. Replace that block with this content. So this will be replaced over here. Right? Similarly, there will be a block called title. Replace this block with this content. All right. Now I can totally come over here. I can put some CSS. Right? I can put some custom CSS. So I can say style, and I can provide something like asterisk to everything. I can provide a background of red. Background of red. Right. So if I do this, and if I try to reload my index.html page now, so notice that this entire body has a background of red. This entire body got a background of red. So basically, I overrided the CSS size over here. Now notice that I can only do this inside a block. I can only do this inside a block. If I try to put this outside any blocks, let me quickly reload the page and let's see what happens. Nothing has changed, right? It has not taken effect. If I go to view the source, I will see that whatever that extra CSS had written, it is nowhere to be found. It is nowhere to be found. The reason is that I have to include whatever customization I want inside a block. I have to include that inside a block. I can include that inside the title block. I can include that inside the body block, wherever I want. But I have to put this inside the block. Now, if you don't want to put it in the body block, you can totally come over here. You can totally come over here and you can provide a new block. Right? You can provide a new block. You can come over here and you can say, all right, this is a block called extra styles. Right? And you can end the block over here and end block, right? And now if you want to override the CSS, if you want to override the styles, you can come over here inside the block extra styles. You can put your custom CSS over here, style something, right? You can put this over here and work in this manner, end block, right? So this is what you would usually do. I hope that answers your question. We can totally have multiple blocks, and basically if you want to override something, we have to override that inside a block. Perfect. All right. Ratnesh is asking, can we give any names to these blocks, or is there some predefined standard? So Ratnesh, the names is totally on you. Like, you would want to keep the names sensible, just like we want to have good variable names, but the names are completely dependent on you. These are just variable names. All right, extra styles is just a variable name that you can override over here. Okay, totally depends on what you want to do. Can we inherit any bootstrap template that can relate this project? I'm not sure what your question is, Sparsh. So perhaps you might want to rephrase the question. I'm not really sure what the question means. Okay, perfect. Vidhan is saying, sir, by replacing all the content, then is there some chance of overlapping? Yes, definitely, Vidhan. There is chance of overlapping. So basically, it could be the case that you try to override a block two times. Right? It could be the case that you have included Bootstrap in the base.html as well as in the index.html page, and you have to take care of that yourself. Right? You have to take care of that yourself. You have to make sure that you are not basically doing things double. All right, perfect. So let us quickly move on now. Let us quickly move on. So these pages are currently static pages. By static, I mean that nothing really changes between them. Like if I, no matter how many times I reload this page remains exactly the same. All right. Now, this is basically a static website. You can use this for a lot of things, for something like putting a blog, but this is not that useful, right? Whenever we want to have a useful website, the website will have some dynamic content. It will have some content that changes based on different things, right? That changes based on different things. So let us try to see how we can do that. Okay, let us try to see how we can do that. So suppose we want to provide the current time inside this index.html page. So we can say this is the homepage of our website, and the time right now is, and I want to somehow provide the time over here. I want to somehow provide the time over here. Now, can I put dynamic time in an HTML page? Is there any HTML tag that gives me the time? Not really, right? I can add JavaScript to this, and via the JavaScript, I can put the time. But suppose I want this time to be inside this HTML itself. Suppose I want this time to be right inside this HTML. So I don't really have anything. I don't really have a way of doing that. Now this is where the Django templates come into play. This is where the Django templates come into play. So what I'm going to do is, instead of rendering this index.html using this template view, instead of rendering it like this, I'm going to once again do the thing that we were doing earlier. Right? I will go to views.py and I will create a function def index page. Right? And this will accept a request. Right? And inside this, I'm going to render a template. I'm going to render and I'm going to provide the request. So render function requires three things. It provides request, it requires template name, and then there are some optional parameters. So you can provide a context, you can provide a content type, you can provide a status, you can provide a user. Right? So I'll put the request set, I'll put the template name. What is the template name? It is index.html. Right? And basically, let me put some context over here. Now, this context is going to be a dictionary. Okay, this context is going to be a dictionary, a Python dictionary. Right? So let us currently put the empty dictionary over here, and let us just return this thing. Just give me a second. Return this thing. Right? So we have created this index page function inside views.py. Now, instead of using template.asView, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the views from .import views, and inside this I'm going to give this thing views.indexPage. All right. So this will behave almost exactly the same way. In fact, this function over here, template view.asView, this function will take this template name. It will create a function like this on the fly, and it will provide this over here. That is exactly what this does. All right. So internally, this function works the same way as this function. All right. So let me quickly save this and let me reload our website. So let me reload our website, and we see that it's the same, right? Nothing has changed. I've basically just added this line. The time right now is this. Okay, I've just basically added this line over here. Cool. Now back in this inside.html, I can ask for a variable. So I can say something like, okay, give me the variable, the current date. Right? So I am asking Django to replace this content with the variable that I will provide in the context. Okay, I'm asking Django to replace this with the variable I'm going to provide in the context. Right? So let me inside over here. Notice in the context I'm not providing anything right now. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to provide this variable cur date. Right? And let me give it a random value, something like some date over here. Right? Some date over here. So now if I reload this, I see that this some date has been replaced. The time right now, this current date inside the source code, this current date has been replaced by some date. Okay, is that here? So basically, we are rendering a template with some context. We're providing it some context. Okay. Now this context can be dynamic. So instead of giving it some date, I can totally come over here. I can come over here from date time, import date time, right? And I can do perhaps something like date time dot now, date time dot now, right? And I can convert this into a string perhaps. If I do this, basically this current date, this value of this current date will change every time I reload the page. Right? Every time I reload the page. Now you see that my website is no longer static. Every time I reload the page, new content is being rendered. Right? The time is changing again and again. Is that clear? Basically, we have a very simple static website itself. We have not added any JavaScript. We are not doing anything fancy. We kind of have a static website, but it can have dynamic content as well. The dynamic content will be supplied when we actually make the request. Right? When the request is being rendered, that is when the dynamic content will be supplied in the context variable. Is this clear? Yes. Perfect. Let us quickly wait over here. Let us see if we have any questions. Adding blocks and their execution is handled by HTML or Django framework. That's a very good question, Rohit. So whenever we provide this, this is a Django template. The Django engine is first of all going to read this. Right? The Django engine is first of all going to read this. It is going to do a few things. So let me basically create a new Scratch file over here. Let me insert. Interesting. Let me create a new file. Index copy. Okay, and I'm going to show you what is really going to happen. Right? I'm going to show you what is really going to happen. So what Django will do is it will go to this index.html page. It will see this content. Right? It will see this content. It will read the first line. It will say extends base.html. Right? So it will open base.html. It will copy everything and it will paste everything over here. Right? It will paste everything in its temporary value. Then it is going to say, okay, block page body, replace this block by this content. Replace this block by this content. So it is going to come over here. It is going to replace this by this content. Then it's going to say, okay, block title, replace it by this value. So it is going to go to block title. It is going to replace it by this value. Right? Then it's going to say block extra styles, replace it by this. So it is going to go to block extra styles. It will replace it by this. Perfect. Now this is the HTML file. Right? This is the HTML file over here. Right? Notice that this HTML file still has some Django syntax. This Django syntax is this. Right? This Django syntax is this. So now when I try to render this, it will say that, okay, take this index.html file and provide it this context. So Django once again is going to say, okay, cur date is a variable I have. So let me replace this value with the whatever this value says, right? Whatever this value says. So it will actually replace this with the time. So the actual time here, right? And when this is done, I have a very simple static HTML file. I have a plain old HTML file. Django will send this HTML file to the browser and the browser will render this HTML file. So the browser does not know anything about all these things. It does not know about what base.html is. It does not know what the current date is. It does not know what these blocks are. The browser is a plain HTML file. It is Django that is changing the HTML file, creating new files for us on the go. All right. Perfect. So what is static int? We don't have any static ints in Python. We don't have anything like static ints in Python. Some real life examples of dynamic websites. Well, Pranay, I am pretty sure that any website you go to, I mean, there's a 90% chance that it is dynamic. Right? You don't really come across static websites nowadays. It was back in the 1990s, back in 1995, that you could actually see static websites. But now every website has some sort of a social login. It has some sort of a comment section. It has something that makes it dynamic. All right. So static websites are usually, I mean, you won't see them around anytime. Perfect. Pranay is asking, and def index page. So Pranay is asking, and def index page. So this particular thing is a function. So while calling in template, it should be like view.index page or view.index page. Good question. Perfect. So basically, let us go to this urls.py and let us see over here. Inside this urls.py, I am saying if someone comes to this page, if someone comes to the empty URL, then I'm going to provide it a function. Right? I'm going to provide it a function. Now I'm going to provide the function name. Right? Inside this, basically this function, the path function, It expects a string and then it expects a function. It does not expect a result. It expects a function itself. So what I'm doing is I'm sending this index page function. I'm sending this entire function to this path function. Right? I'm saying that whenever someone comes to this request, please call this function for me. If I instead call this function right now, that would be saying, okay, call this function, that will return me something. And then I will say, okay, whenever someone comes to this particular page, then do this for me. Right? Then basically render the same thing for me. That is not going to work. I want Django to call this function again and again. So I'm going to provide the function name directly. Right? So I'm not going to do something like brackets over here. And one thing that you can notice is you can't really put brackets over here because this index page requires a parameter called request. And you don't really have any request to supply it. Right? The request will be supplied by Django. When a person tries to load a URL, a request will be generated. Right? So that request must be supplied over here. You don't really have that request. So you're going to just supply the function over here. And Django will fill in the request by calling this function. Perfect. So Raghav is saying it is basically a function pointer. Kind of. We don't really talk about function pointers in Python. In Python, functions itself are first-class objects. Right? So just like you have objects, if objects, for example, one is an int object. Right? Just like that, in Python, this index page is also an object. So this index page equals to an object of the function class. It is an object of the function class. So I mean, we can talk about this when we talk about meta programming in Python. But for now, just understand that we don't really have something like function pointers in Python. Under the hood, in the Python interpreter, it is implemented as function pointers. But Python does not really have any function pointers in it. Right? Perfect. So this was rendering the data. Now we can basically, so let me remove this index copy file. This was just for demonstration purposes. All right. Now in the index.html, I can come over here and I can render the time. And notice that every time I reload this page, the time changes. Right? Perfect. Now let us say I want to provide some other variables. Right? So I can come over here and I can provide anything else. Right? I can come and provide anything else. So I can say, let me just remove this clutter from here. The time right now is this. And basically, let me say, these are the tasks that we have. Right? And I can come over here and I can render a variable called tasks. Right? So basically, I'm saying that, okay, take this variable tasks and put this over here. Right? Put this over here. So in the views.py, I also have to supply a variable called tasks. So let us create a tasks. Right? Let us say current tasks. Let us create a simple Python list. Inside this Python list, I will provide some to-do tasks that I have. Right? So something like perhaps create a Django project, simple Django project. Right? Another task could be learn about the various template functions Django provides. Right? Something could be, okay, basically learn how to deploy the project, right? And so on and so forth. And inside the task value, I can simply provide it this particular variable, current tasks. Okay? So basically, this current tasks will be placed over here. Now let me come over here and try to reload this. When I reload this, I see this thing. The tasks that we have are all these different values. Now this does not look right? Why would I want to print something like a Python list in HTML? I don't want this to happen. Right? Instead, I want a nice HTML list to be displayed over here. Yes, do you guys agree? I would like a nice HTML list to be displayed over here. For that, there are several other things. That Django provides. So let me first of all give you a URL. So this is the URL over here. I'm also going to paste it in the chat. And I'm also going to put it in the video description. All right, so this is the URL. Basically, in this URL, we have several things that Django provides that you can use in the template. So we have things like autoscape. We have block that we have already seen. We can paste comments. We can paste CRSRF token. A lot of different things. Right? Coming down, we can see that we have something called we have extends. Right? So we already saw this extends page.html. Right? We have filter. We have first off. We have follow. Right? This is what we are going to use. So inside the template, we can provide a follow. and Django is going to run that for loop for us and replace it with HTML. Right? So this is the syntax. This is the syntax for it. So let me quickly go over here and let me quickly show you how to do that. So I'm going to go back to PyCharm. Right? Now, basically, this tasks, I know that I will be provided a list of values over here. I know that I will be provided a list of values over here. Right? So I want to render those values. So I want Django to first of all loop over here. Right? So I want to create a list. So I want to suppose create an unordered list. Right? I want to create an unordered list. Inside this unordered list, for every task that I have, I want to create a list item. And inside this list item, that task should be there. Right? This is what I want. So basically, this is what I want. All right. Now, these tasks are inside this tasks variable that I will be passed in the context. So I need to loop over this tasks variable. Right? I need to loop over this task variable. To do that, I can come over here and say, I can open this tag and I can say for something, right? For task in tasks. Right? So this is how we loop in Python. I can do this something like this, right? For tasks and tasks. Then I can come over here and I can start this li tag and I can provide the value. I can provide the task over here. Okay. And then I can end for. So I can come over here and I can end for. Right. So what this is going to do is basically for every value in this tasks list, it is going to create a li tag for us. Right. That is what it's going to do. So let me just save this and let me just reload this page. Okay. Let me just reload this page. So if I reload this now, we see that these are the current tasks that we have, and we see these tasks over here at the top. Okay, we are seeing these tasks over here at the top. Now I'm not really sure why the reason for that is, but okay, it is just pushing the UL objects to the top. All right, so to fix that, perhaps I can come over here and I can provide a paragraph. So I can provide a div over here, and let me close this div and over here. So I'm just going to do some HTML formatting now, just to make sure that we have the things showing up correctly. Right. So this is it. Let me try to reload the page. And now our tasks show up over here. Right. We see that the tasks are replaced, right? Create a simple Django project, learn about various templates, learn how to deploy the project, and so on and so forth. Is that clear, guys? So basically, we have taken this value, current tasks, and we have rendered the tasks one by one using a for loop inside Django. Okay. So now we have a static list over here. Right? Currently, we have a static list over here. This is not what we want, right? We want people to be able to add tasks to it, remove tasks from it. We want to save that task in a database and so many things. So in tomorrow's class, we are going to actually see how we will save these tasks inside a database and how we will get those tasks back from the database. All right, do that. Django provides a thing called Django models. Right? Django provides an ORM. So it provides something called Django ORM. ORM stands for Object Relational Mapper. All right. So basically, when we are dealing with relational databases, like SQL databases, then instead of having to write SQL on our own, we can just work with simple Python objects. And the Django ORM will take care of writing the SQL for us. Right? We just interact with Python objects, Django will write the SQL for us. So tomorrow we will see how to do this. Right? How to make sure that these tasks are not coming from this list, but they are coming from the DB. All right. Perfect. Okay. Chirag is asking, let us quickly see what questions we have. Chirag is asking, so what is the difference between this thing, double curly brace variable name, and this thing? Right. So basically this percentage sign that we have, this is used when you're going to display one of these tags. Right? When you're going to render one of these tags. So tags like first off, tags like if else, tags like this for loop. All right. So tags like this if else. So for the tags that Django provides, for the functionalities, for the templating functionalities that Django provides, you will have this syntax. You will have the open curly brace followed by this percent sign. Right? On the other hand, if you just want to render a variable, then you will have just this double bracket syntax. Right? Perfect. Pranay is asking, will we be using Oracle database also? No, Pranay. So we will stay away from Oracle database. It is a proprietary database. We will be using completely open source technology. So we will be working with, first of all, we will be working with SQLite. Right? First of all, we will be working with SQLite. SQLite is basically a SQL-like engine that Python provides out of the box. Right? It does not provide all the functionality of SQL. It does not provide a nice database. It just saves files. It just saves the contents to a single file. Right? So initially we will be using the SQLite database, but going forward we will actually be installing Postgres on our systems and we'll be using the Postgres database. Right? Cool. So this is it for today's class. Tomorrow, once again, we are going to take these current tasks and we are going to actually load it from the database and we are going to see how to save it inside the database. Right? And we are also going to see things like Django admin. So Django provides a lot of functionality out of the box. Right? And when we actually create these database things, we will notice that to create the forms, right, to create a lot of user interaction, we don't have to write any code. Django will automatically write that code for us. Right? And we will see how that works in the next classes. Perfect. Let's see quickly if we have any other questions. Raghav is asking, is this Jinja templating? So no, Raghav. So you can totally use Jinja templating, right? Django supports multiple templating engines. You can put any templating engine that you want. Currently, this engine, this templating syntax, this looks a lot like Jinja, but this is not Jinja. This is the Django template engine. Right? This is the Django template engine. You can replace it with Jinja. So if I go to settings.py, if I go to the project settings.py, let me quickly see template. Right? So inside this template, I'm currently seeing a variable called backend. In the backend, I have django.template.backends.django.django templates. So currently, this is the template that is being used. I can replace it with a Jinja template engine. Right? That is totally on me. Okay. Perfect. Any further questions? Jay is asking, why not MySQL 8? So once again, MySQL is not really open source. I mean, it's not really public. So it has some license issues, which is why I just don't want to use MySQL. Postgres is completely public. It is completely open source, and it is much better than MySQL, right? So let us go with Postgres. I mean, whenever you actually work on a large scale project, you will actually be working with Postgres, right? Or most of the companies, they use Postgres. So let us actually work with something that we can use in real life. Right? Let us not work with toy things. Okay, perfect. Rohit is saying not much into HTML, CSS, so we have to mug up HTML, CSS too. Well, Rohit, that is a truth, right? If you are going to be a software engineer, you will eventually end up having to deal with HTML and CSS. Doesn't really matter in what field you are working in. Right? You could be a backend developer, you could be a front-end developer, you could be working with microprocessors, right? And you might still have to deal with a little bit of HTML and CSS because everything in the world, right? Everything on the internet, everything in the world, they use some sort of HTML and CSS to render out things, right? So don't take it as a bad thing that, yeah, मेरे को तो सीखनी पड़ेगी. Don't take it as that. Just try to learn HTML, CSS. It is fun and it provides you with a lot of power. You don't have to do it right now. Right? You don't have to understand all of HTML and CSS right now. So basically, what we did, this was pretty simple. Right? This was pretty simple. Just try to learn this for now. Okay, and as we move on, you will be learning more skills about HTML and CSS that will improve your skill set. That will basically improve your capabilities. All right, perfect. It doesn't seem that we have any further questions. In this case, let us end the lecture. Once again, tomorrow, same time, 6:30 to 7:30, and we'll be looking at how to load these things from the database. Perfect. So I hope you enjoyed the class today. Bye-bye. All right, we are back, everyone. Hello. Cool. So today we are going to finally look at Django models, right? So let me quickly share my screen. Right. So we are over here at GitHub, the repository for this particular lecture series. So that is github.com, Scalar Academy, Introduction to Django. Right now over here, you will find all the lecture notes, the links to the videos for all the lectures that have happened so far. In yesterday's lecture, so this is the code for yesterday's lecture, we created several views. Right. One of the views that we created was on the index page, and on the index page, we tried to display what tasks we currently have available. Right. For that, we did something like this. So in this particular function, this handles the request. We render the index.html template with the context. In the context, we provide the tasks as current tasks. And this current tasks is coming from currently a Python list, a simple Python list. Right? And we said that, okay, it is fine to load it right now from a simple Python list. But going forward, the user might want to enter this tasks, right? So we might want to save this in a database. So today we are going to look at how to do that. Perfect. So let me, first of all, let us start by creating a new repository for today's lecture. So I'm going to go to into Django, and let me quickly create a new lecture repository, lecture 3 to do project 2. All right. And I will also go inside this lecture 3 to do project 2. Perfect. Now, the first thing that we are going to do is, once again, we are going to create a virtual environment. Right? Let us create a virtual environment very quickly. Virtual env -p user bin Python 3, right? And we will name it venv. So it will create the virtual environment. Let us activate this source venv bin activate. So the virtual environment has been activated. We see that in the prompt over here, and we can also do which Python to see that yes, the Python that we are currently working with is inside this virtual environment. So let us quickly go ahead and install Django inside this. Pip install Django. If I spell it correctly. So it will download Django and install it. And now we can use Django admin. We can use Django admin now to create a project. So we can say start project. And we can give it a name. So let us name this to do project day 2. Right. And we can give it a folder. So the folder will be the current folder. Right. And we can list the directory. So we have created this manage.py. We have created this folder to do project day 2 and the virtual environment. Perfect. Now let us quickly open this in our IDE. So let us open Python. So we are using the Python community version. Let us quickly open Python and open this project in there. So I'm going to go to my lecture 3 to do project 2, and inside this to do project 2, I see that yes, my manage.py is here. So I will select this folder and I will open it. Perfect. So once this is open, it will take some time to index stuff. Once it is done with that, it has detected that this is my virtual environment. If it has not detected the virtual environment, please make sure that you configure a Python interpreter yourself. All right. Perfect. Now in this, we have this familiar manage.py, and we have this empty project that we have not done anything in so far. So what's the first thing that we should do? Let us quickly come over here and let us create a new application. So let us say Python manage.py and start app. And the name of the app, we can choose as something like tasks. Let us create a new Django application inside this. And the moment we do that, something new happens. So inside this, a folder has been created with all these familiar files: admin, apps, models, tests, views, and migrations. Perfect. So this is the basic setup. Now, there's one more thing that I would like to do. I would quickly like to add the run configuration once again. So I will go to the run configuration. If you're not familiar with this, we covered this yesterday. So I'm just going to follow the steps today. And so I'm going to mark the module as manage.py, and I'm going to provide the parameters as run server. Perfect. Run server. I'm going to click apply and OK. So this will give me this nice green button over here to start and stop the application. All right. Perfect. Now let us quickly see what. So in the views, yesterday we wrote the views over here, and we loaded the data from a Python list. Now we want to load the data from a database. So first of all, what we have to do is we have to configure a database, right? Now Django, when you start a new project with Django, it comes pre-configured with a local database called SQLite 3, right? SQLite 3. Now SQLite 3, as we discussed, basically SQLite 3, it is a SQLite database, but it is a smaller version of it. It has much smaller capabilities, much lesser capabilities of what most SQL databases can. Right? So for example, it simply works with one file. Right? It does not actually store it in a B tree-like structure. It will store this in a single file. Right? So let us quickly see what the configuration is. So if we go to do project 2, in the project day 2, if you go to settings.py, then let us quickly search for database. In the database, we can see that yes, the current database engine is configured as SQLite 3, and the name of the file has also been given to us. So it is said base dir db.sqlite 3. Right? So currently in this base dir, I do not really see any db.sqlite 3 file. Let's not worry. So if I run the project, since the file is not there, it will automatically be created. Right? So if I can stop now, so notice that this db.sqlite 3 has just been created. All right, perfect, cool. So Let us quickly see if we have any questions. Pranay is asking, do we have to install this virtual environment every time? So no, Pranay. Usually when you will be working on a project, you will be working on the same project. Right now, for the purpose of this lecture, I am keeping each day's code separate. Right? So instead of working with yesterday's code, I'm working with a new code inside the lecture 3 folder. And since I'm working with new code, I will have to set up a virtual environment. You can totally continue working with the previous code. And in that case, you don't have to set up a virtual environment. All right, you can just use the previous virtual environment that you had created. Perfect. Cool. So now we know that yes, our database that is currently being used is this SQLite 3 database. Now, this is not really good, especially for production purposes. This is just something that we can use for development tasks. Like even for development tasks, going forward, we would like to install a proper database, something like PostgreSQL on our computers, right? But for now, let us just quickly go ahead with this. Okay. Now, before we dive into all the models and stuff, let me quickly show you how to work with SQLite 3 database. So for that, we will have to once again go inside a terminal, right? And we will have to enter a command like SQLite 3. Now, if this is not installed on your system, you can very simply install it by, so I can exit SQLite 3, and if you want to install it, you can install it by doing sudo apt-get install SQLite, all right? And if you hit enter over here, that will install SQLite 3 on your system. Perfect. Now, once again, I can enter the SQLite 3 thing. And currently, you notice that I have not really opened any file. I have just opened the SQLite 3 command as it is. So let me quickly close this once again. Now, since my file is db.sqlite3, I can open this file in SQLite. Right? So I can say SQLite 3 and I can open db.sqlite. Notice that I will have to provide SQLite 3 over here. If I just provide SQLite, this might not work. So if I hit enter, the SQLite prompt has appeared. Now we can see what tables are there in our database. So if I do .schema and I hit enter, it shows me nothing, right? Because the database is currently empty. This database file is currently empty. So to exit this, I have to press Control D, right? Unlike most softwares in which I press Control C to exit, I will have to press Control D to exit, right? And if we actually look at this file, this db.sqlite3, cat db.sqlite3, we see that this file is currently empty, right? So of course, SQLite3 did not find any schemas inside there. Perfect. So we have a very simple empty database setup. Now let us try to create some models. All right. Perfect. Dhruv is asking, can you please explain SQLite again? So Dhruv, SQLite is a very simple database. It's a toy database that we are going to use for the development purposes, right? For now. Now to work with SQLite, so Django, whenever you create an application in Django, it comes pre-configured with the SQLite 3 database. Right? And by default, it is going to use this db.sqlite3 file inside your project folder. Now, if you want to see SQLite, if you want to interact with this database, if you want to open this database and check what things are over there, if you want to run custom SQL commands inside this, you can, in your terminal, you can load this file. Right? You can say SQLite3, which will open the SQLite shell, and you can tell it, hey, please open this db.sqlite3 file for me. So this will give you the SQLite 3 shell inside this database. And then you can run SQLite commands. Right? So you can do something like schema, hit enter, and that will give you the current schema. Now currently our DB file is empty, so there's no schema. Right? As we add stuff inside the database, you will see the schema starts to appear. Once again, to quit this SQLite prompt, I have to press Control D. All right. Perfect. So let us move on from here. So what we are going to do is, instead of working with the views.py today, we are going to work with this file models.py. Right? And let us quickly see what it says over here. It says from Django.db import models. So it is importing something for us. And then it has a nice comment over here saying create your models over here. All right. Now, as we said, we will be dealing with an object ORM. Right? This stands for Object Relation Mapper. Right? Relation mapper. So basically, this is something that takes your Python objects and stores them as database tables and rows. Right? Basically, an ORM is a mapping between your language's objects and the database's objects. All right. Now, basically, whenever you create whenever you create a row, that row has to live in some table. Right? Whenever you want to create a database row, that row has to live in some table. And the table, the way tables are represented in this Python code will be called models. So we will be creating models for tables. Okay, so let us quickly see an example. Let us quickly see an example. So we want to create a to-do project, right? So let us first of all try to think of what all things we would like to have. So suppose that we are defining a very simple Python class over here. Let's not worry about the database. Let's just say that we are defining something like a Python class over here, and let us call this class as task. Right? So we want to create a task of Python, right? And we might want to have several things over here. So we might want to have a name, right? So we might want to have a name like, okay, this is the task name, right? Or actually not over here. We can do something like this. So I can have it under init, and inside this I can accept several things. So name, right? And I can do self.name equals to name. What else things I might want to accept for a task? I might say that a task has a particular user. I might say that a task has a particular deadline, perhaps, and this deadline could be a date time. Right? I could have several things over here. Right? I could have several things over here. So self.deadline equals to deadline. Right? Now, currently, if I create this Python class, then this Python class, any object that I create of this class, it will remain in the Python memory. Right? It will not be working with the database. So instead of creating a normal Python class like this, I am going to create a child. I'm going to inherit from a model class that Django provides us. Right? So instead of this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a task and I'm going to do inheritance. Right? So basically, if I want to inherit from a particular class, then this is how we write it in Python. So I want to inherit from models.model file. All right. So basically, what I've said over here is take this particular class and create a child class, right? Inherit the task class from this class. So now we can provide the different fields, the different columns in this. So this basically, what will happen is the database will automatically create. So once we run this code, in the database, a table named task will be created. Right? A table named task will be created. Now we can specify the columns of that table, and the columns will be specified as the attributes, as the fields of my class. So I can come over here and I can say something like the content equals to, and I want to provide a textual column. I want to provide some sort of a textual column over here. Now, in Python, I can use a simple string. Right? I can use a very simple string in Python. So I could say content is of type string. But that doesn't work in database, right? Database has several types of strings. In database, you could have a character field, which has a particular length. You could have a text field. Right? You could have several other things in a database. Right? So we want to somehow tell the database that this content will have a particular type. For example, this content will be a text field. Right? So to do that, Django provides us several fields. Django provides us a very nice descriptor protocol. So we can come over here and do models.text field. Text field. Right? And this will create a column named content inside a table named task. All right. So do you guys see the mapping over here? This will create a table. So this class will map to a table, and this field will map to a column in the table. Right? Now, the mapping is much more than this, but let us start simply with this. Let us quickly pause over here and see if we have any questions. Vidhan is asking, what is the role of mapping? So Vidhan, the role of mapping is just to make sure that we don't have to switch every now and then between the SQL code and the Python code. Right? Instead of having to write SQL by hand every time we want to interact with the database, we want to just work with Python, right? We like Python. So instead of working with SQL, if we can just interact with the Python objects, that will be great. And an ORM, an object relational mapper, that gives us that fluidity, that gives us that ability to just work with Python objects, and internally it will convert your interactions to SQL queries. All right. Perfect. All right. So we could come over here and define several other fields in the tasks. But if you are familiar with low-level design, then you might know that this is perhaps not the best way of starting to create a database schema. Right? To create a database schema, you always start with what? Can someone answer that question? If you're creating a new application, what is the first thing that you should start with? You should always start with the requirements. Right? So let us quickly define some requirements over here for us. Okay. So suppose that we have requirements that look like that a user can add tasks, right? So a user can add tasks. All right. Then I can have a requirement like a task can be tagged with one or more tags. Right? So for example, you are creating a task, and the task would be something like buy milk. Now, for this particular task, you could tag it with a shopping tag, because this relates to the shopping that you want to do. Right? Perhaps you have a task in which you have to take an interview of some person. So you could tag that task with a work task, because this is related to your workspace, right? And so on and so forth. So this is one requirement that we have. Another requirement could be that you can search for tasks. You can search for tasks, right, by the content, or by a particular tab, or by a tag. Right? Let us have something like tasks can have an urgency, right, and an importance. Right? We can have several requirements over here, right? And perhaps we can have some status. So tasks can have a status. So this status can be either the task is pending, or the task is completed, or perhaps the task has been dropped. Right? So we don't longer feel that this task is important, so we can drop the task as well. Right? So let us work with these simple requirements. As we move on, we will be expanding these requirements. Right? Towards the end, we will have a large set of requirements, and we will be implementing it through and through. All right. But for now, let us just work with these simple requirements. Okay. Now, in these requirements, what do we have to do? Once we have the requirements collected, how do we decide? What tables should we make in our database, and what the fields of those tables should be? So the trick over here is to detect the nouns. Over here. Right? So detect nouns. They will usually become entities or models, right? And basically any attribute, detect attributes and relationships. Right? This is what we are going to do. All right. So inside this, we can see one noun over here, task. Right. So which is why we have created this class called task. Right. Is there any other noun that we see? Over here? Well, tag is a noun. Right? Tag is a noun. So we should create a class called tag as well. And this will also inherit from models.model. Right? So basically, we have two tables in our database. One is called task, and the other is called tag. All right. So let us quickly think of what attributes a task will have, what things a task will have. We can talk about the attributes. We can also talk about the relationships the task will have. All right. So the task can perhaps have a deadline. So I can have a deadline over here. So this will be models.datetime field. All right. I can have perhaps a created at. This will be once again models.datetime field. I can have something like completed at. So if the task has been completed, I can have completed at models.datetime field. Right. What else would I have? So this seems enough for now. Maybe I can have a status. Right? I could. So Vidhan is saying the code is not properly visible. Is the code visible, guys? Are you guys having issues by seeing the code? No. Okay. Well, the description. So Raghav is saying we can have probably description over here. The description is somehow captioned in the content. Right. So when I create a task, I will be providing some content to that task, and that will basically serve the purpose of the description. All right. Perfect. So this seems like good enough attributes for the task right now. Let us create some attributes for the tag. So what should a tag have? A tag will probably have a name. Now this name, so earlier for a task, we had a content. Right? Earlier for task, we had content. This content was a text field. Right? We could add as much text as we wanted in it. But perhaps the name is not going to be that large. Right? I do not want to use a text field over here. I can perhaps use a shorter name. Right? I can use a character field perhaps. So models.character field. Right? And in this, I can provide a maximum length. So I'm saying that any tag can have a maximum length of 255 in their names. All right. What is a noun over here? A noun is just a noun, right? A noun, I mean the English meaning of the word noun. Which over here, this user is a noun. Over here. Right, let me just mark this. Then task is a noun over here. right? Then tag is a noun over here. Okay, so these are the three nouns that we have. Perfect. So let us say that this is what we currently have. So we have talked about the attributes. We have talked about the attributes, but we also have to talk about relationships. We also have to talk about relationships between these two tables. So what is the relationship between these two tables? Let us quickly look at the requirements. The requirement says that a task can be tagged with one or more tags. Yes, so basically a task can have one or more tags. So one task can have one or more tags. What about the other way around? What about the other way around? If I have a tag like shopping, how many tasks can it be related to? If I have a tag like shopping, so one tag like shopping, can this be related to multiple tasks? Well, certainly, right? I can have multiple tasks inside the shopping tag. So this can also have multiple tasks related to it. So the relation that we see between this task and a tag is a many to many relationship. All right. Now to specify that in Django, what we have is we have a many to many field. Right? Just like we have a text field, date time field, character field, we also have a many to many field. So inside the task class, I can come over here and define tags equals to models dot many to many field. Right? And inside the many to many field, I have to provide it what thing I'm related to. Right? So I am currently related to the tag class. Right? I want to relate this to the tag class. Now we see that we are getting an unresolved reference tag over here. The reason is because this tag class is defined after this task class. Right? So over here, this tag does not exist yet. So if I just move this class definition up, then this will work. Right? This will now work. Perfect. So let us say that this is currently what we have. I hope that this makes sense to you guys. We have a table called tag. In this, we have a column called name. All right. We have a table called task. In this, we have content, we have deadline, we have created at, completed at, and we have tags. Now, let us quickly see how this will be represented in the database. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some magic. Do not really worry about what magic I'm doing right now. I will explain that later. Okay. But let us do some magic and let us try to interact with the database. So let me quickly come over here and let me say Python manage.py, make migrations. And interesting. So just give me a moment. I will have to do something else as well. So let me go to settings and in the installed apps, let me write this name. So I can have tasks.apps.tasks config. Oh, tasks config. Perfect. Now if I try to run this, just give me a moment. Interesting. It is saying that tasks. Okay, so I have forgot the comma over here. Right, let me just run this again. So don't worry about what I'm doing right now. Just completely ignore that. Python. All right, so Python manage.py migrate. Right, perfect. Now I have done some magic. Don't worry about what I have done right now. What we are going to do is we are going to quickly look at the database again. So I have basically I have created the database. I have created the schemas in the database. Now to look at the database, let me quickly open my terminal once again. So I'm going to open this db.sqlite3 file in the database. Right. So let me do SQLite3 and let me open db.sqlite3. Right. Now once again, I can list the tables by doing dot tables. And if I press enter now, we see that several tables have appeared in our database. So we have some tables that we have no idea about. Things like auth group permissions, auth permission, user groups, Django admin log, all these weird things. We have no idea what these are. Let's not worry about these. The three tables that we are concerned about right now are these tables: tasks tag, tasks task, and tasks task tag. All right. So this feels like a mouthful. So what is happening over here is how has Django created these tables? Let us quickly see that. So let us look at the name of our application inside the to-do project. So we are inside the to-do project database. The name of our application is tasks. So any table, any table, any model that we define inside this application will have its name beginning with tasks underscore. Right? So all these three tables, they will have their name starting with tasks underscore. After that, there will be the name of the model. Right? So inside tasks, we have this model called tag. So we have a table called tag. Similarly, we have a model called task. So we have a table called task. But what about this third table? Task tags. What about this third table? Where did this come from? We don't really have any such model over here. Well, this is required because we want to store this relationship. This is because we want to store this relationship. Now, basically, whenever you have a one-to-one relationship, one-to-one relationship in your entities, then that will be represented as a column in your tables. Right? Similarly, if you have a one-to-many relationship, one-to-many relationship, or a many-to-one relationship, many-to-one relationship, then this will also be represented as a column inside your tables. But when you have a many-to-many relationship, then you will have to create a new table. Create a new table for this. Right? However, we don't have to worry about that really. Django will handle that automatically for us. All right, Django will handle that automatically for us. Now let us quickly see and look at the schemas of these three tables. So I'm going to do dot schema and I'm going to give it the table name. So tasks tag. Right? So I'm going to hit enter. And this is what the schema looks like. So the schema for this table is create table if not exists. This is the name of the table. Then there's an ID. There's an ID which is a primary key. It is an auto incrementing field. All right. Did we specify this anywhere in the tag? We did not specify the ID anywhere, right? Well, Django provides this out of the box. Whenever we have a model, it will automatically provide a field for us called the ID field. Right? And it will automatically make it the primary key. It will automatically make it an integer and it will automatically make it auto increment. We can override this. We can totally override this. We can choose our own primary key. But by default, if we don't specify anything, Django will be nice enough to provide an automatic ID field for us. Right? After that, we see another column. We see the name column. Right? So the name column is something that we are familiar with. And we see that, yes, it's a char field of size 255. So it's a var char of size 255. And it is not null. So currently, this not null is coming because of a default value, which we will explain later. All right. So this is the schema for this tag class or for this tag table. Now let us look at the other table, the task table. Let us look at the schema for that. So the name of the table is tasks task. All right. So let us quickly look at that. This has a larger schema. Once again, we have this familiar ID which Django has provided us with. We have the content. We have the content, which is a text field. Notice that this is no longer a var char field. This is a text field. Okay. We have a deadline, which is a date time field. Right? So we have a deadline over here, which is date time. We have a created at, which is date time. And we have a completed at, which is date time. We also had tags over here, right? We also had tags over here. This was a relationship. This was not a field. This was not an attribute. And notice that this tags does not appear anywhere in this particular table. Right? And the reason is that it is modeled inside a different table. Right? Now let us quickly see the last table, tasks, task, tag. And let us look at the schema for that. This table, tags, my bad. This table has the following schema. It says that, first of all, just give me a second. Let me clear the screen and let me do this again. So first of all, it is going to provide an identity, right? Once again, the familiar ID. It is going to provide a task ID, which is a foreign key to this table. Right? So basically, a new table will be created. So a new table called tasks or task tags will be created. And in this table, we will have several columns. So we will have an ID. After that, we will have a task ID. And then we will have a tag ID. All right, tag ID. Now, task ID will be a foreign key to the tasks table, and tag ID will be a foreign key to the tag table. Right? And basically, this is how the relationship is modeled. Is that clear, guys? Apart from that, I'm ensuring over here by a constraint that this particular thing has to be unique. The entry for a particular task ID and a tag ID, this should not be duplicated in my table. Right? And that basically is done by creating a unique index over here on task ID and tag ID. All right. Perfect. So I hope that the way Django created these tables is clear to everyone. So these were the two models that we created. So for each of the model, we got a table name. And for this final many-to-many relationship, we also got an additional table which look like this. Yes, let us quickly pause and see if we have any questions so far. It doesn't really seem like we have any questions. So guys, if you have any questions, feel free to post in the chat and we'll be looking at them. All right, cool. So Dhruv is asking, we also have task ID. So basically we have, so let us quickly once again look at this thing. So inside this, we have a task, right? We have a task. So basically this task ID over here, this task ID, right? In this task table, this is an integer and this references this inside this task table, it references the ID. Basically this task ID is a foreign key to task and inside this .id. Right? This task ID is a foreign key to this table's ID. Okay. Perfect. Vidhan is saying, sir, I did not understand anything. Well, Vidhan, if that is the case, then basically that is not, I'm not really sure how to answer that query. So if you do not understand anything, that's okay. Just try to rewatch this lecture again and just try to actually code while you're watching the lecture. Right? So basically take some time, pause the lecture, go back, actually set up the dev environment and actually do what we are doing. When you actually do that, you will see the things working and perhaps you will understand it better. All right. Cool. Pranay is asking, from where is the ID coming? It is not mentioned in the class. Yes, exactly, Pranay. So as we said, this ID is not mentioned anywhere in our class definition. Django by default. So Django provides an ID field to all model classes by default. And it makes the ID field an integer which auto increments and is the primary key. This is the default behavior. You can override this behavior. So you can override this. If you don't want the primary key to be an ID, you can set your own primary key and we will see how to do that later. All right. Perfect. Let us move on. Jasurya is asking, if you are dealing with normal SQL, how can we integrate SQL with Django? So Jasurya, Django provides you complete flexibility over what database backend you are using. You can also write raw SQL queries in Django, right? So let's not worry about that right now. I will give you, you will have to probably go to the Django tutorial to read all of that. There will be a lot of configuration involved over there, but that is possible. That is all I'm telling you, okay? That is possible in Django. However, you will have to, learn Django properly and do a lot of configuration. Jasurya is asking, is ORM the only way? No, Jasurya, once again, in Django, you can totally skip the ORM. So you can say that, all right, I am not going to create the models at all in Django. I will have the views and somehow, instead of loading the thing from our models, I will somehow write SQL queries and fetch the data myself from the database. Now that can happen if you're not using a database that is managed by Django. It could be the case that a database is sitting elsewhere. You have a cache that is between that, and you're taking the data from the cache. So if you want to set up something like that, you can totally set up that in Django. Basically in Django, all these things, the model, the view, and the controller, right? So all these things are completely separate from each other. They are decoupled from each other. You can, if you want model, if you want view, you can have them. But if you don't want models, you can just work with view and controller in Django, all right? Or decoupled. Perfect. Cool. So let us move on. Now let us say that we have this database created. Let me quickly create this. Let me try to add some objects to it. All right, let me try to add some objects to it. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start a Django shell. All right. Now Django provides this. So all of you are familiar with this Python shell, right? So if I just type Python over here and I hit enter, this will open this familiar Python shell for me. But in this Python shell, I don't really have any knowledge about the current project that I'm working on. Right? It does not have the projects imported. It does not have the configuration set. So instead of that, let me exit from this Python shell and let me run this command, python manage.py shell. If I run this, this will once again give me the same Python shell, but this shell will be pre-configured. basically this shell will have imported my project for me, and this will have the proper database setup for me. All right. So now what I can do is I can come over here and I can say from. So let me import this model. Right? Let me import this tag and task model over here. So how do I import that? I can say from. So this is my package name, tasks. Inside the package name, I have this module called models, and from these I want to import tag and task, or perhaps I can just import everything. Right? So I have imported both these classes, tag and task, and if I can have a look at it, so tag is a class that I have, and task is also a class that I have. All right. So once again, to do that, we entered Python manage.py shell that gave us a Django shell, which was pre-configured for this project. Then we went to our models module and we imported all the models, and we have these models. All right. Now let us quickly interact with these models. So the moment we have created these models, what Django is going to do is Django is going to write a lot of code for us. Right? Django is going to provide a free API for us. Django is going to create an API for us, a very rich API for us for free. Right? This API will allow us to interact with the database objects. This API will allow us to interact with the rows in the database. All right. So basically, what I can come over here and do is something like I can say something like I can have a tag. So let me create a shopping tag. I can say shopping equals to tag, name equals to shopping. Right. So I'm creating an instance of this class, of the tag class, and I'm providing it the field name as shopping, and I'm storing that object into the shopping variable. Right. So if I hit enter, I will have this shopping variable over here. Currently, when I try to print this, it says that okay, it is a tag object, and it doesn't really tell me anything else. Right. This is a very unhelpful output over here. Right? Let us look at what ID. This object has. So if I do shopping.id, I see nothing over here. Right? So it doesn't have any ID yet. If I do shopping.name, it has the name shopping. Well, why doesn't it have an ID yet? Well, let us look at the database. Okay, let us look at the database. So I'm going to create a new terminal. Over here. Inside this terminal, I'm going to open the database. So I'm going to do SQLite3, db.SQLite3, and I'm going to look at the contents of this table. So let me say select asterisk from the tag table. Right. So the table name was tasks tag. Right. And don't forget the semicolon at the end. You will have to put the semicolon and you hit enter. And currently it says that there is nothing in my table. Right. This table is empty. Even though I have created this variable, even though I have created this tag over here, my table is still empty. The reason is that this is currently only in the memory. This has not been saved to the database. All right. To save it to the database, I will have to do this object dot save. I will explicitly have to call this explicitly. Right? So I have to call dot save explicitly. So when I hit enter over here, let me go back to the database and let me try to select again. And now we see that a row has been created. In that row, I have two columns. First is the ID column. The next is the name column. The ID column has the value 1 and the name column has the value shopping. Is this clear? Yes. So let me go back to the code. And now if I see shopping.id, now it will actually have the ID because now it has been saved to the database. All right. Perfect. Jasuri is asking, so we can use the ORM with PostgreSQL? Yes. So Django provides you ORM backends for PostgreSQL, for MySQL, for Oracle DB, for SQLite, for all sorts of different things. Right? Django doesn't provide it out of the box, but Django also has external, you can find external packages that allow Django ORMs to interact with things like MongoDB or things like some other databases as well. So you can also talk to graph databases, right? So something like Neo4j, you can also talk to that. All right. Charan is asking, what is auto increment? So Charan, auto increment is a database thing. Basically, what we are saying is whenever something gets added to this table, please automatically create this ID for it. Right? I don't want to supply the ID because I don't know what IDs are currently in my database. I want you to keep a counter. I want the database to keep a counter of what all IDs, of how many rows are there in this particular table, right? Of what all IDs we have seen, and make sure that whenever a new row is inserted, it gets a unique ID. Right? So that is an auto increment key in a database. All right, Charan? If you're not clear with that, you can just Google auto increment database and you will be able to read more about it. Perfect. Moving on. So we see that we have something in the database and we can interact with the objects over here. Now, if I want to look at all the objects of the tag class, so I can come over here and I can say tag dot objects. Okay, I can do tag dot objects dot all. So if I do over there, that will create a query. That will run a SQL query for me. It will run a SQL query just like this. So select asterisk from task tag. In the backend, it will run this query for me and it will fetch this object for me. So it is saying that, okay, I have fetched one object for you. Similarly, I can do task.objects.all. And we see that, yes, it has run the query again and it did not find any objects because once again, we have not created any task object. All right. So the moment we create these models, Django will provide us all this rich API. So this API allows you to filter things. This API allows you to search for certain roles. This API allows you to create objects and work with objects. It provides a lot of interaction. All right. Now, we are not going to go into a lot of detail of that. If you want to learn more about the models, more about all these things, I'm going to give you some nice references. So I'm going to let me quickly open my browser over here. Just a moment. So this is the first link. I am also pasting this in the chat. It will also be available in the lecture notes. Right. So this is one of the pages. This gives you a brief introduction of what the models are and what fields you have. Right. So we talked about the character field. We talked about the date field. There are also other fields. You can specify foreign key. You can specify integer field. Right. There are all these different parameters that you can specify over there. We will be looking at some of these, but not all of these. Right. So we have text choices. We have character field. We have many different things. So we know how to set the primary key. Right. We can have verbose names for the fields and so on and so forth. We can specify many-to-one relationships, one-to-many relationships, many-to-many relationships, and so on. So if you want to learn more about this thing, you can totally go to this. If you want to further learn about models, so this still does not talk about everything. There's a different link. So let me paste the link over here in the chat once again. And this will also be available in the lecture notes. So the second link is this. If you go over here, you will see a lot more. So this is the reference. The previous one was the tutorial. This one is the reference. And over here, you will see all the different fields that are defined. Right? So you will be able to see all the different fields that are defined. You will be able to see all different things that you can do with models. All right. So this is the entire reference for the model section. Perfect. So this is basically the reference. If you want to learn more about this, please go to that link and study that. All right. Cool. Let me go back to the PyCharm thing. All right. Now let me quickly exit this Python. Shell, and let me also exit this from this SQLite shell. All right. Now let us suppose that I want to make a change to my model. So I want to perhaps do something like I want to create a status. Right. So our requirements say the task can have a status like pending, completed, and dropped. Right. So we want to provide a status over here, and let us say that this status is a character field. Models.character field. Right. So in this character field, we want to specify some value. So either this will be completed, or this will be pending, or this will be dropped. Right. Now we don't want a user to enter any value over here. We want to restrict the choices. Right. Must have restricted set of choices that can be entered over here. Right. So to specify that, what we can do is we can create a class called task status. And we can inherit this class from models.text choices. Right. And in this, we can define our, so this is basically an enumeration. And we can define our values over here. So we can say something like completed. And the syntax that we do is we basically give it two things. So this is something like CO, and then we provide it a verbose name, something like completed. Right. So this is a small name over here. This is the abbreviated name. This is what will be stored in the database, and this is the larger description for it. All right. We can come over here and we can say pending. So we can have the abbreviated name as PE, and we can have pending. All right. And finally, we can have something like dropped. So DR and dropped. Right. Now, when we want to say that this status We want to say that this status can only take any of these values. We want to specify that this status can only take any of these values. So let us quickly see how to specify that. So first of all, we are going to say choices equals to task status, right? So we have specified over here that task status or choices. So we have basically specified over here that the set of choices, the set of values this column can take will be coming from the choices that are available in this class. All right, so CO, PE, or DR. All right. Apart from that, we can perhaps provide a default value. Right? We can provide a default value. So whenever a new task is created, it is automatically set to pending. Right? So I can say task status dot pending. Right? Something like this. And I also know that, okay, all my tasks will only have 2 character names. So I don't perhaps want to store more than 2 characters in the database. So I can also specify the max length equals to 2. Does this make sense? So we have just added this. We have just added this to our database. Right? We have just created this new column for our database. Any questions till now? Any questions till now? Perfect. Now that we have this, notice that a lot of things can go wrong. A lot of things can go wrong. First of all, let me quickly go back and look at the schema once again. Right? Let me look at the tables once again. Right? In the tables, I have this task table, and let me look at the schema for the task table. In the schema, I currently don't have any column called status. Right? I currently don't have any column called status. So notice that this is not a relationship. This is a field. So this will be stored as a column. And I don't have any column called status. So basically what I have done is I have changed my database schema. Right? The moment I change my database schema, the previous database is completely invalid, right? This database that I have, this is kind of useless to me. Yes or no? So what should I do? So let me quickly write things over here. So whenever I change my database schema, something's happened, right? So my old DB is now invalid, is useless, right? So what should I do? I should create a new DB. Yes, no? Well, I could create a new DB, but this only works in the development mode, right? So imagine that I have actually deployed this application, and your application is living in the cloud, and you have 10,000 users who are using this. And each of these users, they have entered several tasks. Now, if you want to update your database, all the data, if you delete the database, if you create a new database, then all of that data will vanish, right? Because you're dropping all of that data. So basically what you have to do is you have to somehow move or basically re-enter the data in the new database, right? So currently we have only one row in our database. In the tag table, we have a row called shopping, but we might have tens of thousands of entries. We might have millions of entries. So re-entering the data in the new database is going to be a hefty task, right? This will be a hefty task, right? Also, I perhaps don't really know if all the users will be able to re-enter the data. I don't want the users to re-enter the data, right? Because I made a change in the backend. The user should not suffer. So I should basically be re-entering the data myself, right? I should basically be re-entering the data myself. So one thing I can do is I can drop this database. So approach one, if I can spell approach correctly. Approach one is to basically delete DB, create new DB, and enter data myself, right? But this is perhaps not a good approach. Well, I can do something else. I can perhaps write a script for it. I can perhaps write a script that looks at the previous DB, and copies the data to the new DB. Yes, can I do that? Yes. Basically, whenever I want to do something like this, whenever I want to change the database schema, I want to migrate. So this is called migration. I have to migrate the previous data. This is basically migrate the previous data to new DB. Right? This is what I have to do. Now, to do that migration, I can either do that migration myself, or I can write a migration script that looks at my previous DB and copies the data to the new DB. Does that make sense, guys? Yes. All right. So let us try to do something like that. Right? Let us try to do something like that. I will have to write a SQL script. That copies everything from the old database, creates new tables according to this, right? Creates new table according to this new schema, populates all the data, and for the new column that we have, status over here, it provides this default value called pending. Right? I have to write the script. But notice that whenever I change my database, whenever I change my schema, I have to write the script again and again. Right? That seems very tedious. Does that make sense? Writing the migration script seems very tedious. Well, notice one thing. I have the previous DB schema. Right? I can go and look at the previous database's schema. Also, I have the current models in Django. Yes. So I have these two pieces of data. Can I write a script? Write a script that looks at those two things, that automatically finds the differences and writes the migration script for me. Can I do something like this? Yes, no, guys? If I'm really good at programming, I could perhaps come and write a script that looks at the previous database schema, that looks at the current models in Django, that automatically writes a migration script for me. Right? This is basically what Django provides this out of the box. Right? So basically, whenever I've changed my database, I'm going to run a Django migration. All right, I'm going to run a Django migration. All right. So now let me do one thing. Let me delete this database very quickly. I'm going to delete this database completely. All right, let me just do an unsafe delete. All right, let me quit this SQLite and let me come over here. Perfect. So this is what we have. I did some magic changes. Earlier. Let me quickly undo those magic changes as well. So let me remove this. And let me go to the migrations. Let me remove this. All right, cool. So currently, once again, when I run this application, so notice that I don't have any database right now. Right? When I run this application, it will run the application and it will create a blank database for me. It will create this blank database file for me. I can check that it is blank by doing something like cat db.sqlite3, right? And this file is completely empty. Or I can do basically something like ls minus la. Right? That will show that this db.sqlite3, this has 0 bytes of size. Right? This has 0 bytes in size. Perfect. Now what I want to do is, I want to run some migrations. Right? I have created a new model. I have added some models, so that will change my database schema. So I want to, first of all, create the migration script for it, and secondly, run that migration script. Right? So what Django provides me is this nice task. So I can do python manage.py, and I can do make migrations. So if I run this command, Django will automatically create the migration script for me. All right. So if I hit enter over here, it says no changes detected. I clearly have changed the model, right? I've added new models, but Django says no changes detected. Well, the reason for that is I have currently not registered this application. When I created this tasks application, I have not installed this in my project. To install this, what I have to do is I have to go in this settings file, and I have to put this in the installed applications list. So I will have to come over here. Inside this tasks application, I have this apps, and inside this apps, I have this class called tasks config. So that is what I have to provide in the settings.py. Right? So I can come over here and I can say tasks.apps.tasks.config. Right? Now my application is installed. Now whenever I do something like run migration or create migration, right, Django will see that, okay, so whenever you are creating migrations, Django will only create migrations for these installed apps. Right? So now if I run make migrations, it will say that, okay, in this particular app, I have created a new migration called 0001 initial.py. Right? And for this migration, I have created a new model called tag, and I have created a new model called task. All right? And we will see that inside this migrations folder, a new file has appeared, 0001 initial.py. All right? And this is basically the migration script that Django has written for us. Is that clear? So by doing this, by doing this, Django has automatically created that migration script for us. But the migration script has been created. The migration has not been done yet. Right? The migration has not been done yet. To actually migrate the database, to actually run this migration script, I can say python manage.py and I can say migrate. This will take all the migration scripts that are still pending to be run and it will run all of them. So if I run migrate now, it will say that, okay, I have run several of these migration scripts. It has run several of these migration scripts. So let's not worry about all these previous migration scripts. Let's just look at the last migration script that has been run. This is the task 0001 initial.py. Right? So this is the last migration that has been done. And when I actually run this, now I can look at my database. Now, if I look at the tables, my table of tag, task, and task tags will be there. And if I look at the schema for the tasks table, I will see that yes, the status column has appeared. Right? The status column that was not there has appeared now. Is that clear? Yes. So this migration thing is very common when you actually have your database that is up in the cloud, that is running with a lot of data, right? You have users data. You don't want to delete the database. You want to migrate the database in a way such that, first of all, no data is lost. Right? Secondly, your app should not go down while the data is being migrated. Your app should not go down. Right? So Django takes care of all of that for us, and you can basically create database migrations and migrate your data. Okay. Raghav is saying, can we undo the migrations? Yes, Raghav, we can undo the migrations. We can undo the migrations, although you would usually not undo the migrations, anyway. All right. Cool. So I want to leave you with this. Now, once again, I will be uploading all this code onto the repository. Let me actually do that right now. So status, git add lecture 3. Just make sure that the VM has not been committed. Git commit add lecture 3 code. Right, so all this code has been updated to the repository. Once again, the repository's link is github.com. So let me just open my browser once again. The link to the repository is github.com, Scalar Academy, introduction to Django. Right, you can go over here and see all the code for this lecture and for all the previous lectures. All right, so this is it for today's class. Tomorrow we will be seeing at yet another piece of things that Django does automatically for us. So in today's class, we saw that by just defining some classes, Django provides a nice API that accesses and manages the database. It also provides a script that automatically creates the migrations and runs those migrations for us. Right? That's a lot of magic that Django does by doing very simple things, right, in Python. Tomorrow, we will actually be seeing that Django creates an admin interface for us as well. Right? So the moment that we have created this thing, the moment we have created this model, this task model and this tag model, Django has also gone ahead and Django has created a lot of forms and a complete web interface so that we can add data to this particular model. Instead of having to go to the database, instead of having to go to the shell and adding the data manually, you can have a nice graphical user interface that Django will automatically create for you. All right, we will look at that tomorrow. Perfect. Akash is saying, is there any method which can hide our implementation, which is shown by click in the browser view source? Well, Akash, that is completely not relevant to the lecture. So I will not be answering that question over here. All right. And the truth is that you cannot. Okay. Perfect. So this is about it for today's class. See you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow we will continue with the Django admin. All right. Perfect. Have a nice day, guys. Bye-bye. All right. Hello. We are back. And today we are going to look at the Django admin. Right. So in the previous classes, we have looked at how to display a particular thing. So using Django views. Next, we looked at, in yesterday's class, we looked at Django models. So we created a very simple model for tasks and tables and tags, right? And we saw how that is stored in the database. Now, today, what we are going to do is we are going to see what automatic features Django provides for us, right? So Django provides a complete interface that allows us to monitor our site, right? To add data, to update and delete data from it. It provides a ton of functionality, and we are going to see how that works today. All right. So just give me a moment. Let me quickly share my screen. I hope that the screen is visible to everyone. And let us begin. All right, so the first thing that we are going to do once again is we are going to create a new folder. So this is our repository, introduction to Django, right? Right, and we have the code for the previous 3 lectures. Let me quickly create a new directory, mkdir lecture 4, and inside this I'm going to create the project. So to do project, and let's say version 4. Okay, so I have just created these directories. Let me enter bash. Now let me also go into lecture 4, to do directory, cd. Oh, that was not created. Okay, so let me create that once again. mkdir -p lecture 4 to do project 4. Right, now I can cd into that lecture 4 to do project 4. Now I can create the virtual environment. So once again I can say virtual env -p. I can supply the path user then python 3.8 and I can see a venv. If you create the virtual environment, let me quickly activate the virtual environment source venv, then activate, and let me install pip. Let me install Django. Pip install Django. So if you are not familiar with what all we did right now, just go and watch the previous lectures in this particular series. So we have covered how this is the basic way of you setting up the Django project, and we have just gone through the steps that we have covered earlier. Right, now that I have Django installed, I can do something like Django admin, and I can start a project, and I can give the name project name to do project 4, and I can give the directory as the current directory. So now I will have manage.py to do project 4 and the virtual environment. Perfect. Now I'm going to quickly open my Python IDE, and I'm going to load this project inside that IDE. So I'm going to click open, and inside lecture 4, I'm going to select this to do project 4 directory. Right, this has my manage.py. So I'm going to click OK, and this will load the project. So let us just wait for it to index everything. So it is saying indexing over here at the bottom right. Perfect. Now I forgot to perhaps change my display resolution. So let me quickly go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go to displays. Let me fix the resolution of this to perhaps something more like this, so that the screen is much more clear to you. All right, I hope that this is more visible. Perfect. Cool. So moving ahead, so we have the basic project setup. This is the basic project that is set up. This is the virtual environment. So let us quickly add a configuration. To run this thing, let us add a Python configuration. In this, we will say run server, and we will provide the script path as module name manage, and we'll provide the parameter as run server. The interpreter is currently incorrectly set. So let me quickly select the interpreter. So I'll fix the interpreter in a moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the interpreter settings, interpreter for this particular. I'm going to switch the Python interpreter, and I'm going to add an interpreter. And in this, I'm going to select this existing interpreter that is in to-do project v4, right? The one we have just created. So it will mark this directory as the interpreter. And now if I open the terminal, if I do which Python, okay, currently it has not recognized that as the interpreter. Just give me a moment. So interesting. Let us just reconfigure the interpreter. So okay, so it is saying that this is an invalid interpreter. Let me quickly add the interpreter over here. Add an interpreter, existing interpreter, to do project v4. All right, VM with Python, and let us select that. So it is not showing that for some reason. Okay, so let me just remove this one, and let me add this once again. So now it is working. Perfect. Let me save these settings. Cool. So now hopefully this has been recognized as the interpreter, default interpreter. If it is not, then I can basically right click and mark directory as I can mark this directory as excluded. All right. Now quickly let me open my terminal and let us try to see if the interpreter is recognized. Now we see that yes, the interpreter is recognized. The Python that I'm currently working with in this terminal belongs in my virtual environment. All right. So this was the basic project setup that we have gone through. We will go through this every time so that you basically remember it. All right. So I mean, it does not take much time, but it's good practice to basically have this at your fingertips. Okay. Now, once again, what we are going to do is we are going to create a very simple tasks app. So just to recap what we have done in the previous classes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say Python manage.py start app, and let me name the app as tasks. Okay. So a familiar folder over here will be created called tasks. Let me add the models in it. So I'm going to create a class. Let me just resize this. I'm going to create a class called task. And in this, I'm going to provide several fields. So for example, this has to inherit from models.model. Interesting. And then perhaps this is not indexed. So just give me a second, guys. Let me quickly close my editor and let me quickly open it again, because it seems that the project is not properly indexed. All right, so I hope that it is indexed now. It is currently saying that it is not installed. Now it is indexed. Perfect. So let us go ahead. So let us create a class called task, and let us inherit from model.model. We're going to add fields to it as we saw yesterday. So we are going to add a content field. This is going to be a text field perhaps, right? And we are going to perhaps add a created at, and this is going to be a models.datetime field. We are going to add a deadline. So a models.datetime field once again. And we are going to perhaps add like something like status. So let us create a class called task status. And this will be models.text choices. And inside this, we are going to provide several choices. So we had pending equals to PE, pending. We had completed equals to CO, completed. And we finally had dropped. Right? So this is DR, dropped. Right. So now we can come over here and we can say that the task status is equal to a models.char field. And we can specify the max length. So max length equals to 2. And we will have the choices equals to task status.choices. Let me just put this in separate lines. And we can also provide a default value. Default equals to something like this task status.pending. Apart from that, we also had a relationship with tags. So let me quickly come over here and create a tags class. So class tag, and this will also inherit from models.model. And this tag has nothing much. It just has perhaps a name. So name equals to models.char field, and the max length over here can be say 255. All right, and now I can come over here and describe a relationship that tags equals to models.many to many field, and I can provide that it is related to tag. All right, so this was the basic model setup that we had done till now. Finally, to register this to register this application, we had to go to settings.py, and we had to mark it over here. So inside the installed apps, we have to mark it as tasks.apps.tasksconfig, and we put this comma over here, right? So now, once we are done with all of this, we can come to our terminal, we can open bash, and we can run something like Python manage.py make migrations. So it will make the migrations for our tasks app, and we can run the migration. So we can say Python manage.py migrate, right? And this will basically set up our database and create all the tables for us, right? So this SQLite database over here, a file db.sqlite3 has been created, and once again we can open this file using SQLite3, and we can give it the name of this file, and then we can look perhaps at the tables, and we can perhaps look at the schema for a particular table. So we can look at the schema for task. All right, this is what we have done till yesterday. Okay, so that was a quick recap. Now let us move ahead. Now let us see how to use and work with the Django admin. All right, perfect. So give me a second. Right. Cool. So let me quickly exit this. Press Ctrl D to exit that. And let us go to this terminal. All right. So what we have to do is we have to first look at the admin interface of Django. right? So currently, if I come to my settings.py, then I see that some apps have been installed. So by default, this admin app was installed, and some dependencies for this admin app, the auth, the content type, session messages, and static files, this was also installed by default. All right, now what does this admin site look like? So let me quickly run the server. Interesting. Let me edit the configuration. So it is using the wrong interpreter. Let me quickly set the interpreter once again. And on the server now. So the server is up and running. Let me open it in my browser. And I see this familiar page, right? I see this familiar rocket page. Then if I go to /admin, if I go over here and if I go to /admin, then I see another page pop up, right? It says Django administration over here at the top. And it says, okay, there's a username and password. Now I have not really created a user, right? So Django provides this user table upfront for me, right? So if we go back to this schema, if we go back to this terminal, in the terminal, if you go back to the schema, right? So SQLite 3, db.SQLite, and if we look at the tables, we see that we have several tables over here. So we have table like user, we have table like users groups. Right? Let us quickly look at the schema for auth user. So let us say schema for auth user. Right? Interesting. So currently it does not really show me auth user groups. Interesting. So currently these are not really showing me any schema. I'm not really sure why that is the case. But anyway, what I can do is I can to create a user. Once again, I can use the manage.py and I can give the command create super user. All right. So what this will do is basically it will create a user account on my application and it will give it super user permissions. Okay. So this is the command. When I hit enter, it will ask me for the username. So let me enter a username like Pragya. It will ask me for an email address, pragya@interviewbit.com. It will ask me for a password. So let me enter some password over here, and the password again, some password. All right. And it says super user created successfully. Now I can come to my website and I can log in using these credentials. So I can enter the username and the password that I have just created. So some password. All right. Now if I log in, I see several things over here. I see an authentication and authorization, some sort of a block over here. It says groups. It says users. Right? It says recent actions over here, and it has several things. So it has change password. It has view site. It has logout. It shows this welcome Pragya nice message over here. Right. So this is the default Django admin interface. Okay. Let us quickly take some time and explore this. All right. So over here, we see in the users, we see two buttons, add and change. And we also see that this users is clickable. So let us first try to click this users and see what happens. So I'm going to click this users. And I see over here, okay, this is actually showing me what is inside my database. Right? So it is showing me that inside my database, I have a row which has the username Pragya, right? Which has the email ID, this first name and last name has not been set. Staff status, basically it has been set. It has been given the super user status. All right, so let me quickly go back to my terminal and let me now explore, select asterisk from auth users, right? Auth user, right? And over here, I see that yes, inside this table, I indeed have a row with the name as Pragya, the email ID as Pragya@interviewbit.com. I have several other fields. There's a date time field over here, and this is my hashed and salted password. Right? So automatically, my password has been stored in a secure manner inside my table. All right, perfect. So basically, this is some functionality that Django provides out of the box. Apart from that, we also have this groups table. Right? So let us quickly see what this groups table has. So currently, I don't really have any groups. We will talk more about what users and user groups are, what roles are when we talk about authentication. All right. For now, this is the basic Django interface. Now, currently, we see that yes, we have these things of users and groups, but we also had several models, right? We also had some models that we had created. We had models tag and task. These models don't really show up in my administration panel, right? If I want these models to show up, I have to register them. Okay. So to register them, what I can do is I can go inside this tasks. This is my application. Inside the admin.py, I will see that, okay, it says register your models over here. All right. So let me quickly register the models over here. To register the models, I will first have to import them. So I can say from the current package, import models, right? And then to register the model, I will have to say admin.site.register, and I will give the name of the model. So models dot task, all right, task. And if I want to register the tag as well, I can also register the tag over here. Okay. So once I click save, it will automatically reload the server. And now if I reload this page, I see that a new section has been created over here called tasks. Inside that, I see tags, I see tasks. Right now, let me quickly click at tags. I see it says that we have 0 tags. It gives me also this add tag button. Right? It gives me add tag button over here. Let me try to add a tag. So it is automatically giving me this thing. So remember that my tag has name. It has automatically created a form for me in which I can enter a name. So I can say something like shopping. Right? And I can click save. Once I click save, it says the tag object 1 has been added successfully. All right, so this is basically like magic. So all you had to do was you had to create this class. So far all we had done is we had created this class and we had registered this class, right, with the add. Django has provided us so much functionality out of the box. It has provided us an interaction with the database. It has provided a very nice query language, and it has also provided us a nice user interface to add and remove data from this table. All right, perfect. Cool. So currently we have several things to improve in this. So for example, over here, I see this tag object 1. Right? This is not a good representation of this object. And we saw that yesterday as well. So when we were working within the Django shell, when we tried to print out an object, we got a weird name like tag object 1. Now to fix this, what we can do is we can override the dunder str method. So dunder str method. So if you're familiar with Python, the dunder str method basically gives a human readable representation of the object, right? So if you're coming from the Java world, this would be something like object.toString, right, in the Java world. Right, so let us quickly override this. So in this, what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to return self.name, right? So basically, whenever someone tries to display an object of this class, right? So currently it is trying to display an object of this class. Instead of displaying the memory location, instead of displaying the ID, it will be displaying the name of that tag. All right. So if I click save over here, it will reload the server. And if I reload this page, I see that yes, the name has changed from the ugly name tag object 1 to the actual name shopping. All right. Cool. Let us quickly pause over here and see if we have any questions. Perfect. Pranay is asking, I am using PyCharm installed in Windows 10, but sudo apt-get install SQLite command does not work. So yes, Pranay, sudo stands for basically give me super user permissions, and apt-get is a package manager for Linux. It is not going to work on Windows. Right. So for Windows, if you want to install something to look into SQLite files, then you will have to just Google something like a SQLite client for Windows. All right. Let us move on. Rohit is asking, how are you able to club Django project in PyCharm? So once again, Rohit, you can work with Django projects in the community edition of PyCharm as well. But if you want, you can also buy the unlimited edition, right? And the full edition also has, first class support for Django. The community edition still provides you a lot of nice things that you would want to have. All right. Perfect. By the way, guys, if you are a student, you can also get a student license, right? So you can provide your college email, and thereby you can get a complete PyCharm Ultimate version for free as a student. All right. Perfect. Let us see if we have any other questions. All right. This seems to be it. Dhruv is asking, what did dunder do? All right. So Dhruv, these are called magic methods. These are called magic methods, or these are also called dunder. Dunder stands for double underscore, right? Methods in Python. Right? And basically what these do is they provide certain functionality to your objects. So basically, if you want to implement a collection, and if you want the length function, right? So basically, if I have a list if I have a list something like 1, 2, 3, right? Let's say A equals to 1, 2, 3. And if I want to find the length of this list, I do len of A. Right? When I do len of A, internally it is this len function is actually calling this particular function, A underscore A dot dunderlen. So if on my object I implement this dunderlen function, then I can override the functionality of this len function. All right. So basically, these dunder methods, they allow you to hook into a lot of different functions, a lot of different behavior of Python objects. Okay. Perfect. So what this dunder string will do is earlier. So if I don't have this dunder string, let me reload the page. Then I will see this ugly name, tab object one. Right? Tag object one. This is basically because the Django is trying to look at my tag object. Right? It's a Python object in memory, and this trying to convert it into a string representation. Now, when it is converting it to a string representation, it just has the name or the class name. It says object, and it perhaps gives me the ID. Right? This is probably not a very good representation for me. I would want the name. I would want the name itself to show up. Right? So I can override this dunder string method, right? Dunder str method, and I can return the name. So when I save and reload now, it will say shopping instead. All right. Perfect. So that seems to be all the questions. Let us now move on. Okay. So this is fixed. This part is fixed. Let us quickly look at the tasks as well. Right. So currently it said 0 tasks. Let us try to add a task, and it gives me this nice form once again. So it provides me all the different form fields for all the different attributes I have, all the different columns I have in my table. So the content, I can provide the content over here. This is a text field. I can provide the created at, the deadline. I can change the status, and notice that in the status, since I had these choices, right? So inside this task thing, since the status was a character field with these choices, task status dot choices, that is all that I see. Right? I don't really see arbitrary. I don't really see a text box over here in which I can put arbitrary things. I see just these choices, and I also these tags. So basically, I have a many-to-many relationship over here with tag. So I can come over here and select what tags this particular task will take. All right, so let us quickly try to do something. So let us try to add a task over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a task, something like buy chocolates. Right? And the created at, I can say that, yes, it is created today and it is created now. The deadline could be something like tomorrow and something like 6 p.m. So I have to buy chocolates by 6 p.m. tomorrow. It is currently pending and the tag is shopping. All right, so let me save this. Perfect. So it once again says task object one. Right, so for tags, it has a pretty name, but for task, it does not have a pretty name. So let me go ahead and let me override that as well. So inside the tasks, I'm going to once again create or dunder str. And in this, perhaps I'm going to return self.name or self.content. Right. So if I click save, I hit reload, I see buy chocolates over here. All right. Now I can add more stuff over here. So perhaps instead of just the name, I also wanted to see what the status of this task was. Right? I also wanted to see what the status of this task was. So what I could do something like is I could return it in the dunder str method itself. So I could say something like return the content. After the content, also give me the status. Right? So also give me the status. Right? So if I hit reload now, it shows me buy chocolates -p. P stands for pending. Right? Because the status, the value of the status is pending. Right? If I want to say something like, if I want to actually get the nice name of it, then I can come over here and I can ask Django to give me the actual display name. Right? So let's look at the task status once again. So P is the actual thing that is stored in the database. The actual value will be P, but it will have an expanded name. It will have a display name called pending. So if I want to display this name, I can say self.get status or get status display. Right? So if I save here over here and I reload, get display status, my bad. Get display status. And if I click save, if I reload, interesting. Just give me a moment. What am I doing wrong? Oh, I have to call this function. My bad. Get status display. Get status display. Let me call this function. And if I click reload now, then it shows me buy chocolates and it shows me pending. Is that clear, guys? Yes. So if I want to see more things, one option is I can change what is in the dunder str. Right? I can change what is in the done list here, but perhaps this is not the best approach. Perhaps this is not the best approach. We want to provide some extra things. We want to perhaps provide some extra things over here. Right? So we will see how to customize that. Django allows us to customize that as well. Okay, but now let us go back to this task things and let us try to add a task again. Now let us ask ourselves this: when I'm adding a task, I would like to provide the content, I would like to provide the deadline, right? And I would like to provide the tags. Should I have to provide the created ad and should I have to provide the status? When I'm creating a tag, the created ad should automatically be the current time. Yes. Similarly, the status should automatically be pending. Yes. Now, currently the status is set to pending. The status is set to pending because if I go to the task, in my status, the default value has been given as pending. I would like the default value for the created ad to also be populated. Right? So I can come to this created ad field. I can provide a default. So the default can be timezone.now. Right? So time zone is a nice functionality, nice utility that Django provides that makes sure that whatever date is stored, it is automatically stored in a standard time zone format. Right? So it will be converted to UTC and that will be stored. Right? So if I click save, if I click reload now, then you see that as soon as I go to this add task page, the created ad is automatically populated over here. Right? And so is the status. These two things are automatically populated for me. All right. But there is still something that I would like to change over here. So first of all, this deadline, not every task has a deadline, right? So this deadline must be optional. This deadline must be optional. Currently, let us try to add a task, something like this is a forever repeating task. Right? So basically something like answer email. All right. So it is created today. There is no deadline. It is pending. And the current tag is none of these, right? So shopping is not a tag. If I try to click save now, I will get an error. The error says this field is required, right? So deadline is a required field. So to fix that, what I will have to do is I will have to go to the deadline and I have to tell Django that this is an optional field. So I will have to say that it is okay if the database entry for this thing is null, right? If the database entry for this thing is null. Similarly for tags, it could be the case that a particular task does not have any tag. So over here as well, I can say null equals to true. All right. Now let us quickly pause and see if we have any questions. Shravan is asking, when have we created this UI for tag and tasks? So Shravan, that's the point. We have not created this UI for tag and tasks. All we did was we created this model. Right? We created the task model and we created the tag model. Then we went to admin.py and we simply registered these two models in the admin side. And the moment we register these two models in the admin side, Django automatically provides us all this functionality out of the box. Okay, Django automatically provides us all this functionality out of the box. All right. Perfect. Let us move on then. So now that I have basically changed my models, this is not something that just reloading the server will make it work, right? Since I've changed my models, I have to actually run the database migrations. Right? So let me quickly stop the server. Let me go to the terminal. Let me go to the first terminal and let me once again make the migrations. Right? So it will say that, okay, I have altered the field created at on task. I've altered the field deadline on task and I've altered the field tags on task. So basically created at got a default value, deadline got a null and tags also got a null. Right? So it has created this migration. This migration is now 00100 or 002.py. Right? So this has Django has automatically created this migration for me. And now I can run the migration. So I can say dot migrate Python manage.py migrate, and it will run the migration for me. Okay. Now once again, if I start my server, so the server is started once again. So if I now reload, I now go to this particular location. Now, if I don't enter a deadline, so I can say something like answer email. Now I don't really need to enter a deadline. This is an optional field. Similarly, I don't need to add a tag. So if I click save, it is saying that currently, so basically, interesting. All right. Just give me a moment. Let me first make sure that this is correct in the model. So this is deadline is null equals to true and tags is null equals to true. All right, perfect. So basically, there are two things. There is one thing called null and there's another thing called blank. Right. So to fix that, I will have to perhaps come over here and say blank equals to true, and blank is for validation. So let me just try that. Just reload now. And let me do something like answer email, and let me try to add this now. And now this works. All right, so my bad. Basically, I have to do two things. First of all, I have to tell that yes, it is okay to save a null value over here, right, in the deadline, to save a null value in the database, right? Secondly, I have to give it validation. I have to say that it's okay if the user does not add a null, does not provide this field, right? So basically, null. This is a database thing. Database thing. This basically says that it is okay. It is okay for this column to have a null value, right? On the other hand, the blank, this tells you this is about validation. This is saying that it is okay. It is okay if the user doesn't provide this field. Provide this field, right, while creating this object, right? Perfect. Now let us see. We have a question by Rohit. Rohit is asking, is that UI design included in our project files by Django? Do we have access to it explicitly? Yes. So Rohit, we will come to that question. So currently, if we see, we don't really have a templates folder over here. Right? We don't really have a templates folder over here, but hidden inside Django's templates. So Django actually is rendering a template over here. Django is rendering a template over here, and Django also allows us to override that template. Right? We will not see how to do that, but that is totally possible. Okay. Perfect. So Shudhanshu, I hope that your answer is now, your question is now answered. Null is basically a database thing, while blank is for validation. All right. Perfect. Dhruv is asking, could you briefly please explain why did we use the migration? So once again, Dhruv, I'm assuming that your question is, when we change this thing, why did we have to use the migration? So we use the migration for blank equals to true. For blank equals to true, the migration really does not matter, because blank equals to true is just a validation thing. But for null equals to true, when I have null set to false, when null is false, right, in the database, a constraint will be added. A database constraint like not null will be added to that particular column. Right. So basically, if I go over here in the terminal and if I look at the schema of my task table, I will see over here that this date time is not null. Right? This date time is not null. This is created at. Created at is not null, whereas the deadline can be null. Right? So earlier, when we had not specified null equals to true, the constraint was not null. So the database literally will not allow us to add a row in which the deadline was not supplied. So we had to turn this to true, and then we had to tell the database, hey, update your stuff. All right. Perfect. Now moving on. So now we see that yes, we are able to create a task while leaving the deadline blank and while leaving the tags blank. And we also see that the created at and status are automatically filled for me. But this is still not good enough, right? This is still not good enough. I don't really want this created at and the status to show up, right? Because when I'm creating a task, why would I ever update this created at? Right? So I want this to be filled automatically, but I also don't want this to show up. Right? Now Django allows us to override. Django allows us to customize what content, what fields do we really see over here in this form. Right? And to do that, we will have to do something else. So let us go to this admin.py once again, and let us see that what we have registered. We have registered the task and we have registered the tag. Right? We have not really told Django much over here. We have just said that, hey, please create a nice UI for this particular model. If we want to customize that UI, then we will have to give Django some additional information. So that comes in the form of a model admin. So what I can do over here is I can come over here and I can create something like a class task admin, and this will inherit from admin.modeladmin. Right? So if I say pass over here, I am saying that okay, instead of having the default settings for the UI for this task, instead of providing the default settings, use the settings that are provided by this particular class. Right? And to register that, I will have to come over here and provide this class task admin. Okay, so basically I'm saying that instead of using the default UI, use the UI configuration that is specified in this particular class, task admin for me. Now currently there's no customization specified over here, so this will behave exactly the same. So if I save now and hit reload, this will look exactly the same. Right? But now I can override behavior. Now I can override the behavior of this particular form. So suppose I want this field and this field to vanish. Right? Suppose I want the created at to vanish, and suppose I want the status to vanish. Basically, I only want to display the content, the deadline, and the tags. So I can come over here and I can say something like fields equals to, and I can provide a list of names for the field. So I want the content, I want the deadline, and I want the tags. If I click save, if I save over here and I reload, notice that only these three fields are now available. All right, the created at and the status field, they have vanished from this form. All right, once again magic. Now I can also customize how these fields are arranged. So suppose I wanted this deadline and this content to be in the same line, side by side, and I wanted the tags to be below. Or perhaps the content is fine over here. Perhaps I wanted the deadline and the tags to be side by side. So I can come over here and I can specify that as well. So I can specify two different rows in this, something like this, right? So I can say in the first row, display the content. In the second row, display a tuple of deadline and tags. So if I click save over here, and if I reload this, you will notice that this tags will move to the right of deadline. So this has not really worked. I am not really sure why. Interesting. So perhaps this deadline is taking the entire width. So let me try something else. Let me try to put the content and the deadline together. If I try to put the content and the deadline together and the tag separately. Now if I click reload. Interesting. This is not really working for us. I am not sure why this is not working at the moment. It did work when we were trying things on our own. Well, let's not worry about this. I will basically figure this out, and I will let you guys know why this is not working currently. So basically, what it should have shown is it should have put this deadline either right of content, and it should have put the tags below. All right, perfect. Cool. So we see that Django allows us to customize this particular interface. Right? Django allows us to customize this particular interface, but this is not sufficient, right? It provides a lot of other functionality. So if I go back to my home, if I go back to something like tasks, right, what I'm currently seeing over here is I'm seeing all the rows in this database, right? All the rows in the table. So in the tasks table over here, I see that I have two tasks, answer email and buy chocolates. Okay, cool. So as we saw, if we wanted to provide the status over here, right? If you also wanted to show the status over here, one thing that we can do is we can override the dunder str method, but perhaps that is not the best way. Now, if we want to add a different field over here, if you want to show a different field over here, we can come to our task admin and we can override something called list fields, or list display. Right? So basically, this fields controls the main page, controls the add task page. Okay, this field controls the add task page. This list display, this will control what all fields are displayed in this list, right? In this table list. So in this display, I can come over here and I can say, hey, show me the content and perhaps also show me the status. Okay, so if I click save, if I reload now, then you will notice that the content is available and also the status is shown to me. Is that clear? So basically, this list display, this allows me to render additional attributes. Now, this is not limited to attributes. So in Python, we have something that behaves very similar like attributes, which is properties, right? Using the descriptor protocol. So we can come to this models, and in this task, perhaps I have a property, right? So I can create a new property over here. So something like add property, right? Def foo, right? Some property over here, and perhaps this just returns something, right? So perhaps this returns the value hello. Right? So basically, now if I want to display this property, I can once again come to the admin and I can add this property as well. So I can say foo over here, and this will automatically get the property for me. So foo, of course, the value is hello, so it is showing hello for both these different values. Okay, so this is not limited to just the attributes. You can also work with properties over here. All right, moving on. So we don't really need this funny property over here. Let us remove this thing, or actually let us keep it. All right, now it provides us a lot other functionality. For example, suppose I am looking at these things. If I want to edit this particular task, if I want to mark this task as complete, right? So what I will have to do is I will have to go inside this and I will have to edit this. But notice that while editing this, I have already removed the status field. Right, in the editor for this, I have already removed the status field. So how do I update the status? Well, perhaps I would want to update the status right over here. Right? Perhaps I would want this to be a drop down so that I can choose the status. So to do that, what I will have to do is I will have to map. So currently I have said in the list display, in this particular list, display all these fields for me. Right? I can come over here and I can mark some of these fields editable as well. The way I do that is by saying list editable equals to, and I can say what fields are editable. So notice that anything that is in list editable, this should also be in the list display, right? So basically, let me try to add something like deadline over here. If I add deadline and if I reload this page, it will complain, right? It will complain over here in the run. It is saying that the value of list editable 0 refers to deadline, which is not contained in the list display. Right? So basically, everything I have over here must also be over here. So let me say something like status. So status will become editable. So let me now reload this page. And now we see that, yes, I can change the status from over here. Okay, so I have to click complete, but this is not done. I have to click save explicitly over here. Right? This will save the task. Okay, this will actually update the task. Is that clear? Yes, Pranay is asking, can you explain what this add property thing is about? So Pranay, this is the descriptor protocol. This is the properties and descriptor protocol in Python, right? In the introduction to Python video, in the last class of the introduction to Python series, I gave you some resources, right? And if you go to those resources, you will be able to learn more about this property and the descriptor protocol. Unfortunately, for now, we will not be able to go into a lot of detail over here. Okay, perfect. All right, so let us move on now. So we have made this particular status as editable. Right, now let us see what else we can do. So Django once again provides a lot of different things for me. So let us quickly explore this thing. So I have several things over here. I have something called action. Right? In this action, I have just one thing: delete selected tasks. Right? So basically, I can select this task, perhaps buy chocolates, and I can select both of these perhaps, and I can click on go over here. Right? If I click on go over here, it will confirm that yes, you want to delete this task. I will click yes, I'm sure, and both the tasks are gone. Right? Both these tasks are gone. So let me quickly add the tasks once again. So buy chocolates. So we have something to work with. And I can provide the deadline as tomorrow, 6 p.m. And this will be under shopping. Right? Let me add another task perhaps. So answer emails. It will not have a deadline. Let me add a tag to it. Right? So I'm going to create a new tag. So I'm going to create a new tag like repetitive tasks. Right? I'm going to click save. And now I'm going to add this tag over here. And let me add another. So perhaps something like answer or basically watch YouTube, right? So I can once again click this as repetitive task and I can save this, right? So I now have 3 tasks. All right, now I only have this action, delete selected tasks. Perhaps I want to add an action, right? If I've selected more of these, if I've selected multiple of these, perhaps I want to change the status altogether. Right? So currently, if I want to change the status of both these things, I will have to manually say change this to completed, and then click save. Right? If I don't want to do that, if I just want to select these two and collectively mark them as completed, then I need to create a new action. Django allows us to override this action fields as well. Right? So now to basically provide a new action, what I will have to do is, first of all, I will have to create a function. Right? I will have to create a function. So this function will look something like def mark complete. Right? And this function has a standard parameter set. Right? So it has to accept a model admin. Right? It has to accept a request, and it has to accept a query set. Okay. Let's not worry about what these things are. The most important thing for this particular function is this query set. So basically, this query set will contain whatever we have, right? Whatever list of values we have in this particular table. Right? So what we want to do over here is we want to update this query set dot update. Right? And what we want to do is we want to change the status. Right? So we have tasks coming in, and we want to change the status of this task to something like completed. Right? So models dot task status dot completed. Right? And since we are setting the completed, we must also set the completed at. Right? So notice that we also have a field called completed at. So we might want to fill the value of that as well. So we can set completed at equals to, and we can say perhaps something like time zone dot now. All right. Let me quickly import time zone from Django.utils. All right. Now I have this function. Right. Now I have this function. Now what I can say is in the task admin, I can provide a list of additional actions. So I can say actions equals to, and I can give this function name over here. So I can say mark complete. Right, and notice that I won't call this function. I will just pass the function directly. So if I click save now, if I reload the page, notice a new action has been created, mark complete. Right, so if I select multiple options over here, click on mark complete, and I click go. Right. So currently it is saying completed add does not exist. Let me quickly see. So I have made a mistake perhaps in the models. We have created that and we had done it. Okay, we don't have a completed at. Right, so let us quickly create that field. So we have a completed at field, models.createTime field, and it is not going to have a default value. Let me quickly terminate the server. Let me run the migrations. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to make migrations. All right. So it is saying null has no effect on main-to-main field. It seems that you have set a fixed date as default. Okay, so basically this will be null equals to true. And now let me make the migrations again. And now let me do the migration. Right. So now I have the migration done. Let me run the server once again. Okay, and let me reload this page. Now I can click two things and I can mark them as complete. Right, so both of them will be marked as complete. Is that clear? Perfect. So we have this mark as complete. So perhaps we would also want to mark them as pending again. Right, so if we want to do that, we can once again come over here and we can create another action. So we can create in the admin, we can create another action. So let me name this as mark pending. And this will just mark them as pending. Right, and this will set the completed add to null. Right, so it will remove that value over here. So in this actions, I can also add mark as pending. Right. So if I reload now, I will have two options over here. Okay. Now what I could do is I could also give it a description. I could also give this a description. Right. So I could come over here and I can provide a short description for these functions. So for mark pending, I can say mark pending dot short description, and I can provide a description like mark these tasks as pending. Right. And basically similarly for mark complete, I can set this short description as mark these tasks as completed today, completed right now. Right. So if I reload now, I will see that this longer description is given for me. Instead of just the function name, this longer description is provided for me in this action list. Okay. Cool. So that was a lot of functionality that Django has provided out of the box. This is not all. There's a lot more to come. Let us quickly pause here and let us see if we have any questions. All right. TE is asking, sir, I know this is a weird question. Can you please tell me the prerequisite for this Django? So TE Django is a very, very large framework. If you try to look at what the prerequisites are for learning the entirety of Django, then, I mean, your prerequisites will never end. Right? So whenever you are trying to learn a new framework, right, or when you're trying to learn a new technology, don't try to focus on learning everything of it. right? Just try to get your basics. Just try to get your basics. It is okay if you don't understand a lot of things right now. Like if you don't understand, okay, how do I override this? How do I override that? If you don't particularly understand what this dunder str is, don't worry. Just try to absorb whatever you have seen so far, right? And basically, once you have the base, you can add to the base and extend your knowledge. If you try to complete the prerequisites right up front, then you will never be able to make progress. All right? Perfect. Amit is asking, sir, can you please tell me how many topics and sessions will be there for Django? Or is this the last session? So, Amit, we will be declaring all the sessions on the YouTube channel itself. And no, this is not the last session. So, in the last session, what we will do is, so before the last session, we will actually be deploying this application. Right? So, currently, we don't have a functional to-do application ready. Right? This thing is something that Django has provided to me. This is not something that I can expose to my users. Right? Basically, if I want a user to add a task, right? I don't want that user to log in as administrator and create the tasks over here. Right? This is something that I have. This is something that the developers can see. So I will have to create a lot more things. I will have to create views. I will have to create a complete website. I will have to create the forms for these users. I will have to put the user authentication, and I actually have to configure and deploy the application. All right. So there's a lot of stuff to come. By the end of this series, you will be actually able to create create your own website, right? Create your own products. All right. So let us move on. So far we have overridden this action functionality. What if we also wanted some sort of a filter? Right? What if we wanted to filter by, suppose, the status? I only want to see what the pending tasks are. Right? So currently I can click this and sort this thing. Right? So currently it is providing me sort functionality, but it is not providing me a filter functionality. Right? It is not really providing me a filter functionality. To add filtering, once again, I can come over here and I can provide something like list, and can you guess it? List filter, right? And in list filter, I can provide something like status. So when I click save over here and when I hit reload, a sidebar is created, right? And in this sidebar, I have all the different options for the status. Right? I can filter by status. I can select all of them. I can only select the pending ones. I can only show the completed ones. I can only show the dropped ones. All right, so magically Django has provided this functionality for us. I can provide more than one filters as well. So I can come over here and perhaps I can say a deadline as well. So notice that deadline is a date time. Deadline is a date time. So if I click reload now, you will see several other options. I can filter by deadline. Deadline filters will be any date, today, past 7 days, this month, this year, no date, has date, and so on and so forth. All right, so I can basically by deadline. So no task has a deadline of today. No task has a deadline of past 7 days, and so on and so forth. All right, so this year, one task, buy chocolates, will have a deadline of this year because the deadline of this is tomorrow. All right, so I also have nice filter functionality. Perhaps I also want to search over here. Right, so Django also provides us searching functionality. So I can come over here and I can say search fields equals to, and I can provide the field content. Right, so if I now click reload, so I have this search field over here. So I can say something like email, right? And I will hit search, email and hit search, and it will filter this out for me. So it will say that, okay, yes, one of these tasks has the content, answer emails. Okay, so basically I'm supplying what attribute to search in, right? What attribute to search in, and I can basically talk about nested attributes as well. So it could be the case. So currently I don't have anything. Right? It could be the case that buy chocolates has a tag of shopping, right? What if I wanted to filter by shopping over here? If I search by shopping right now, it will say that I have 0 tasks. Right? Currently it is saying that shopping has 0 tasks, and that makes sense because none of the contents say shopping. But perhaps I wanted to search inside the tag as well. So I can come over here and I can say something like tags, and then provide a double underscore. So this is a double underscore, notice that. Tags under name. So if I click save now, nothing has changed, but if I search for shopping now, it will also search inside the tags. Right? So no longer it is searching in the content, but it is also searching in the tag names. Right? So shopping will show me buy chocolates. Is that clear? Yes. Perfect. Once again, I can also filter. I can also filter by other things. So let me put tags in the filter and let me click reload. So Currently, I have just one. I have two tasks. I have two tags created, right? So one of the tags is shopping. One of the tasks is tag is repetitive task. So it is giving me these options as well. So I can just give me a second. I'm not sure why my browser is not displaying the entire window. So let me just restore this page. So now I can see all the tags. So basically, if I click shopping, it will show me the tags that are limited to shopping, and it is not showing me all the page. So don't worry about that. It's probably because I changed the display resolution. All right. So we can also have nice filtering and search functionality over here. Is that clear? Now, once again, this is not all. Django provides us still more functionality out of the box. So perhaps I'm looking at the tasks, right? And currently these tasks are in an arbitrary order. These tasks are in an arbitrary order. I want to provide an ordering for these as well, right? So perhaps I want to see the latest deadline tasks first, right? So the tasks with the nearest deadline, I want to see them first. I want to see the tasks sorted by deadline. So I can come over here and I can also provide ordering. Ordering equals to something like deadline, right? So now if I click save, it will order the tasks by deadline. So currently it has not really changed anything. I am not sure why that is the case. So let us quickly display the deadline as well. So if I click reload now, we will see that, okay, just one task has a deadline, and which is why it is coming at the top, at the bottom. All right. So if I remove this now, interesting. All right, I have a tab over here. It is still at the bottom. So perhaps I can sort order by something else. So perhaps I can order by the status. Right? So if I order by the status, if I click reload, then yes, it has ordered by the status. So completed comes first and pending comes later. All right. Perfect. Now let us see if we have a question. Shravan is asking, if I want to append few functionalities to Django administration webpage, which is not in Django, how to add those functionalities. So Shravan, that is a more advanced topic. We will not be looking at that right now, but Django also allows you to do that. So first of all, you can add your custom forms over here. Right? You can add your custom forms over here. So if I try to add a task, right? If I try to add a task, I'm seeing something like a form. Now Django allows you to create your own forms, and Django allows you to embed those forms in the administration site as well. Apart from that, you can customize the template for this administrative site completely. You can customize the template. But that is not all. There are also drop-in replacements for this template. So you can customize a lot of other things. You can basically completely overhaul this administration site. Right. So towards the end, I will be giving you some additional resources that you can look at to learn more about that. All right. Perfect. Shubhanshu is asking, do we have to remember these things or can we check them while doing the project? So once again, Shubhanshu, you do not have to remember these things. Right? You do not have to remember these things. You just have to get an idea of what all things Django offers. Right? Once you have an idea that, okay, something like this was offered in Django, then you can quickly Google for it and you can use it in your project. Right? On the other hand, if you don't even know all the functionalities, so basically before today, we did not know what Django admin was. Right? And basically, if you were creating a new project, you would not have known that all these things, all this nice UI is created for me out of the box. Once I know these, it is okay if I'm not an expert on Django admin, but now at least I can Google things and learn things on my own. All right. So having the overview of the framework is important, and then you can learn the details yourself. Perfect. Let us quickly move on. All right. So the ordering is done. Now let's quickly see if we have any other things. So basically, all of these things we have done so far, I have marked them as attributes in the task admin. Right? I have marked them as attributes in the task admin. I can also mark them as functions. So perhaps I wanted to change how the ordering behaves for different users. Right? So perhaps for a super user, I wanted the ordering by deadline. Right? And perhaps for a normal user, I wanted the ordering by a status. So instead of giving it a fixed list, I can come over here and I can define a get ordering. Right? And this will accept a request. So now I can say if request.user.is super user, right? Then I can say return status. Otherwise, I can return the deadline. Okay, so basically, now if a super user is viewing this form, is viewing this form, then the ordering will be based on status. For other users, it will be based on deadline. Right? So I can do this for all these different fields. Is that clear? Perfect. So that is it about Django admin. Now there's a lot more to Django admin, right? Django admin is a huge thing. If you want to learn more about it, I am quickly going to give you a link. So let me just paste this link over here in the chat. Right, so this is a nice tutorial that you can go through to learn more about Django admin, right? This is a 3-hour tutorial. It covers most of the stuff that we have covered today, and it covers some extra stuff as well. Right, so it is a much longer tutorial. It is 3 hours. Go over here to learn more fancy stuff that Django admin provides. Otherwise, just go to Django project, right? And go to the documentation. Inside the documentation, you will have a complete section on the Django admin. You will have a complete section on the Django admin site, right? So Django admin site, and you will be able to see a lot of different things in this. All right, Django provides a lot of different functionalities for us. Cool. So this was it for today's class. Let us quickly see if we have any questions. So this is Django admin. Tomorrow, what we will do is, so far we have used Django admin to create all this nice UI for us. Right? Tomorrow we will see how to create our own forms. Right? How to basically customize these forms ourselves. How to create these forms in our own views. Right? So currently everything is under /admin page. Everything is under /admin page. Perhaps I want to create a view. Perhaps I want to create a view over here that displays a nice form for me, that allows me to edit these different objects in the database. So how do I create my own forms? That is what we will look at tomorrow. All right? Perfect. Sudhanshu is asking, can the URL for admin be changed or not? Yes, Sudhanshu, the URL for admin can also be customized. Okay, the URL for admin can also be customized. All right, it seems that that is it for the questions today. Cool, then see you tomorrow, guys. Bye-bye. All right, we are back. Sorry for the delay, guys. I hope that you all can hear me, and let me quickly share my screen as well. I hope that you can share this or see the screen as well. Now, so far, especially in the previous class, we covered about Django admin. So what Django admin provides us is a very nice set of UI interfaces, basically user interfaces that automatically manage our models for us. So if you want to add some data to the database, if you want to remove some data, then we can make use of the Django admin and not have to create the UI ourselves, right? And Django admin also allows a lot of customization, right? So today what we are going to do is we are going to see how we can work with actual form sets, right? So let me quickly open the IDE. In this, what I have actually done is, so let me quickly open my terminal. I've already created a directory for today's class, lecture 5 to do project 5. And in this, I have already made some changes, right? So now these changes will be familiar to you because these have been covered in the previous classes. So for example, in the models.py, I have these two simple models. I have the task status, which is just an enumeration. I have the talk tag, which just has a name, and it has this _str field to make it look nice. In the task, I have content, created at, completed at, deadline, and status, right? Normal fields that we had seen. And we also have a many-to-many relationship with tags, all right? And once again, we have the _str method over here. Now, this is the models part. Let us quickly check admin.py. So this is also what we have covered till now. So in admin.py, what we can do is we can create some actions. So this is a mark complete action. This is a mark pending action. We can give them short descriptions. We can create a task admin. So this task admin will customize how the admin will behave for this particular model. Right? So in this, we are saying that, hey, when you want to create a new task, then please let the user fill only these fields, the content, deadline, and tags. And the fields like created at, they will be filled automatically. Right? Then we went ahead and customized the list display. We customized what is editable. We customized the actions, what we can filter on, what we can search on, and even the ordering. Similarly, we did the same for the tag admin. and we registered these to administrators. Now, if this is all not familiar to you, then do not worry. This is part of the video series that we have covered so far. Right. So today is the 5th lecture. If you are new to this stuff, then I would recommend that you go back to the first lecture and start watching from there. All right. Cool. So now what we are going to do is, so apart from that, I have also created the migrations, right, by doing Python manage.py make migrations, and I've also done the migrate command. Right, I've also done the migrate command. So if I quickly start the server up for you guys, if I go to this URL, then we will see that. Just give me a moment. Right. So if I go to localhost /8000, currently no URL is active. So if I go to /admin, I will see that yes, my tasks are registered. And if I go to tags, I can see all the tags that I have created in my database so far. So personal, work, repetitive, shopping, and so on. And inside the tasks, I can see what tasks I have currently added. So one task is respond to email. Right. If I look at this task, then this task is under repetitive and work. Right? It has 2 tags, repetitive and work. Then the next task has get a haircut. It has the tag of personal. It has a deadline as well. So I need to get the haircut by tomorrow noon. Finally, I have a task called buy chocolates. This has a deadline of tomorrow evening 6 p.m. And this comes under the tag of shopping. All right. Cool. Now let us quickly look at this admin tasks interface once again and see that we can show content, we can show status, and we can show deadline over here. Right? But what if we wanted to basically show the tasks as well and edit the tasks as well from here itself? So we want a nice user interface in which the person can add and remove tasks right from this particular location. Now, Django admin does not really allow you to do that. So for example, if I come over here to Django admin, in admin.py, if I try to say in the list display, if I try to add the attribute called tasks, right? So remember, task is not really an attribute; it is a many-to-many field. On the admin model, on the task model, it is a many-to-many field. So let us see what happens now. Right? So if I save this, the server will reload automatically, and I am getting an error. The error I am getting says the following. Right? It says that task admin. Right? So in this particular thing, the value of list display at index 3. Right? So let us look at the list display at index 0, 1, 2, 3. So this particular value refers to tasks, right? Which is not a callable. So it is not a method, or it is not a property on the model. It is not an attribute, right? So this is not like a character field or a datetime field or something like that, or an attribute, right? It is actually what it actually is. It is a many-to-many field. So Django does not allow me to render many-to-many fields. So my server is currently down, right? My server is not working. So I will have to remove this to get my server working again. Right? Now, what if I still wanted to display the tasks over here? What if I still wanted to display the tags over here? What I could do is perhaps I could come into this models.py, and inside this models.py, I could create a function inside task. I could create a method inside task. So this method would look like get all tags, right? And this will accept a self, right? And what it will do is it will just return a comma separated list. So I can have a delimiter over here. So this is the default delimiter. I can have a delimiter. So I can have a comma separated list of all the tags that we have. So I can say delimiter.join, right? And then I want to get all the tags of my particular object. So I can say self.tags.all, right? And basically I can say tag.name for tag in this. Right. So basically what I have used over here is I have used a list comprehension. Then I have used the strings join method to basically join all the strings. And then I can simply return this. Right. And what this will do is this will basically return all the tags. Now in the admin.py, I can come over here and in the list display, I can add this function. So this function is called get all tags. I can just refer this function over here. And now if I reload my admin once again, I can see that I see this get all tags thing. Right, I can see that, okay, this respond to email has 2 tags, repetitive and work, get a haircut as just personal, buy chocolates as shopping. But once again, this is just a comma separated list of values, right? I can't really edit these. If I want to change these, I can't really edit these. Right? So the admin interface is not 100% customizable. It provides a lot of features to us, but for editing many to many fields, we will probably have to create our own forms and our own views. All right, so that's one thing. Apart from that, you can't really go and expose your entire administrative website to the end user. Right? So if you have, let's say you want your friends to be able to use your to-do application, then you don't want your friends to be able to see all the different users who are there in your database. You don't want them to be able to add and remove all these different users, all these different tags and tasks, right? You want to provide a limited set of access to each user. Right? For that, once again, we create custom views, and for that, we will have to create custom forms. Okay, cool. So let us see how to do that today. So let us start by creating a very simple view. So we are going to projects. Inside tasks, we are going to go to views.py, and let us have a very simple view over here, def index, right? And perhaps in this, we will just render all the tasks that are available to us, right? So I can say something like tasks equals to task dot objects dot all, right? And this task will be task dot all. And this task can be imported from models. So from dot models, import task, right? And comma tag as well, perhaps. All right. And then I can say simply render for this particular request, render the template. Let us call this index.html, right? Or tasks slash index.html. And inside this, we are going to provide some context. In the context, we are going to say tasks is tasks, this variable over here. All right, so we have to accept this request object in this particular function. All right, so this is a very simple view. This will just display all the tasks to us. So let us quickly figure this out. So inside this URL patterns, I'm going to add a path to this particular value. So I'm going to say at nothing, if the URL is empty, then I just want to go to from dot import views views dot index, right? And I basically want to call it index perhaps. Okay, so I have added a URL pattern over here, and I also need to plug this URL pattern inside my urls.py, which I have already done. Right, so inside the global url.py, I have plugged this at tasks. Right, so if the URL is task slash, then please include tasks.url. Okay, I have also gone ahead and I have configured the settings. So in the templates, in the settings, so in the settings template file, then I have simply in the dir section, I have added this base dir slash templates folder. Right, this folder is not over here at the moment. So this is my base directory. This is my base directory. Inside this, there is no templates folder. So let me quickly create that as well. So I'm going to create a new directory called templates. Right, inside this templates directory, I'm going to create a new directory called tasks. So all the templates for the tasks app will live inside this directory. Okay, so this is our basic configuration. The server is up and running. So let us quickly reload the server. And instead of going to the admin interface now, let us go to, instead of going to the admin interface, let's go to the normal interface. And let's go to slash tasks. Right? It is saying that dictionary update sequence element 0. Let us quickly see what the error is over here. So if we go to views.py, if we go to urls.py, we have a path, we have views.index. Oh, interesting. And in views.index, we have a render request. Oh, so we have to return this, first of all. We have to return this thing. Right, let us quickly see if that fixed it. Not yet. Tasks, I am getting an error. Just give me a second while I figure this out. Cool. Request tasks index.html. And in the templates, I don't have the template yet. That's fine. But in the URLs, basically, I have to add this pattern for the global URLs. At tasks, I have to say include tasks.url. Interesting. Let me quickly make sure that my application is installed as well. So if I go to installed apps, this task application is installed. Interesting. So let me quickly see what the error now is. This is happening at which location? Resolvers. Tasks, HTTP, update sequence has element 0, length 1. All right, so let us quickly go back to the urls.py, and in the URL patterns, let us just have this perhaps for now. And we have this. So this URL is working. /admin is also working. Now /tasks template does not exist, right? So basically the URL is now bounded, and I'm getting a template does not exist. Basically this tasks/index.html, this does not exist in my template folder, but that's fine. We can simply create this template. So once again, I'm going to create a template. I'm going to call this index.html, right? And let me quickly open this index.html and also the view. So in the view, we have a tasks object, right? And this task object has the list of, it's a dictionary of all, it's a list of all the different tasks that we have. So inside this, we can say something like all the tasks. And how do we render all the tasks that are coming to us? So we will need to use some sort of templating methods over here, right? So we can say something like tasks available, all tasks, right? And we can perhaps include this in an h1 tag, right? Then we can say something like we can start a unordered list, and inside this unordered list, we can say for task in tasks. Then we create a list item. Inside this, we will have task.content. And then we can end this for, and finally we can end this UL. Perfect. So this is a very simple template. If I now reload this page, I see that all the tasks that are available to me is respond to email, buy chocolates, and get a haircut. Right? Now we are not using the Django admin interface. So if we want to create a task now, we will have to create our own endpoint for that. We will have to create our own endpoint to get the request that will basically create the task. And we also have to create the front end for that. Right? So that is where the Django forms will come into play. Let us quickly see how we can do that. Okay. Perfect. So what I'm going to do is inside these views, I'm going to create another function over here, something like add task. Add task, and it is going to accept a request. Now, first of all, when someone loads this page, then that person should see a nice form in which they can fill out they can fill out all the different values of a particular task to create a task, right? So I want to render some template over here. So request tasks new task.html, right? And this is the template I want to return, perhaps. Now let me quickly create this template as well. So I'm going to go to this inside tasks. I'm going to simply copy paste this file. I'm going to call it new task. All right. Let me edit this. Now I don't have to display all the tasks. I have to create a form over here. Right? I have to create a form over here that allows the user to create all these different things. So let us look at the task model. I will have to provide some sort of input for storing the content, some sort of input for storing the deadline. Right? Create that and complete that. They're automatically filled. I will need some sort of input to update the tags as well. Right? So let us quickly start with content and deadline perhaps. So I can come over here and I can say form action equals to nothing, right? And method equals to post. All right, perfect. So I've created a form. Inside this form, let me basically add something. So let me say that content. So let me say h1 new task, create new task content, and I can have a text area over here. This name will be, let's say, content, and I can close this text area and I can end the line basically. So after that, I can have something like a deadline, and for this deadline, I will have to use some sort of a date time field. Right? So I will say that this is the type of this is date time local. Right? The name of this is deadline, and I can simply end this task this as well, and I can create a BR tag. And finally, I will need some sort of a submit button, right? So let me say input type equals to submit, right? Sorry, type equals to submit, name equals to submit, submit, and value equals to add task or add task. All right, perfect. Now let us plug this URL as well. So we have this function, we have this template. Now let us quickly go to urls.py and let us plug this as well. So I'm going to say, I'm going to copy paste this, and inside tasks, if someone goes to new task, then I'm going to call views dot add task. This function is, sorry, let's call this add task as well. So if someone goes to this URL, this template should be shown. Let us quickly see how it looks in the browser. So I'm in tasks. This works normally. If I go to add task, then this is what I see. Right? So I have created a form over here using HTML. I have created a form over here manually using HTML. Okay, I hope that is clear. And I'm getting this particular thing. Now, if I type something in here, so this is a new task. Perhaps I choose a deadline for that. So something like this. And I click add task. What will happen is, let us quickly see what the form action says. Right? So in this new task.html, the form action says nothing. Right? The value of action is empty string. That means that whenever I click submit over here, the data will automatically be sent to the same URL. All right, the data should automatically be sent to the same URL. And how should the data be sent? It should be sent as post data. It should not make a get request. Instead, it should make a post request. Right. So let us quickly look at our view. Our view currently, so if I click submit over here, nothing will happen. Right? It will say CSRF. So this, don't worry about this. Basically, it is not really able to handle a post request at the moment. Okay. Now to fix that, we will have to do two things. First of all, let us try to see if the request method, if the request.method equals to post, then we will do something over here. Right? Do something else. Otherwise, return this template. Right? So let us quickly reload this. Since we are making a get request, this will be a pass over here. Since we are making a get request, this should work. But when we try to click add task, we again get this CSRF verification field. Now, how many of you, first of all, are familiar with CSRF? So CSRF stands for, if I remember correctly, cross-site request forgery. All right. So imagine the following. That I have a web page. So basically, what happens if you go to www.facebook.com/logout? What happens if you go to this URL? So if you go to this URL, you will be logged out. All right. So suppose that you are logged into Facebook. If you go to this URL, you will automatically be logged out. So what if on a particular web page, I create a particular web page on my site, and on that web page, I give you this link. Now you don't know what this link does, but you click the link and you will be logged out of Facebook. Now suppose that Facebook provides some sort of an API, right? Facebook provides some sort of an API at facebook.com/create message. Right? It does not provide it like this, but let us assume that for now that Facebook provides us an API that looks something like this. And if we go to this, if we send a post request, over here, right, then we can send a message to someone. Now imagine if I create a form like this. In my particular website, and in the action, I said this www.facebook.com/create message. So if you go to some website, for example, if you go to Scalar, and if you fill this form, when at the moment you click submit, this data will be sent to Facebook. It won't be sent to Scalar because I have set the action over here as Facebook, right? And you will end up sending a new message. Right? You will end up sending a new message from some other site. Now this is not a very good design, right? Facebook should try to stop this because this is a security vulnerability, right? People don't really know. So someone could try to send automatic requests to Facebook using someone else's cookie. So what will happen over here is your cookies will be used. So your account will be used to do whatever stuff I'm doing, but I will be controlling what I'm doing with your account. Right? So this is a big security issue, which is why we make sure that if a request is being made, if a post request is being made, then it satisfies certain criteria. Right? Now the Django automatically provides the security for us. It provides it out of the box, and that comes in form of this cross-site. It comes in form of something called CSRF token. Right. So whenever you want to create a form like this, what you can simply do is you can come over here and include this CSRF token. Right. If you do not include this, then you will get a forbidden error over here, CSRF verification failed. But once you include this token, if you try to create a task now, so this is a new task. Right. If you create add task, then you do not get the CSRF token issue, right? You do not get a CSRF token issue. You're getting a different error. The different error is saying that, okay, this add task did not really return me anything. Right? Did not really return me anything. That is clear, because when the method is post, we have not really done anything over here. Does that make sense till now? All right, so we have created a simple form over here. This is what the form looks like. Okay, this provides the CSRF token. It has a form with the action of post. We manually created all these different things. Right? We manually created all the different fields for this form. And when we submit this form, a post request is sent to this particular view. Okay. Now what we want to do is we want to perhaps create a task. Perhaps we want to create a task using this data. So we can come over here and we can first of all fetch this data. We can get this data for us. So we can say something like content equals to request.post, and inside this I can get the content. Similarly, I can get the deadline. This is request.post.deadline. All right. Now I want to create a task. So I can say task equals to task. And in this, I can set the content equals to content. I can set the deadline equals to deadline. All right. Furthermore, I can save this task. So I can say task.save. And then finally, I can redirect the user to the normal tasks page. So I can say return redirect to the tasks page. All right. So let us quickly check everything if everything is fine. So this is just tasks. Name equals to tasks over here. All right, and let's also name this add task. Okay, so let us quickly try out our method now. So I'm going to go to this add task thing. I'm going to add a new task. So this is a new task. I'm going to provide it a deadline, something like this, and I'm going to click on add task. The moment I do that, it will redirect me to this tasks page. And notice over here that our new task has been added to the database. So if I reload this page, this new task stays over here. Okay, so this is one way I can do that. This is one way I can do that. So now that we have this way, let us create a very simple contact us form. Right? Let us create a very simple contact us form. So what will the contact us form look like? For the contact us form, once again, I will have to create. So let me create a new file over here. So this will look like a new HTML file, contact us.html. Okay, and inside this contact us.html, I will once again have to create a form with action equals to empty, right, and method equals to post, and I will have the CSRF token here, CSRF token, and then I will have certain things. So if I'm trying to create an email form, what all things should I have? If I'm trying to create a contact us form, what all things should I have? I should basically have the subject, something like the subject. So I will say subject equals to subject, and then I will have an input field. So I will say input, and inside this input field, I will have a type equals to, let us say, text. Okay, and we will have a max length. So max length equals to, let's say, 255. Okay, so the subject has a limited length basically. Then perhaps we could close this. Right, then we could close this. We could have another one over here. So we could have something like a message. This goes BR. Right, we can have something like a message. And inside this message, we can have a text area perhaps. What happened? Just give me a moment. Yes, we can have a text area over here. Right. And we can have some placeholder value over here. So content goes here. Finally, we can have some sort of other fields, like we can have the sender email. So we can have sender email or your email. Right? And for this, we will have once again an input, and the type of this is going to be text again. All right, perfect. And finally, we will have a submit button. So we will say input type equals to submit, right? Value equals to send mail, and I guess this is it. So, name equals to submit as well. So name equals to submit. All right. So this is my very simple contact us form. Let us quickly plug this in as well. So I'm going to go to task.url. I'm going to create this thing over here. This will say contact us, right? And this will be contact thing, contact. All right, so let me add this function as well. So I'm going to very simply copy this function for add task. I'm going to call this contact function. And what this is going to do is it is going to, so if it is a get request or some other request, I will simply send them to this template, contact.html. If this is a post request, then I will get the content. So I will get things like the subject, right? So I will get the subject over here. Then I will get the message over here, right? I will have to provide a name over here. Okay, so let's just keep it at this. And I will perhaps have an email over here. So I will say email over here. And then I will somehow send this email, right? I will somehow send the email and then finally redirect the user once again back to the tasks page. Okay, this is what sending an email looks like. Okay, let us quickly see this action. So let us go to /contact and it says contact.html does not exist. Contact tasks contact.html. Okay, the name is contact us.html. All right. Let us reload this once again. And we see something like this. We see a very, very ugly form. It has the subject, it has the message, it has the email. Okay. So let us try to send a message over here. Let us try to, this is the subject. This is the subject. Okay. Let us provide some message over here. So email body goes here. And let us try to provide some sort of an email. So let us say in the email I say XYZ. Is XYZ a valid email? Is XYZ a valid email? It is not. So if I click send mail, notice what happens. Notice what happens. First of all, I get this. I mean, the post request is made correctly. The post request is made correctly, and inside this, I am getting so nobody submitted the subject. Right. So basically, what I'm getting over here is I got an error saying that hey, when I tried to pull the subject out, from the post request values, I did not get this thing. Now, can anyone guess why this did not work? Why getting the subject out over here did not work? The reason that did not work was, look at my form. Look at my form. I have not really provided a name for this input. Right? I have not really provided a name for this input. So I will have to come over here and I have to give a name called subject. Subject. Right? Now this should work. So if I go to contact once again, I put some subject here, I put some message here, I put some email here. Right? Now if I click send mail, now I'm getting a different error. I'm saying that the error is now on message. Right? So the subject one passed, but the error is now on message because I have also forgotten to give this a name. So I have to give this a name as well, message, and perhaps for the email as well, I have to give a name like email. Right? Let's try this again. So once again, we're going to contact this form. We're going to give the subject, we're going to give the body, and we're going to give the email. And we click send mail. Right? Now notice what happens is this worked just fine. It did not return an HTTP response. Okay, so I have to return this. So let me quickly try that again. So subject here, the message here, and the email here. Right? I click send mail, and this redirects successfully to the all tasks page. So apparently the mail has been sent. Right? Basically, if I fill this function over here, the mail will be sent. Now there's a catch over here. Particularly the email that I entered. This is not a valid email. Right? I need to do some sort of validation over here. Apart from that, I want to prettify this form. So I want to format it properly. And I might want to create much more complex things. So perhaps I want to add a BCC or a CC field inside this. Perhaps I want to add an attachment field to this. So what I will have to do is I will have to manually do all this stuff over here. I will have to add this stuff over here and do a lot of different things. So that is not good design. Okay, that is not good design. Django provides us an abstraction called Django forms that alleviates a lot of this pain for us. Okay, So let us quickly see how to create a contact form using Django forms. So inside this project, inside my app called tasks, okay, I'm going to create a new file. Python file, and let me call this forms. All right. Now in this forms file, let me create a very simple contact form. Class contact form. Now, just like models will inherit from model.model, right? Or just like views inherit from some particular view, just like model admin inherits from model admin, just like that, contact form, any sort of form will inherit from form.form. Okay, and this form is coming from Django import forms. All right, forms.form. Perfect. Cool. So now inside this form, what I can do is I can perhaps Supply. So notice one thing over here. Notice one thing over here, that whatever validation is happening, if I want to add validation to this email field, if I want to add validation to this email field, this validation should be on both the sides. It should be on the client side as well, and it should be inside my views.py as well. Yes, because if it is in just one place, if it is just in the views.py, if it is not in the front end side, then the user will not get appropriate feedback. On the other hand, if it is just on the client side, then someone can bypass and send me wrong, basically bad input. They can manually create a post request and send me bad input. So the server should also validate the data that it is getting. Right, so notice that if I currently want to put it in my vanilla thing, then I will have to put it in both the sides. I will have to manually write the code for the front end side. I will have to manually write the code for the back end side. Okay. Now let us see what forms can do for us. So in this contact form, I can, just like we have models, I can create some fields over here. So I can say subject is a forms.character field, right? And perhaps it has a max length of say 255. Okay. I can say that message is a forms.character field, right? And so let us say I provide the max length of 65536 over here. And I can have a sender, which is a forms.email field, right? Perfect. So this is my contact. Now, if I want to render this contact form, I will have to do something else. So let me go to views.py and let me create a new function. Let me call this contact2. Right? Let me call this contact2. Let us not worry about the what happens when we post things over here. Right? Let's not worry about that. Let's worry about the get request first of all. So in this, I'm going to say contact us 2.html. Right? I'm going to create a new template over here. So let me copy this contact us page. Let me call this contact us 2.html. All right. And inside this contact.2.html, now I want to render this particular form. I want to render this particular contact form. So earlier we were not really providing any context to this. Right? Now what we can do is we can say form equals to contact form. Right? And we can import this contact form from our, so we can import this from our forms file. Right? So from .forms import contact form. Okay, so we are creating a form over here. All right, we have created this form over here, and now we can send this form as context. So we can say comma form equals to form. Right? So we have sent this as the context. Now in our template, we don't have to create all these things ourselves. We can just use whatever the form value is. Okay, so this form is an object. We can just use that. We can just display that object over here. All right. So notice that. So let me quickly show you. If I just have the following. Right, let me remove all of this, and let me just say the following form. Okay. If I have this, then let us quickly see what this will look like. So I'm going to go to URLs. I'm going to duplicate this. Let me call this contact2, and the name for this will be contact2, views.contact2. All right. And let us try to reload the page. So this is contact2. Okay. So this is currently what I see. Okay. This is currently what I see. I don't really see a submit button over here. Right. So this is what I have rendered. This was the form. It had subject, message, sender. And I just rendered this form out. Okay. I just rendered this form out. Let us quickly see the source of this. View page source. I see that I am just getting some HTML output here. Right. I'm just getting some HTML output here. The form has not even been started. The action, the submit button for that form has not been defined. All right. So basically, this contact form that is available to you, this is something that Django provides to do several things for us. So it does validation for us. It does a lot of things for us. But its main task is to give us the HTML, right, that we need to render to create this form. Okay. And notice that it has done all the things for me. So it has created proper labels. It has created the proper labels, subject for this particular thing, right? So this is the input. The type is text, the name is subject. The max length is also provided. So whatever I provided over here as max length, right? And the ID is also provided for it. Right? So all these things are nicely done for me automatically. Okay. So now if I really want the submit field and if I want this form to work, I will have to come over here and have to include this manually. So I will have to say form action, where should the form go to? How should the form work? So it's a post thing. I will have to include the CSRF token. I have to include the submit value, right? But apart from that, the rest of the form can just be rendered as this. So if I now reload this page, I see that this is what the form I'm getting is. Okay. Now let us try to customize this form a little better. So currently it is being displayed horizontally. Right? Currently it is being displayed horizontally. What if I want each field to be in its separate paragraph? Right? If I want each field to be in separate paragraph, I can simply come over here and say form dot as underscore p. Right? I can simply say form dot as underscore p. So basically this will, instead of rendering the form in a vanilla manner, it will render this particular function inside this form. So if I hit reload now, you will see that this paragraph tags have been added, right? Around every input, paragraph tags have been added. So now it displays nicely in paragraphs. There's one thing that still bothers me. That thing is that this subject is a text field. Right? This subject is a text field, but this message can be very large, right? This message can also be multi-line message. So it is currently showing me a text field. I want to display a text area over here. I want to display a text area over here. So how do I customize? How do I customize what HTML tag is being used for what field? Currently, I have just told that, hey, for the message, have a character field, right, with the max length of this. But if I want to tell Django that please use a specific HTML tag over here, then I can also specify that, right? So I can come over here and I can say class meta. So whenever I want to customize something in a Django, in any sort of Django model, then I will have this class meta. Inside this, I can say widgets, right? And for the widgets, I can provide something like, so for the sender, please have forms dot text area, right? Please have forms dot text area. For this particular field, please have forms dot text area. So let us quickly try to reload this. This did not really work. So it is still a normal thing. Okay. So there's another way of doing this. The other way of doing this is directly specifying it over here. Directly specifying this over here. In the message, I can directly say widget equals to, and I can say forms dot text area. All right. So instead of the meta class, I suppose the meta class only works for the models. It does not work for contact forms. So we can also override this over here. Right. So let me reload now. And now I see that yes, message is a text area over here. Now it doesn't have to be text area. I can customize this to anything. So let me try to say datetime input. Let me try to say datetime input over here. So now if I reload this page, this message is a normal text. This message is a normal text field again. If I say radio button, radio select over here, then if I reload this page, you see that the message is a radio select with no options available. Okay, this message is a radio select with no options available for me. So I can customize the widget completely. Now, of course, I would want to use a widget that works well. I will have to use a widget that works well with this particular data type. All right. Perfect. So this is my nice contact form for you. Now, what happens if someone comes over here and tries to submit some value? So I can say this is the subject. So hello. I can have the body over here, body of the email over here, and I can have a sender like Pragya over here. Let me click send. So notice that it did not allow me to send. It gave me an error saying that this is not a valid URL. It gave me an error saying that this is not a valid URL. And how is it doing that? How is it doing that? It properly added for the sender thing. It properly made sure that the input type was not text. Right. So earlier in my contact form, I had created, I forgot to make the email as email. So HTML5 provides this email validation natively. So I forgot to do that. Right. So Django will actually give you the proper constraints. It will give you the proper tags, HTML tags. Okay. So I will have to input the correct email over here, something like interviewbit.com. Now if I click submit, so once again I'm saying that so the form got submitted successfully, but it did not really return any response to us. Right? The view didn't really return any response to us. In the view, we have not really done anything in the posting. Okay. Now, if I want to access the data of this form, I no longer need to do something like this. I no longer need to get the data directly from the post US. So what I can do is I can simply say form equals to contact form. And inside this, I can provide the data. I can say data equals to request.post. So what this will do is it will automatically fetch all the fields. This contact form knows what fields it has. Right? So it will automatically fetch all the fields. It will validate all the fields on the server side as well. Okay, then I can check if the form is valid. If the form is valid, then actually send the email, right? And then perhaps return redirect to tasks. Right? So if the form is valid, then please send the email and then redirect to tasks. So if the form is not valid, what should I do? So let us currently go to contact. Right? Let us currently go to contact. So if the form is not valid, if I have an invalid email over here, if I try to click send mail, this works, right? This works. What I would want to do is I would want the page to reload. With a particular value, right? So over here, I can simply re-render this form. So I can return. So basically, I can come over here and I can de-indent this, and inside this I can return this form once again. Okay. So now if I go to contact 2, so I see this form again. So I have the subject over here, I have the message over here, I have the sender over here at gmail.com. And if I click send mail, so this will work. Right? This will correctly work. So we will see basically where this validation comes into play. Right? We will see where this validation comes into play and how the binding works. All right, so far so good. So this was a very simple contact form for us. Okay, this was a very simple contact form for us. Now what we wanted to create was an add task form as well. We wanted to create an add task form as well. So if I want to create an add task form, I will go to form and I will create a new form. So class task form, right? This will be from forms.form. And then I will have to specify all these different things. So let me go to the model once again. So if I go to models.py, inside the task thing, I will have content. This will be a forms.character field, right? And it will have whatever validations I have over here, right? Then I will have a created ad, I will have a completed ad, deadline, status, tags, and so on and so forth. Now this all has automatically been specified, right? This is already specified in the model, in my task model. So I should not specify this again over here. For that, Django provides something else. It provides a model form. Okay. So instead of inheriting from form, if I inherit from model form, I will have to come over here and I'll have to give it some fields. So I will have to say class meta, and inside this I will have to say fields equals to all. Right. Now if I create this, now this will automatically create the correct form for this particular model, for this task model. All right. So now I can go over here in the views. I can create an add task _ 2. So I'm creating a new file over here, a new view over here, add task _ 2. And what this is doing is, let us currently forget the post thing. Let us currently completely ignore the post thing. Otherwise, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a form. So form equals to task form, right? And I'm going to render this task form. So I'm going to say new task2.html. Inside this, I'm going to say form, and I will send the form as context over here. Now I can create this new task2.html. So let me quickly copy the contact_2.html and let us name it as new task2.html. All right. So it has the same template. It is just saying that, okay, send it to the same URL, add the CSRF token, just render the form and have a submit value. Right. Inside the submit value, instead of send mail, I can say add task. Right. Perfect. So this was very simple. Now let us quickly plug this URL in. So let us go to urls.py and let us plug this URL in as well. So let us go to add task2. This function is add task2. Let us also rename this as add task2. Okay. Now let us go to /add task2 and let us see what a form looks like. So it is saying that model form has no model class specified. Now this is necessary for us. Okay, this is necessary for us. Currently, if I go to my forms.py, just because I've said task form, Django does not know what model I'm talking about. Right? So I have to specify the model as well. Right? Notice that in this particular class, currently I have not given Django any hint that, hey, I want to create a model of this particular model. I want to create a form of this task model. So I will have to come over here and explicitly say that inside the meta class, I will say model equals to task. Right? So I will import this model as well. So from the models, import task. And now if I click reload, it will give me all the nice functionalities. So notice that it did a lot of work for me. Django did a lot of work for me. It created all these different things. So it created this, all this for the content, for the created ad, for the deadline, for the completed ad, status, job, tags, and so on and so forth. right? It even gave me a multi-valued field for tags. So it even went ahead and filled all the options over here. Right? It did that automatically for us. All right. Perfect. Now, once again, as we saw in the Django admin, we just want to provide the content, we want to provide the deadline, and perhaps the tags. We don't really want the created at, completed at, and the status things. Right? We don't really want that. So once again, we can customize that. Now, currently in fields, I have said done below. This means that include all the different fields. I can come over here and customize that as well. I can say that, hey, have the content, have the deadline, and have the tags. Please don't have anything else. So if I reload now, I have only these three fields and I can add the task. Okay, perfect. Now let us see how we will handle this. So if I add some content over here, so some content over here, I provide some deadline, so ABCD, right? And I provide some tasks. If I click add task right now, nothing will happen because my view is empty. Right? My view is empty, it will just redirect. So let me process this as well over here. So I'm going to say form equals to task form. And inside this, I'm going to provide the data that I have gotten from the request. So I will say request.post. Okay. And I will say if form.is valid, Now I need to get all the content from the form, right? I need to get all the things from the form and I need to create a task object for that. But once again, that is something that Django can handle for us because this is a model form. I only have to do new task equals to form.save. Okay, so when I do save over here, it will automatically create the task object for me. It will automatically save it to the database and it will return that object for me. Right? It will return that object for me. And then I can perhaps redirect to this task thing. Okay, so let us try to reload this once again. So let us reload this. Let us say fancy task here, fancy task. Let us add the deadline, something, and let us add the tags. Okay, let me click add tag. So currently what I'm seeing over here is this form was not valid. This form was not valid because if you look at my date, if you look at my deadline, this is supposed to be a date. Right? This is supposed to be a date, but it is not a date. So it tried to validate it at the back end. It made sure that hey, the date is valid, and then it tried to save the task. But since the form was not valid because the date was not valid, it didn't really do anything. Right? It didn't really do anything. Now basically this is an error. This is an error that the backend has caught. The backend has figured out that hey, this is a validation error. This is not allowed. You can't have a date which is not a date. So I should show this particular. I should give the feedback to the user, right, that whatever date you have entered, this is not a valid date. I should give that feedback to the user. So how do I give that feedback? So basically, when I give that feedback, what should happen? It should show that hey, this deadline is incorrect. But apart from that, my input should remain. The input fancy task, all the tags that I've selected, they should remain as it is. These inputs should not change, right? Just because I've clicked submit, whatever I've entered into the form so far, that should not vanish. So how to handle that? The Django once again provided very simply for us. So if I just unintended over here, right? So basically what I'm saying is take the request. If the request has a post method, right, then get all the data, create the form from all the data that we have seen so far. Right? If the form is valid, then create the new task. Otherwise, render this form once again. Render the same form once again, and notice that since this form now has the data, it will automatically render with certain values. So currently this is empty. If I add something over here, so add something, then if I add a bad deadline, if I add some tags, if I click add task, over here, notice that it is giving me this error, enter a valid date time, and the rest of the values are still filled in. Okay, the rest of the values have not vanished. Now this is very good user experience. Okay, so Django provides all of this out of the box. Okay, so if I enter a valid date time over here, suppose, so basically let me change this widget. So let me go to the forms.py, and inside this, let me say widgets equals to, for the deadline, I will have a forms.datetime field, datetime widget, datetime input, and let me say that okay, the attrs goes to type. So I'm just specifying what sort of widget to use. So I want to use the datetime local field over here. Perfect. So now if I click reload, I'm getting a proper datetime field. So if I say new task goes here, right? Let me add the tags as work and repetitive, and let me create a deadline, suppose of 26th. Now if I click add task, it will successfully create the task. Right? Notice that just by doing just by doing form.save, it automatically validated everything. It automatically saved it to the database and it redirected me. Right? So this is Django forms in action. Now, once again, as always, Django is a huge thing, and Django provides a lot of functionality for the forms as well. Okay, so I'm not going to cover all of these. Instead, I'm going to give you some URLs. So first is this. Let me also paste it in the chat. And this will also be available in the post-lecture content. Right? So in the repository, in the GitHub repository, this link will be available. So in this, we see that there's a whole section of how to work with forms. And this particularly explains why these forms are required, how to basically build these forms, what all different features these forms provide, and what all different types of fields these forms provide. Right? Apart from that, so this is for the normal forms. If you want to talk about model forms, then you have this separate URL. So this next URL over here, this particular URL talks about the model forms specifically. So how to create model forms, how to customize the model forms, how to select what fields are available, what widgets are available, and all these different things. Okay, how to perform validation on that, how to save method work, and so on and so forth. Apart from that, so we have not covered this, but apart from that, Django also provides something called form sets for us. Right? So something called form sets for us. So imagine that you want to add, so you are a user and you want to add 10 tags in one go. You want to be able to create 10 tag objects in one go. So you need multiple forms on the same page so that you will quickly enter and simply click add on. Right? So that is what form sets will allow us to do. Form sets will basically allow us to work with multiple forms on the same page. Right? So if you are more curious about this, please go ahead and try to explore this on your own. The more you learn, the better it is. But as we move forward, we will not be using all the functionality of this in our to-do application. We have just given you the introduction and we will be using some of this in our application. Okay. Perfect. So this is it for today, guys. Let me quickly make sure that all code is uploaded. So you will be able to find the code over here. If you go to GitHub /Scalar Academy /Introduce Django. So this is the URL once again. The URL is github.com Scalar Academy Introduction to Django. Right. In this, you will be able to find all the code and all the links to the videos that for all the lectures that we have covered so far. Okay, so I'm going to quickly commit today's code as well to this repository, and you can go over here and check it out. Perfect. So this is it for today, guys. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. All right, here we go. So guys, today we are finally going to look at how to do authentication, how to manage the users, how to create a login page, how to create a logout page, registration page, and all those things. Right? And finally, we are also going to see how to restrict certain pages. Right? So currently, anyone can view the tasks, anyone can create the tasks. We want only logged in users to be able to create tasks and view their tasks. Right? So today we'll see how to do that. Perfect. So let me quickly share my screen. All right. Just give me one moment while I change my resolution as well. All right, now my screen should be visible to everyone. So let me quickly walk you through what project we have, what template we have at starting, and then we will see how to add things to it. Okay, perfect. So let us quickly look at what applications we have. So we have this to-do project. Inside this to-do project, we have two applications at the moment. One application is pages. The other application is tasks. Now, tasks is what you're familiar with. Right? So let me quickly close all these windows over here. Right now, tasks is what you're familiar with. It has this nice admin for creating tasks and for creating tags. It has forms, the tasks form and the tag form. In the models, we have the task status, the tag, the task, and all these different things. In the views, we have an index that will show all the tasks and show all the tags. And we have two methods. So we have one view for adding a task and one view for adding a tag. Right? This is the familiar part we have. And this is all plugged in the urls.py. All right. The other application that we currently have is this pages application. It has very simple views. So there's one view over here called contact, and this is the contact us form that we have made earlier in one of the previous videos. Right. Apart from that, in the URLs we see, so this is what this is the contact us form. But apart from that, we have two more pages. One is the home.html and one is the about.html. And these don't really have corresponding views to them. These are just directly rendered from the template. All right. And if I look at the templates folder now, in the templates folder for pages, I have three templates: about, contact, and home. You can see in the about page, it is just a very simple about page, a blank about page. In the home page, we have a blank home page with two links, right? With two links, login and sign up. And currently, these two links don't really point to anywhere. All right. So we have to fill this up. But we have a very blank, simple about page, home page. And in the contact page, once again, we have this nice contact, simple contact form. All right. Now at the tasks, the templates, once again, in the index just shows all the tasks and all the tags for us. The add task renders a form, and the add task tag also renders a form so that we can add those things. All right. So I have went ahead and I have created the database. I have migrated to the database, and I have also created a super user. Right. So basically, now if I go to my application and I go to /admin, let me run the server first. I go to my application and I go to /admin. I can log in using my super user that I have created. So I can say plugin and my password over here. And this gives me the familiar admin interface that we have already seen. Right. So we can look at the tasks, what tags I have added and what tasks I have currently added. All right. Perfect. Now, currently I am the user. Currently I am the super user who is associated with these tags and these tasks. Right. If I look at my model, I look at my task model or my tag model, then I will see in this tag model, it says nowhere who this tag belongs to. Like a particular user is not specified over here. So basically these tags and these tasks, they exist independently of the user, which basically means that if I create another super user, and that super user goes to the same admin interface, they will also be able to see all the tags and all the tasks that I have created. I do not perhaps want that. I want people to be able to log in and sign up on my website. And I want the tags and tasks that one person has created to be personal to them so that others can't view them. All right. Perfect. So let us quickly see how we can accomplish that. Cool. So the first thing that we are going to need to do is let us quickly create a new application for holding all these user account information. All right, so we are going to go to terminal and we are going to enter the command. So what is the command for creating a new application in Django? Very simply, it is Python manage.py and startup. And inside this startup, we are going to manage.py. Oh, I have to give a name for the application. So let me name the application something like accounts. All right. So the moment I do that, something will appear on the left hand side over here. So a new folder called accounts has been created, and it has the very simple the blank data files, right? So let me quickly install this. So I'm going to go to my settings, and over here I'm going to install this accounts application. So I'm going to say accounts.apps.account config. Okay. So this application is now installed. Let us quickly look at the models, the admin and the views as well. So currently we have nothing really here. So let us add some things. Okay. So let us first of all create some views for this account manager. Right. So let us create a login view. So we are going to have a def login perhaps. This is going to take a request and it is going to do something with it. Right. So perhaps it is going to render a template. So for now I can just say render or return render, and I can pass the request in and I can give a template name. So the template name perhaps is going to be accounts/login.html, right? Perfect. So currently we have this. Let me also create a logout form or a register form over here. Register, and this is going to just return account/register.html. Now notice that these templates have not been created so far. If I look at my templates directory, I just have these folders, pages and tasks. I don't really have the login and logout forms. So let me quickly create some new blank templates over here. So I'm going to create a new directory inside this, call this accounts. And inside accounts, I'm going to create two files. So one HTML file called login, and the other one, so let me just name this as login, and the other one as register. And for this one, let me just call this as sign up. Right. So once again, this is the blank sign up page, sign up, and this is the blank register or login page, login. All right. Now let me go ahead and let me plug these URLs as well. So in the accounts app, I'm going to go to the views and I'm going to create a urls.py for this. So I'm going to insert a new file and I'm going to create a Python file. Let me call this urls.py. And inside this, I'm going to enter that familiar thing, URL patterns equals to, and path. Inside this, I'm going to give a path, something like if someone goes to login, then please send this template. So from dot import views, please give this view. So views dot login, right? And I can give this a name such as login as well. And then finally, I can have one for this or register as well. This will give the register view. And I can perhaps have one for logout as well. So logout, and I will have to add a logout view as well, and this will be logout. All right. Let us figure out how to manage this logout view later on. So currently we have these things. Let me import this path thing as well. So from Django.urls import path, and from views, let me create a dummy function def logout that also accepts a request, and that currently does nothing. Right. So it returns none. Perfect. So we have these three things set up. So if I run my server again, my server which is currently running, if I go to the application, I can go to this particular page. These login and sign up buttons still do not work because I have told it this urls.py that, hey, these are the paths, but I have not really plugged this urls.py in to my main settings. So I'm going to go to the to-do project in the urls.py. I'm going to include this. So I'm going to say add a path, and the location of that path is going to be nothing. So if someone goes to a blank path, then please include this accounts.urls inside that. All right. So now that these have been plugged in, I can reload my application. If it works, let me quickly see what the error is. It is saying that does not appear to have patterns in it. Accounts urls.py. Interesting. Let's figure that out. So basically in the to-do project, in the settings, I have accounts config registered. I have the tasks config registered. I have pages config registered. If I just do this, include URL conf module does not appear to have any patterns in it. Oh, URL patterns. Okay, I've basically renamed this incorrectly. So let me go to the views of URLs of the account, and there's no underscore over here. Right, so it's a simple variable. So now my server is up and running, and I can go to these login pages, and I can go to the register page. Right, so currently they don't really have anything. So I'm going to create the login and registration forms over here. Perfect. So let us first look at how Django basically provides authentication to us. Right? How Django provides authentication. If I go to these settings, if I go to my project settings, I see that in the installed apps, automatically Django.contrib.auth has been installed for me. Right? Along with auth, some other things like some other dependencies of this authorization toolkit, like sessions, messages, content types, these are also automatically included for me. Now I can totally remove these, but I don't really want to remove these because Django provides me a lot of features for user registration and user creation that we are going to use from here. Okay, so let us quickly look at this module. So inside this accounts thing, let us go to the views and let us quickly import this. Try to import this this module. So we are going to say from Django.contrib.auth. And let us see what things we have over here. So if I go to the source code of this, I will see I have tons and tons of different things over here, right? So I have things like authenticate, I have things like login, I have things like, I have a function called logout, and I have get user, and I have many other things, right? Perfect. So let us see what other things we have. Inside auth, I also have several things, so like models, decorators, views, forms, admin, and so on. So if I look at the models, then inside this, it provides me a user model by default. Okay. Now, once again, let us look at what the source code of this user model says. So by default, what does Django provide us in this user model? So I'm going to go to the source of this. And inside this, I see that, okay, it inherits from abstract user, and there's nothing really else over here. So let me go to abstract user and let me see what this is about. So abstract user has several things. It has a username out of the box, which is a character field. It has a first name, a last name, and email. It has the is staff status, which is the super user status. It has is active. It has date joined. It has objects. It has email field, username field, and required field. Right. So it provides a ton of different things for us. Now it is totally possible to customize this user field. Right? It is totally possible in Django to create your own user object or your own user model, which basically takes some things from the built-in user model, or you can completely remove that and create your complete new user model as well. Right? But 90% of the time, in 90% of the cases, you will not need to do that, because the user model that Django provides, it is pretty robust, and it works for most of your, it will work for most of your requirements. All right. So what we are going to do is we are going to simply import this user module or this user model, and we are going to work with this. Perfect. So let us quickly look at this registration page over here. Now in this registration page, we want to give a form to the user to create a user account, right? So let us quickly create a form. So I'm going to insert a new file, and in this file, I'm going to call this forms.py. Right? For forms.py, I'm going to add a couple of things. So first of all, let me import this model. So from django.contrib.auth, import user, dot models, import user, right? And let me also see what forms Django provides us out of the box. So from django.contrib.auth.forms, I see we have a user creation form that is available over here. So I have a user creation form and I have a user change form as well. As the name suggests, user creation form is for creating a new user. User change form is to change an existing user that we have. All right, so let me quickly import the user creation form over here. So, all right, I have this in forms. I have not really created anything. So I perhaps don't need to import it here. I can directly do it in the views perhaps. Right, so in the views itself, I can say from django.contrib.auth.forms, import user creation form. All right, and I will quickly go ahead in the registration page. I will check. So once again, when we are working with forms, we can have two types of requests, the post request or the get request. If it is a post request, we should create the object. If it is any other request, right? If it is a get request or a put request, we should render out our form, right? So we will check over here. If request.method equals to post, then we will render the form out. So we will say form equals to user creation form, right? Else, if the request is not, so this is again, so if the request is post, then we will create a form or user creation form from the request's data. So request.post, right? And we will basically say if the form is valid, we will simply save this user. So we will say user equals to form.save, right? And then we will have to somehow log in this user, log in and authenticate this user, right? Or basically, yes, this should be it, okay? On the other hand, if it is not a post request, if it is a get request or some other kind of request, we can create a blank user form and we can simply render this form out to the registration page. So we will provide it some context over here. We will say form and we will provide it the form. Perfect. Now that we have this, now that we are sending this information to the registration page, let us quickly add the template for it. So once again, I'm going to go to accounts and register.html. Currently, we just have this blank sign up page. So I'm going to create a form inside this. So as you're all familiar with this, to create a form using Django, it is very simple. I have to create a form. I have to provide it an action. The action is going to be the same URL. So I'm going to leave it blank so that it automatically submits to the same URL. My method for this is going to be post. Okay? And this is very important, guys. Whenever you are creating a registration form, please make sure registration and login forms, the method should always be post, because you don't want your password, your username and password to show up in the URL, right? That will be a disaster. So always make sure that your registration and login pages are post. Okay, cool. So inside this form, we are going to include very quickly the CSRF token. So this is to prevent cross-site request forgery. And then we can include the form as a table. So we are going to quickly open a table over here. And we are going to say form dot, so as table, right? So this will neatly render that form. And after that, we will also need to provide our sign up button. So I'm going to add a new row in this table. So I'm going to use a TR. Inside this, I'm going to add a new column in this table. And the call span for this can be 2. Call span for this can be 2. All right. And I'm going to create a sign up button over here. So I'm going to say input. And the type for this will be submit. And the name for this will be submit. And the value for this will be sign up. Right? Right. Now let us quickly go to the login. Let us quickly go to the sign up page. Oh, sorry. So this URL is not working any so far. So let us go to the registration page and we see this form rendered out. Okay. So let us quickly see what this form provides us out of the box. It provides us a username. It provides us 2 password fields. Right. So this is the primary password field, and this is another password. This is another password. This is the password confirmation field. Well, just the username and the password probably not enough, right? I would perhaps want to add other fields. I would perhaps want to add other fields to this particular form. So how can I do that? Well, I can customize this form. To customize this form, I will have to inherit this form, right? So I'm going to look at this user creation form and I'm going to create my own form. So I'm going to say class create user form, right? And I'm going to inherit from the user creation form. Okay. In this, I'm going to add the meta class. I'm going to say that the model equals to user. And I'm going to provide it some extra fields, for example. Right, so I'm going to say that, all right, please include the following fields. So we have the username by default, right? I also perhaps want to include the email field, right? So currently my form doesn't really have an email field. I perhaps want to add that because people need their emails to sign up, okay? After that, I'm going to add, I want these 2 password fields to appear as they are. Right? So now quickly look at what these password fields look like. So the name for the password field is password1, right? And the name for the password field is password2. So let me quickly include these as well in my fields list. So password1 and password2. All right. So basically, by doing something as simple as this, I have customized my user creation form. I have basically added the field for email for it. Now, once again, in the accounts, in the views of accounts, I need to use this new form that I have created. Right? Instead of the default user creation form, I have to use this form. So I will be using from.forms import create user form, and I will be using this form instead. So at both these locations, I will be using the create user form. And now if I reload my application, you will see that the email address field has also appeared over here. All right, perfect. Now currently, if we fill this out, if we put some stuff over here, so if you try to fill this form out, interviewbit.com, and we try some password out, when we click sign up, this user will automatically be created. So currently, it does all the validation for us. So notice very nicely that when I'm getting the data, I'm checking if the form is valid, only then I'm saving the user. So currently, I tried to create a user with the username plugin, and it gave me the error that a user with this username already exists. Right? So remember that my super user has the same name plugin. So it will not allow me to create the same user once again. So let us create some other user. For example, let us create Raghav. Right? So let us say that we have Raghav over here. Raghav has raghav@interviewbit.com, and we will have the same password for Raghav. Right? So if I click sign up, Raghav will be created. Right? So currently I did not really get a message over here. That hey, Raghav was created, because I did not really do anything, right? I did not really do anything to log in and authenticate this user. But if I go to my admin portal, then I will be able to see, if I log in with my super user, in the users table, I will be able to see that yes, Raghav actually has been created. Right? Raghav has been created, his email address has been provided, and he is not a super user. All right, perfect. So basically, once I have registered a user, what should I do? What usually happens when you go to a website and you register a new user, when you sign up, what will happen? So some sort of a confirmation email will be sent to you, right? We will look at that later, how to send confirmation emails. But what apart from that happens when you click sign up? You get redirected back to the login page. Right? You get redirected back to the login page. So what I can do over here is I can just return a redirect to the login page. All right, so let me just import this redirect function from Django.shortcuts. And basically, this since this login page, if I look at the urls.py, this is the login page, right? This page has the name login. So it will automatically redirect me to this views.login page over here. All right, let's try that once again. So I'm going to go to the sign up page. I'm going to create a new user. So something like we have Pranay. So we are going to say pranay@interview.com. And we are going to add a password. We are going to keep the password same. And now if we click sign up, it will actually redirect us to the login page. All right. Perfect. So far, so good. So on the login page, we should also have a login form. So remember that the user has just signed up for now. The user still needs to log in with their credentials. All right. So let us go to this and let us create this login page. So in this login page, we will have to provide some sort of a user login form over here. Right. So we are going to come over here and say that, okay, we are going to say, let us create a login form. So for this login form, we will have two fields. Well, very simply, we will have the username and we will have the password. So let us first of all go to the login.html and let us create a form. So the action is going to be blank. The method is going to be post. And inside this form, I will have a very simple, I'll first have the CSRF token. So CSRF token followed by the two inputs for username and password. So I can come over here and I can say something like, I can start a table. And inside this table, I can provide a row. Inside this row, I can have a th username and a td. So I literally just make these tds. td for password. So input type equals to password. Name equals to password. Right. So let me just format these out nicely. So we have this. We have this. So this is the first row. And inside this, we can give a placeholder. So placeholder can be something like password itself. So password, all right? And let us create, oh, sorry, this is for the password thing. Let me also create a new row for the password as well. Right. So let me rename this as password. So password will have a password input. The username will be just text. Right? So it will just be a text of it. Username. And I will have the placeholder will be username over here. Okay, let us quickly reload the login page and see. We see that these two fields nicely show. Right, this is the password field and this is the username field. Let me provide a sign up button over here as well. So I'm going to provide a new row, and inside this new row, I'll create a new column with call span equals to 2. And inside this column, I'm going to provide an input field, and the type of this will be submit. The name of this will be submit, and the value will be login. Log in. All right. Now, if we click reload, we have this nice login page over here. So let us try to log in now. If I enter my credentials, plug A and some password, if I click login, nothing really happens because we have not really done with this form. Right? We have not done anything with this form. It is just on the front end put. Right? Let us add the backend code for this login page. So I'm going to once again go to this login view, and I'm going to once again check if the request is post or get. So I will check over here if the request.method equals to post, then I will have to get the data from this login form. So I will say that username equals to request.post username. So I'm going to get the username field, and similarly I'm going to get the password field. And now I have to do several things. So I have to somehow I have to find out if any such user is present. Once I find that out, I will have to log in that user, right? And then I will have to send the user to their dashboard. All right, this is what I have to do. On the other hand, if that is not the case, then I can simply return this render request, right? I can simply return the login page. Perfect. So how do we really authenticate the user? So let us go to the admin side once again, and let us look at this user called Raghav. In this user called Raghav, you will notice that the password that I entered over here, that is not really visible over here, right? And Django will never save the password as text because that is a very bad practice. So what Django will always do is it will automatically convert your password into a hash. Okay, it will automatically convert your password into a hash. It will add some salt to it, and it will store the hashed password for you, right? So this all automatically happens when you use this user creation form. When you use this user creation form, this automatically happens. So we don't have to worry about that. But when we are logging the user in, we can't just look in the table for the username and the corresponding password. We have to actually hash this password once again. And we have to use the same salt that was saved for this particular username. So Django provides us several features, and Django provides us several functionalities to allow us to do that as well. So there's a function in Django called authenticate, right? And this function comes from django.contrib.auth. Right, so from this particular location, Django contrib auth, it provides a nice function called authenticate. And let us quickly see what authenticate requires. So authenticate requires, first of all, it requires a request, and then it requires some credentials. So we are going to provide the current request. And for the credentials, we have to provide the username equals to username. We have to provide the password equals to password. Right. So basically, what this method will do is it will check if any such username exists. If such a username exists, it will check if the password matches, right? And if the password matches, it will actually give me back the user object. So authenticate will not actually log the username. Authenticate does not log the username. Authenticate just tries to check if there is any user with this username and this corresponding password. If the user exists, then please return me back the user. All right. So it could be the case that any such user does not exist. So authenticate will either return me a user object or it will return none. Right, so I will have to come over here and check if user is not none. Right, so if the user is not none, then yes, some user was available to me, and now I have to log that user. So once again, for that, Django provides me this nice function auth login. For in this, I can just provide the request and the object of the user. So I can import this auth login once again from django.contrib.auth. I can import this login function, and I can just log in import this as login as auth login. Right, so the auth login. So basically the reason I'm renaming this function over here is because I have a function of my own, right? So this function is called login. I have a function of my own called login. I want to distinguish between this function and this function, which is why I'm importing this function with a new name called auth login. All right. Now to log this user in, I can just simply pass this user object in this request. And now I can redirect this user to their dashboard. So I can redirect to their dashboard. Right? Perfect. So let us try this out. So I'm going to reload this page now. I'm going to reload this page and let me enter the details. So plug here and the password over here. If I hit enter, I am getting an error. It is saying no reverse for dashboard found. Right? So basically, I have said that, hey, please go to the dashboard. But if I look at my URLs, I have not really provided what dashboard really means. Right? I have just log in, register, and log out. I don't really have any sort of dashboard over here. Fine enough. So let us create this dashboard as well. I'm going to create this dashboard in the pages directory, in the pages app. So I'm going to go to URLs and I'm going to add a very simple dashboard view over here. And I'll call this dashboard. And let me also create this function over here. So I'm going to create this page, dev dashboard, and it will accept the request. And for now, it will just render out a template. So I will just return render request, comma, the template name will be pages/dashboard.html. Perfect. So let us create this template as well. So I'm going to go to pages and I'm going to create a new template called dashboard. So dashboard, and inside this, I will say something like inside the dashboard, I will say to-do app. I will say welcome, and I need to provide the username over here. Right? I want to provide the username over here. So I will have something over here, right? I will have some sort of the username over here, right? Okay. After that, once the dashboard is over there, then I will need to provide some logout button. I don't really need the sign out button. What else do I need? So I will need to show them their tasks and their tags. So I will have a h1 tag thing over here. So my tasks, and inside this, I will render out the tasks. I will have another h1, which will say my tags. And over here, we will render out the different tags. Apart from that, we will also give them two nice buttons over here. So basically for adding a task and for adding a tag. So I will have a A over here, and this will link out to something, and this will say add a new task. And similarly, I will have one for add a new tag. So we will complete this out. But for now, we have a very simple dashboard page that looks like this. All right. So it says welcome. It should say my name over here. It provides a nice logout button. It then gives me my tasks. It gives me a link for adding a new task. It gives me my tags and a link for adding these new tags. Perfect. So let us move on now. So we will fill this out later on, but let us see what things we need to do over here. Now, suppose that we went to this login page, right? So we are back in this accounts login page. So where did it go? It is in accounts and inside views, right? If the user made an error over here, right? If the user made an error over here, if the username and password did not correspond to any user, then I should also return something, right? I should basically provide some sort of error message. I should provide some sort of error message to the user. Now, Django provides us a very nice feature, which is called messages, right? So I can simply come over here and say, I can add a message, messages.error, right? And I can add the message to this request, and I can provide it an error like username or password is incorrect, right? And I can import this messages. So this messages comes from django.contrib.messages. Okay. So I've imported django.contrib.messages. And basically now what will happen is this message that I have sent over here, this will be attached to my request. Okay. And basically it will be available on the front end. So on the front end, if someone makes an error, if someone is on this login page and they make an error, I can also render out these messages over here. So basically I can come over here and I can say something like for message in messages, and I can render this message out. So I will say end for, and I will provide the message over here. So I will say message. Let us quickly see this in action. I will currently, let me go to so currently the logout page is not working. So let me first of all implement the logout functionality so that I can show you this login thing working. Or let me actually directly go to the login page. In this login page, let me try to enter some username and some wrong password. And when I click login, it shows me that it didn't return a HTTP response object. Interesting. Let us go to the views again. Sorry, let us go to the account views again. Account views again. And all right, so basically I can do this over here. I can return directly so that even if this fails, I will still return this particular page over here. So let me go to login once again. Let me enter an incorrect username and incorrect password. Let me click login. And it shows me that yes, user or password is incorrect. If I actually give the right username and password, if I click login now, it will automatically log in and send me to my dashboard. All right. Perfect. So we have the login page working. So just like Django provided us login and this authenticate function, Django also provides us a very nice logout function. So it also provides a logout function, which I can also import as auth logout. And what this logout function will do is it will simply log the current user out. So in this thing, in the logout view, I can simply come over here and I can say auth logout, and I want to log whatever user is currently active on this page. All right. So now if I go to /logout, then it will automatically log my user out. And currently I have to return. So once I have logged out, I must go back to either the home page or I must go back to the login page. So let us redirect the user back to the login page. Right? So if someone goes to log out, he will be logged out and he will be redirected to the login page. Okay. So now we have these things. Now let us quickly go to our template and let's fill these things. So inside the login page, I should have a link to the sign up page as well. Right? So this is login. Otherwise, I should also have a link to the sign up page. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to say or sign up, right? I'm going to add a h tag with the reference to. So I'm going to put the URL for the register page over here. And I'm going to say something like sign up or create a new account. All right. And now if I click save, if I go to the login page, I have this new thing, create a new account, which is going to the register page. And if I click over here, I will be sent to my sign up page. Once again, on the sign up page, I should have a link for the login page. So I'll go to this register page as well. And over here, I will say, or if you already have an account, login, or basically login, if you already have an account, and this will go to the login page. So now if I reload this user page, I will see this login if you already have the account. That will take me to the login page. Let me also go to the home page. And in the home page, I should plug these values in, right? So currently in the home page, the login and the sign up buttons, they are not really doing anything. So let me include the URLs over here as well. So this URL will be This will be a URL for the login page, and this will be a URL for the logout page, or for the sign up page, register page. All right. So these links should be included on all the pages. Right? These links should be included on the about page as well. It should be included on the contact page as well. Right? Perfect. Now, if I quickly reload, I have this once again. Now this login pages and these sign up pages, they do work. Okay. Now there's a catch over here. So if the user is already logged in, right? So let me suppose that I quickly log in over here. So I am currently logged in, right? Now if I go to the home page once again, I still see this login page. Instead of seeing this link to the login, I should now see the link to this logout thing, right? So basically, if there is no user which is logged in, then only I should show the login page, or then I should show the link for the login page. Otherwise, I should be showing the link for the logout page. Does that make sense, guys? Yes. To do that, we can come over here in the login page in the home.html, and we can provide a condition over here. So we can say that, hey, if the request dot user dot, and there's a function that Django, there's a property that Django provides. So is authenticated. If my current user is authenticated, only in that case, I will render out the logout page. In that case, I will render out the logout page, logout, right? Otherwise, so we are going to have else. I'm going to show the link to the login page over here, and I'm then going to end the if condition, end if. Right, so let me quickly reload this. So currently, since I'm logged in, I will see this logout link over here. If I click logout, it will send me back to the login page. But if I go back to my home page, it will show me the login link. All right. So only when I'm logged in, will it show me the login page, logout page over here in the home HTML. Right. So let me quickly copy this and let me replace this thing on all these pages, on the about page as well, right, and on the contact page as well. So this is kind of uniform. Now notice over here, I am violating the dry principle, right? So in computer science, we have this dry principle that says do not repeat yourself. Now over here, I have this once again. I have this again and again, right? I'm copy pasting the same thing in different things. So can you guess how to basically remove this repetition? We saw this, right? So in the in the starting lectures, we saw how to work with templates, and we saw how to create a base template. So we are not going to do that right now, but in tomorrow's class, we will actually bring all of this together, and we will actually make a nice base template in which we will have all these different links so that we don't repeat ourselves. All right. For now, in the dashboard, let me also render out several things. So just give me a moment. Right. So basically over here, I basically want to display what the name of the user is. So how do I access the user object? I can simply do request.user, right? And once again, I should have the logout page should be pointing to the URL for logout. And since the user is already logged in to the for the dashboard, I do not really need to show them any sort of sign up page or any sort of login page. All right. Now in the tasks, I can come over here and render the tasks as well. So I can say something like I can say perhaps, so I will need to add the tasks value over here. So I will say, I will create a new UL, and inside this, I will provide for task in tasks, and I will simply render the task code. So I will say li and task, and I will end this for loop and for, and similarly for the tags, I will also render out the tags. So I will say my tags for tag in tags, and render the tag out. All right. So basically, we have this nice welcome page which shows a user. We have this logout page. After that, we have the tag tasks and we have the tags. All right. Perfect. Let us quickly close this UL field down. And inside this, we are going to add two views for the adding task and for the adding a tag thing. All right. Perfect. We already have these views, right? We already have these views. So if I look at these tasks, if I look at this tasks application, inside my views, I already have views for adding a tag and adding a task. So if I go to URLs, these are called add task and add task, add tag. So I can come over here and inside this dashboard page, inside this dashboard page, I can provide these URLs over here. So I can say for adding a tag, please send the URL or user to the URL of add tag. And for the adding a task thing, please send the user to the URL of added task. Add. Okay. So far so good. Let us quickly see this in action. So I'm going to once again log out. I'm going to sign in now with my account. Right. I click login and I see welcome Pragya. Right. So my name has been displayed over here. Currently, none of my tasks are showing up because in the backend, I have not really given them any tasks. Right. In the backend, I have not really given them any tasks. This add a new task will send me to this page that will add a new task. Similarly, this add a new tag will send me to this page which will add a new tag. All right, perfect. Now let me quickly try to display all the tasks over here. So once again, I can go to this dashboard view. So I am in this pages, in the views. In the dashboard, instead of just rendering the dashboard page out, I should also show all the tasks. Right? I should also show all the tasks. So perfect. Let us quickly get the tasks over here. So we can say tasks equals to task.objects.all, and similarly tags equals to tag.objects.all. And let us quickly import these two different models that we have, tasks and tag. Right? And then we are going to simply provide it a context. In the context, we are going to say tasks equals to tasks and tags equals to tags. All right, cool. Let us quickly see this in action. So I'm going to go to my dashboard and I'm going to hit reload. And I see that, yes, I see my tasks and I also see my tags. Let me click log out now. Let me show you something interesting. If I click log out, so notice that we had an account for Raghav as well. Right? So if we now log in as Raghav, okay, it says that it was incorrect. Raghav. So even for Raghav, I see the same tasks and the same tags. That is not right. Does that make sense? This is not good. In fact, I am logged in as Raghav. If I create a new task, so this task is by Raghav, right? And I add this task, I see this task over here. But if I log out and I log in as my username, I will still see this task over here, right? And once again, the reason for this is the task and the tag objects, they are not really associated with any user object for now. All right. In fact, what I can even do is I can press the logout button and I can manually go to this URL dashboard. Right. So currently no one has been logged in, but if I go to the dashboard, it shows me welcome anonymous user. So by default, if you are not logged in, Django provides you a username called anonymous user, right? And it still shows you all the tasks and the tags. So this is not good. So what we need to do for this is we need to associate these tags and these tasks. We need to associate these tags and these tasks with the user entity. So we are going to go to this tasks model, and in the tag, we are going to provide the user for this. So we are going to say user equals to models.form key, right? So this will make this task belong to a particular user, and we will provide a model. So the model will be user, and we will say on delete equals to models.cascade, right? Perfect. So this user object is what we have imported from the Django authentication models. So let me copy this for the tag as well, and let me paste this for the task as well. Right. So the moment I have done this, now my database is invalid. In fact, this is not something that I can very simply solve via the migration. Right. I can run a migration for this, but running a migration for this is not a very good idea because the earlier model did not really have users associated with tags or tasks. Right. So let me quickly do one thing. Let me drop this database. So I'm going to remove this database. And let me recreate this database. So I'm also going to remove this migration inside the tasks. This was the migration that we had created. I'm going to remove this migration as well. And let me do this up fresh. So now I'm going to say Python manage.py make migrations. It will create the migrations, and let me also migrate my database. The moment I have migrated my database, I have a blank database now. I do not really have any tasks in this, and I do not really have any tags in this. No super users are also there, right? So all my user accounts, everything is now gone. Okay, everything is now gone. Okay. So let me quickly do certain things now. So first of all, if the user is not logged in, should they be able to go to this dashboard? If the user is not logged in, should they be able to go to this dashboard? Of course not, right? The user should log in before they can access their dashboard. So we want to provide some sort of we want to provide some sort of a constraint over here. So if we go to this dashboard view, we only want the logged in users to be able to access this. Okay, so for that we can provide something like, so Django provides a very nice decorator for us. So we can come over here and we can say from django.content.auth .decorators, we can import the login required decorator, right? And basically, if we put this decorator on top of this function, login required, I can say that, okay, please make sure that whoever comes to this particular location, whoever comes to this particular view, they are logged in. And if they are not logged in, then please redirect them to this particular login URL. Right? So redirect them to the login URL. All right. So now if I click save and I try to reload this page, since I'm not logged in at the moment, if I hit enter, it will instead redirect me to the login page. And over here, notice it says login next equals to dashboard. So the moment I log in, it will send me back to the dashboard page. All right. Perfect. Now, once so over here, my user will be logged in, right? So I should not show them all their objects. Instead, I should show the tasks for this user itself. I should show the tags for this user itself. So I will get the user object over here. I will say user equals to request.user. Right, so let me get the correct user. And for the tasks, let me only get this user's task. So user.task set.all. And for the tags as well, let me say user.tag set.all. Right? And now I can render the tasks and the tags. Perfect. So just like the login is required for this dashboard page, let us quickly see what other pages this login is required for. So basically, if we are going to this login page, right, let us go to this accounts views. If someone is already logged in, just give me a second. Yes. If someone is already logged in, and they still come to this login page, then they should not have to log in again, right? If someone is already logged in, then if they go to the login page, they should automatically be redirected to their dashboard or to the home page. Similarly, if the person is logged in and they go on this register page, they should automatically be redirected. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to check. So if request.user.is authenticated, in that case, I'm going to return or redirect to their dashboard. All right. And let me quickly copy these lines over here and paste this for the register page as well. All right. Perfect. So now I have made sure that my pages work nicely, that only the things that should be accessible to a particular person should be accessible to that person. Now, similarly, let me go to this tasks page. And in the views for this task page, notice that I have two views over here, add task and add tag. Now, once again, I should want only logged in users to be able to access these pages, right? And I also do not want to display all the task pages. Right? So I'm going to delete this thing. I'm going to add the login required thing over here. So login required, and I'm going to say login URL equals to login. Right? Let me import this function. And for the add tag as well, I'm going to provide the login required thing. Okay. Now, when someone is creating this form for me, this thing for me, notice that this task form, it does not have a user object. Right? It does not have a user field. So I need to provide it the user myself. And to do that, I can simply come over here and I can say form.instance. So the instance of this form, this talks about the object that this form is going to create. Right? So form.instance. And for that, I can supply the user as request.user. And similarly over here in the tag, I can put this as well. So now when anyone tries to create a tag or a task, they first have to be logged in, and whatever tag or task they create, it will be associated with their account so that others will not be able to see this. Okay. All right. Perfect. So let us quickly go to our page now. Let us quickly go to the home page now. I hope that the server is up and running. Let me quickly see what error we have. So we have said, okay, it does not have any index page because we just deleted that index thing. So let me go to task view. So let me go to task URLs and let me remove this view over here. All right. So now we have a server up and running. So let us quickly sign up now. So if I click on sign up, let me enter my username. Let me enter the email. And let me enter the password. So I will click sign up. The moment I click sign up, it will redirect me to the login page. I can now log in. and it will take me to my dashboard. It shows that, hey, welcome Pragya. My tasks are currently none. My tags are currently none. I can add a new task. In this, I can say something like get a haircut, right? And I can add this task. I can add a new tag. So tag can be like shopping. I will add this tag. So notice that get a haircut and shopping are available. All right. Now, if I log out and I create a new account, let's say Raghav. So I create a new account for Raghav at interviewbit.com. Right. Let me enter some password. So if I click sign up now, it will take me to the login page once again. If I log in as Raghav now, notice that Raghav still cannot see my tasks. Raghav tasks and Raghav tags are empty. If I log out, if I log in as Pragya can see his tasks, but Raghav can't because Raghav doesn't really have any tasks. So what we did over here was we took the tasks and the tag models, we associated them with a particular user, all right? And we made sure that we created these nice logout, login, registration pages. We made sure that certain pages, like the dashboard page, this dashboard page should only be accessible to people who are logged in. Similarly, this tasks/add task page, this should only be available to people who are logged in. Otherwise, this page should not be available, right? So this is basically what we have done till now. And this is the authentication in Django. Now, once again, Django provides a ton of different functionality. So it totally allows you to customize the user object. It allows you to customize how the registration works, how the login works, what sort of things you want to prevent to show to certain users. There's a ton of customization over there. For that, I would once again encourage you to go to the Django official documentation and go read from there. All right. So this is it for today. We have learned a lot of things. We have learned templates. We have learned views. We have learned requests. We have learned authentication and login. We have learned models. We have learned forms, right? And we have learned templates. So in tomorrow's class, we are going to bring this all together. So we are going to work with this website that we have today. We are going to style it. We are going to make sure that we do not repeat ourselves. So we are going to create a base template. We are going to add some proper CSS and JavaScript to this. And we are going to build a nice website. All right. Perfect. So this is it for today's class. Let us quickly see if we have any questions here. All right. So Raghav is saying, hey, do we need to maintain the session for the logged in user? So no, Raghav, the session is automatically managed for us. So if we go to this thing, if we look at the settings, this sessions application is already installed for us, right? So the sessions are automatically managed. Now, as with all the things in Django, you have complete control over the sessions. If you want to do something with the session, if you want to perhaps unauthenticate the user, if you want to log the user out, if you want to add something to the session, you can totally do that. You have the control over all the cookies and everything that is in the session. All right. But you don't need to manually do it. If you don't want to, you can completely let Django handle it for you. All right. Perfect. Yogesh is asking, do we have groups and group permissions? So yes, Yogesh, in Django, we have all these different things. We have user groups and we have user permissions as well. Right. So if you're familiar with role-based authentication, then all this is provided in Django. We are not going to look at it in today's class. So once we bring all the things together, we will also try to. So currently, all our users are customers. Right. Currently, all of our users are customers, and these customers can add their tasks. They can manage their tasks. Perhaps later on, we will want some sort of an administrative user. Perhaps we'll want an administrative user which has some extra privileges. So we will do that in the upcoming lectures. We will not do that today. All right. Perfect. Pranay has a question. Pranay says, can you explain the difference between render and redirect? All right. So render basically renders out a template for you. So let us quickly look at this render function. Let's quickly look at this render function. So the render function, what it does is it takes a request and it takes a template and it takes some additional context. So optionally, it also takes some context. And what it says is, hey, for this particular request, go to this template, take this context, put it in the template and render it out. Okay, that is what the render thing is doing. On the other hand, the redirect only accepts one name over here, like dashboard. So what the redirect will do is it will say, okay, the name over here is dashboard. So automatically the user's web page will be redirected to the URL for this name over here. Right now, who is supplying this name? We are. So if we go to this urls.py, notice that, if you go to this pages urls.py, notice that I have said that, okay, the name is dashboard and this belongs to the URL /dashboard. All right. So basically, as soon as my code hits this return redirect of dashboard, it will return a new response. In the header of the response, there will be a redirect thing. So in the header itself, it will say that, okay, please redirect to this URL, and the URL will be provided. Okay. The next question is CSRF token. How does this work internally? Meaning how it prevents form action not being misused. So CSRF token. So basically, let us quickly see. Let us actually see the CSRF token in work. So I'm at this login page. Let me go to the source of this page. Okay, let me go to view page source, and over here I see input type hidden, name equals to CSRF middleware token, and this is the value, right? This is the value. So basically what will happen is Django itself is creating the CSRF token, and in the backend it is creating the CSRF token, and it is storing that in memory, right? Now on the front end, when someone fills in a form, they must be providing some sort of CSRF token for them, right? And notice that whenever I reload this page, a new CSRF token is generated, right? So in the backend, Django has a list of, okay, these all CSRF tokens are valid, right? And whenever Django serves a page, it will automatically provide the CSRF token for that page. But let us say that you are some other website, right? Let us say that I am trying to create a fake Facebook login page, right? So if I'm trying to create that, now in that login page, I will not be able to provide the CSRF token because I don't know what Django has generated in the backend. All right. So Django will basically make sure that whenever this form is submitted, the CSRF token is submitted with it, and this CSRF token should match one of the tokens that Django has generated in its memory. Okay. So I hope this answers both your questions. It seems that we do not really have any other questions. So that is it for today's lecture. Once again, you can find all the code if you go to github.com/scalaracademy/introduction to Django. So this is the page over here. So this is the URL. If you go over there, you will be able to see all the code that we have done so far. You will be able to watch all the videos. You will be able to access our previous introduction to Python series as well. And as for today as well, so for today's code, I will be just after this class is over, I will be uploading today's code as well to this particular repository. Okay. Bye-bye.
Hi everybody, welcome back after small 1 week hiatus because we could not come up with a topic last week. But we got a lot of interest for this particular topic this week, that is roadmap for web development. And for that actually शुरू से शुरू करते हैं. I have some questions for you which actually just start off from the very basic thing is कि a lot of new fields these days and a lot of new young mentees, they ask this thing कि यार मतलब web development, does it even, like, looking at the future 5-10 years, should we even get into web development? Everybody is saying machine learning is future, data science is future, blockchain is future. So like is it even worthwhile to pursue web development? Some people I have heard even ask this. So what is your take on that?
यार काफी इंटरेस्टिंग है. तो like this is something that haven't changed in last 12 years since I started coding. So I remember 2010 में भी लोग यही बोलते थे कि अरे यार ये वेब डेवलपमेंट में तो कुछ नहीं है, नई चीजें आएंगी, and you know front end engineering is not really the cool stuff. However, one thing that surprises me a lot is कि जो reality industry की where actually there is such a massive demand for web development that exists not since today but since probably 2000, since web 2.0 started.
Right.
Long back, like the first version was very static websites and not really rich web interfaces, not the web apps but basic HTML and backend serving it. That was web 1.0, maybe which started from 1995 to 2005 or so. 2005 के बाद आया था web 2.0. अभी तो web 3.0 की बात चल रही है, which is crypto etc. But
Right.
web 2.0 was like very rich web applications, that it's not just website alone. जैसे YouTube को भी देखते हैं तो it's not just a static website. There's lot more that goes to building an interface. Let's say actually any application that we see that we use these days, take YouTube, take Google Maps, take Gmail, take Facebook, take WhatsApp web, let's say. All of these are very, very complicated web apps, right? So demand for like really solid web developers and even the salaries that have been so high, not from today but since 2010.
Yes, yes,
तभी
yes.
लोग यही बोलते थे कि यार ये ना ये सब तो ठीक है बट कुछ कूल नया, तब IoT वगैरह का बहुत चला करता था. तो
Correct.
यार लाइक माय टेक इज कि ऑफ कोर्स मशीन लर्निंग, डेटा साइंस, ब्लॉकचेन, ऑल ऑफ दीज आर ग्रेट फील्ड्स, नो डाउट अबाउट इट. They will the kind of number of jobs in all these fields and impact is going to increase in future, not debating that. However, web development is something very, very fundamental that have been exceptionally high in demand, not for shorter time, but for a very long time. And it is going to be so. Let's see, like whatever data science might do, whatever, machine learning might do, whatever concepts we might implement on blockchain, eventually it will be served on an interface, right? It has to be served through a medium. So that medium is going to remain always relevant. So I think, thinking that is it relevant now or not, exceptionally relevant. Every company is, trying to hire folks strong with web development desperately. And, of course, no one has seen the future. But
Right.
at least basis my experience, basis trends that I see, I don't see any reason that for at least next 10 years, there will be any decline in the demand for, really strong web development engineers. So that is what my opinion is.
Right. No, I mean, when I look at things like Google Drive, something like that, or even, I mean, the kind of thing we are using to stream, like StreamYard.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
these things obviously need like super solid engineering, and these needs keep increasing. Like, I think in the pandemic, so many things had to go online.
Right.
These things definitely keep
And
increasing, and I see that.
actually, one more misconception that I often see, and that is also not new, that has existed since even my college days. And what surprises me that even till date, those misconceptions have not been removed. People often
Right.
feel that web development is easier stuff, or
Right.
doing programming, computer programming is the real hard, cool stuff. It is also not so. When you
Right.
take a deep dive, like let's say if I ask you that how many people do you know who have capability to build something like Google Maps? How many people have capability to build something like web development engineering is not about HTML, CSS. It is not about that at all. HTML,
Right.
CSS eventually probably just constitute 10% or maybe even less of the entire web development stack. So I think understanding this is also important, that it is exceptionally challenging domain, exceptionally challenging field with a lot of very intellectually challenging problems to understand and solve.
Correct. So next, like the question that we have is like, let's say, very important thing that we definitely discuss, that web development definitely not irrelevant. Now that when people get started, so क्या होता है कि I hear this from some mentees that lot of different people saying different things कि यार front end कर ले, back end कर ले. Some people say कि नहीं, दोनों अलग अलग करने से नहीं फायदा, full stack करना पड़ेगा. So
Right.
these three terms get thrown around a lot, and a lot of these young engineers, they get confused which one to do. People start thinking which one has better market value. People start thinking that if I don't do full stack, then I don't have value. So, I mean, what should one do? What should be the mechanism to, sort of decide this? And how do you, even understand which one are you interested in? I sometimes ask people, hey, what are you interested in? And, do that.
Right.
And then they ask me back, "Ki, how do I find out which one I'm interested in?" So
Yeah.
interesting discussion, but, your
Right.
points on that.
Right. No, so I agree with what you mentioned, that it's like what matters is that how good you are in any of the domain. It's not like that you are a bad backend developer or a bad front end developer, and then just because you are a backend developer, you will like see, like there would be a backend developer at a salary of 3 lakhs a year at a very shitty company, and there will be another backend developer at a salary of 30-40 lakhs right out of college at a really good company, right? So it's not about that becoming a backend developer or front end developer will give you outcome, but being really good with whichever field you choose is what is going to give you outcome, right? Like even as a pure front end engineer, people might get hired at a salary of 30-40 lakhs at the best companies of the out there in the world right out of college as well. I know people who have even got into that already. So now, like as you asked that, like you will be able to perform best when you are doing something that you are enjoying, right? Like it's not that you are trying to chase something, but you are enjoying doing it, right? And as an outcome, of course, you have all the great career outcomes as well.
Yes.
How do you identify? I think like in tech, one very beautiful part is that whatever you want to explore, you can just start building, right? And you can explore it. I think the best way to figure out what you really enjoy is by doing it. It's just investment of maybe 15 days, 1 month, 2 months to try something out. What I have seen in terms of course, that left brain, right brain thing that exists in psychology as well. What I have seen is that front end usually is better for the people who are more on the creator side. Like for example, I have been a web developer throughout my career. I enjoy building very polished web apps. To be very honest, I do not really get a kick if it is just crunching some numbers and I cannot really see it, that what output it has, right? On the other hand, if I see that here is a web app I have built, here is how someone can use it, here are the interactions that people can do, that gives me a kick, right? That wow, I can see my creation, I can see what I have built, right? On the other hand, of course, there are people. So for example, I can take example of Anshuman, very, very close friend since college days. Now we are running Scalar together. So what I see about him is that he enjoys more of solving very challenging abstract problems, which might not really be visible on a screen, but kind of which is visible in your imagination, right? And then being able to see the beauty in those mathematical constructs, or the kind of very impressive construct, very creative constructs that you can build in those abstract concepts. So generally what I recommend is that people who enjoy creation, being able to see what you have built, generally front end full stack are generally like, it's my opinion, my experience, that they enjoy front end full stack more. And people who enjoy more of solving abstract problems, they enjoy back end side more. But as I said, you can only know it for sure by doing it. Try building certain, let's say, APIs, backend stuff, optimization, see if you are really getting kick out of it. Try building certain web apps, see if you are getting kick out of it, and choose something that you enjoy.
Right. So that makes sense actually. I think this similar story, I think back from my coding blog days also. So Prateek used to be very interested. Prateek, my co-founder, he was very interested in problem solving. He got into some data science, machine learning things also as well. I was more interested in making apps and making websites and the front end side. So yeah, I think it sounds like a very, very fair advice that and some people have that thing. I think you build something, and if it is not polished, you will not feel like publishing it yourself as well. Like unless it looks cool and sexy, you don't feel like like putting your own stamp on it. So that definitely is needed as a front end engineer, I feel.
So web development, I can correlate web development a lot with these very artistic and creative roles, like let's say being a sculptor or being a painter. That if you are a sculptor, you make a very beautiful, let's say, statue, and then you want to see it from all the angles, and then if you see any imperfection before showing it to others, you want to improve it and then only show it to others, right? So I see that, folks who are into web development, app development, like following similar thing, that you will build, you are in love with what you have built, you are seeing it again and again, you are showing it to your friends that see what I have built, and if there is any small imperfection that you see, you want to fix it before showing it to others. So that's very relatable to that.
Right. I understand that. Actually, and there are some more questions that are coming in, which is about how to become a great front end dev, and questions like that are coming in. And I actually wanted to delve into this part. I mean, before we go into the back end side and the full stack side, talking more about front end itself. One thing that's happening today, I feel, is that when you want to talk about front end, people say that pick up React or Vue.js or Angular. I mean, these three are today very popular, and for at least my 6-7 years of experience, I have seen things like Backbone and Ember, and probably you have seen even older Knockout, Dojo, whatnot. So these keep coming and going. Which one should we pick? Like, what decision should we do to pick up a front end framework? And what stage should we pick up a front end framework? Like, how much should we learn before we pick up a front end framework? What role does that solve? I think if you can shed some light on that as well.
Right. Yeah, so to be very candid, and this narrative, like, what I'm suggesting might sound counter to a lot of narrative that we hear otherwise.
Yes.
That like of course there are always fanboys, just like there are Apple fanboys, there are Android fanboys, there are Tesla
Right.
fanboys, there are say BMW fanboys. In tech field also similar thing exists. You will see that there are React fanboys who are like, React is God, everyone should just learn
Right.
React. There would be Angular fanboys who are, that Angular is God, everyone should just learn Angular.
Yes.
So my opinion here is that front end, of course, there is no silver bullet. You cannot say that this particular framework is the best. The frameworks are, there might be a best choice for a particular project or for a particular thing that you need to build. For a particular project, it might be that React works better for this one than Angular, or for some
Right.
other project, it might be that Vue.js work better than say Angular or React.
Right. Right.
When it comes to learning, another very important thing to understand is, and this is also a very common mistake that I see people making, in the earlier years or when in college, that before you jump into any of the framework, you have to learn and understand the fundamentals of web development first, right? See, React is not what, let's say, a computer or a web browser understands. So for example,
Right.
if we talk about Chrome doesn't know what is React or what is Vue.js, what is AngularJS. Chrome has an environment to run JavaScript, CSS, and HTML, right?
Right.
So to actually build a command where you can, like as they say that you need to learn the, all these rules like a professional, so you can bend them like an artist, right? So if you
Right.
really
Right.
want to become an artist, you do not want to be confined to that what React forces me to do. You need to understand that React is nothing but something built on top of JavaScript, right? So
Right.
first one should make sure that you understand the fundamentals, JavaScript, CSS, the fundamentals of DOM tree. How does browser work? How does Chrome work? How does the entire web stack work? That like what
Right.
happens when a request goes from browser to server? What are the different layers of caching in browser? How
Right.
how are images served in browser, right? So once you understand all of this, it is totally okay to build your first project in vanilla JS. You do not use any framework. You build your own
Right.
structure, you build your own framework. Actually, like I remember that in very early years, actually, we were fortunate that we started learning web development at a time when none of these frameworks existed. So there would be times when, like we will have to build a basic framework ourselves that, this is what we want to do. So let's build a library for this and then use it, right?
Right.
That is the kind of command you need to build that, like as I said, that you can bend the rules like an artist. If you really want to be an artist, you should do not want to confine कि यार React में तो ऐसे ही होता है, तो बस ऐसे ही हो सकता है. You say यार ये करना है, React में ऐसे बनती है चीजें, मैं जाके React का सोर्स कोड चेंज कर दूंगा अगर जरूरत पड़ेगी तो. Or I can go and submit a patch to React.js का जो core है कि यार, this is how it should be. If you guys like it, merge it to the core, right? So fact is that, like libraries will come and go, but the fundamentals will remain. JavaScript is not going to change. At max, this may happen that the sugar syntax might get added up, that, like people might start using ES6, etc. But these fundamentals are not going to change. And once you learn them, then as I said that you are not confined, like as they say that everyone can get to 90%, but getting to 100% is what matters. That is what makes you top 5%, top 2% of the engineers, right?
Right. Right.
So that bridge will only be crossed when you know the fundamentals. So focus on the fundamentals. Once you have understood them well, just pick any, framework. Do not get married to any framework, because frameworks will come and go, they will evolve, they will change.
Right. I think I used to tell some of my students earlier was the same thing, that try to understand that all these frameworks are solving for three things, like dividing your page into components, this front end routing, and state management.
Yeah.
All of them do these three things. They do it in different ways. Somebody
Right.
call it template, somebody call it component, somebody call it render function, whatever you call it. Basically, they're dividing the page into a tree and they're trying to render it. So that concept, if you understand, then that's going to be very helpful. So there have been some questions that for example I think Shubh has asked that he's getting started with web dev, could make some HTML CSS based basic websites. he's asking like how to make really good websites using other coding language. I think what he means is like using JavaScript, TypeScript, and all of those things. Like how to expand beyond that. So, I mean, what kind of things that he can do to go beyond this level?
Right, 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 right. So, like, it's great that you have started out with HTML and CSS. One thing that I will recommend is that get into habit of understanding the concepts behind CSS and HTML as well. CSS, on top people say that, what is CSS? I'll just, it is just to change color or font size or etc. It's much more than that. Get into habit of reading, MDN documents or the RFCs of CSS, which are published, to understand. So for example, what is box model, what is margin collapsing, how does the entire rendering engine works, right? That is first step. That will make you very, very powerful in the context that, like, it's not a hit and trial that मैंने कुछ बना दिया है and then I see and then I change and it works and it works.
Right.
But you know that what you are writing, how it gets rendered on the browser, how it exactly works. And just like that, if I have written this code, I know this is going to work on every browser, every machine, as long as they follow the norms defined by the RFCs or the MDN, right? Second, of course, you should learn JavaScript. As I mentioned, that JavaScript is the, using HTML and CSS, you can definitely make very captivating, very nice looking websites. But to add interactivity to it, like to transform it from a website to web application, you need JavaScript, right? JavaScript is basically, you may say is the kind of the electrical wiring of a home, that this is what makes it alive, right? So learn JavaScript. Start with learning the fundamentals of JavaScript. Again, to learn JavaScript, do not get into the mode of, just like writing functions, but understand the underlying programming construct, that it's a functional programming language. How do functions work? There's a very good book that I can recommend, JavaScript, The Good Parts, by I'm trying to recall. Very famous guy. He was chief architect of Yahoo.
Douglas Crockford, I think.
Douglas Crockford, yes. Douglas Crockford. So maybe pick
publications.
Right. So maybe pick that book, understand the fundamentals, right? And then build on top of that. I think that is the very first step. Once you have covered these, then get on to, maybe pick up any framework of your choice, like any modern framework. Of course, do not pick up very old frameworks because they are already outdated. So React, Angular, Vue.js, all these are, fairly popular these days. Again, another thing is that do not be a slave to the framework. Make sure that you are reading source code of the framework as well, whenever you can. And of course, like, you cannot say that now I am starting reading source code and I'll finish it all. It will be a journey of 1 to 3 years. So for example, whichever component you are using, make it a habit that you read the source code of that component just, because it's a code base of tens of thousands of lines. You cannot just cover it in one go. But make sure that you understand whatever you are using from the framework, what is going on behind the scenes. As we say that in all the automobile enthusiasts, that as an automobile enthusiast, you should have the habit of opening the bonnet and see what is going on. Not just that, I just drive a shiny car and I don't know what is going on inside it, right? So get into the habit of opening the bonnet of these fancy cars like React, Angular that you might be driving.
Right. So we have some more questions that are coming in. I'm coming back to that, but before that, I want to breach another topic, which is about a little bit on the backend side. So this is about like there is that framework war happening on front end. Back end, when people try to learn, then there are a lot of people promoting different languages. Somebody says Node.js is best. Somebody would say Python is best. Even PHP, a lot of people say it is old, not used anymore. Still, a lot of people are still learning with something. Laravel has a very modern way of writing PHP and all. And then Java, Spring Boot, obviously, big parts of the industry is working on Java, Spring Boot, etc. I think Golang is also picking up in the startup world. So I think the backend world has fairly large number of languages, and all of them have a lot of users. Big companies are using. So I mean, I think two sides of the question is, one is, in the industry, how does certain languages become popular? Which one is picked up? And at an individual level, how do I sort of decide that, which one should I pick up? Which language should I learn backend development in?
Right. Talking about the first one, that How do it happen that a particular language gets very popular among a lot of large companies, small companies versus others, right? Actually, as opposed to the academic debate about the language constructs, or uh, say the capabilities of a language, etc., it might be interesting to kind of and this is something that even in conversations with a lot of CTOs, large senior tech architects, etc., generally the actual parameters to decide which language to build the tech stack on is driven by a lot of very different variables. The variable might even be that for which language can we hire engineers most easily, right? So
Right.
for example, if I want to build a project and I know that there is a very new fancy language or framework created which is much better than Java, but if I build on that, I know that in the entire world there are only 100 developers who know that, right? Now how would I hire people who will build it?
Yeah.
On the other hand, I might know that Java is maybe a percent inferior to this choice, but I can hiring developers for Java is super duper easy. Second is maybe the entire ecosystem around that framework, that platform. That, for example, of course, if I'm building a large code base, a lot of functionalities I'm not going to build it myself, but I'm going to import libraries, use other frameworks in it. Now, if I pick up a language where there is no community support, there is no, like just very similar to, let's say, Android versus iOS versus, let's say, some new mobile OS, right?
Yeah.
Even if there's a new mobile OS, which is much superior to Android or iOS, but there are no apps on it. The App Store doesn't have any apps. It doesn't have WhatsApp,
Exactly.
it doesn't have Uber. You cannot use it even if it is better, right?
Yes.
So similar thing exists for languages as well. That, let's say, if I build something in Java, I know that pretty much every library, every functionality that I might need, there will be a framework library available for it. But let's say if I know that, let's say, Go performance of the language Go might be better than that of Java. However, I will be stuck at a lot of points. A lot of things I will have to, like if we need to do this, let's just write code for it. We cannot, there is no library available for that.
Right.
Or let's say if there are, if we get stuck in something, what is the community available for that? If there's a very new language and if I run into a bug for that, or if I'm not able to understand something, and if I ask in Stack Overflow, there is no one who can answer to that. Versus if I ask the question on Stack Overflow on something related to Java, it's very easy to find answers. So all these also become very important variables. Like it's not just about that. As a techie, we might debate that, see, this language is much better than this because for whatever underlying construct, the semantics of the language, etc. But that alone is not the parameter basis which companies choose which framework to build on, right?
Mm-hmm.
That being said, as an individual, the second part, that as an individual developer, how do I make a choice, right? Of course, it's pretty confusing. Node.js, of course, Node.js is a framework. Underlying it is JavaScript as a language. Python, Ruby on Rails is also a framework. Ruby is the language. That is the underlying thing. PHP, Java, etc. Now, like what I have seen is that as an engineer, like to be very candid, in my entire career, I have built stuff in Java. Like if I just talk about the languages, framework will be, of course, a multiplier of that. Java, PHP, Java, of course, JS, Ruby, Go, and let me see, and a little bit of Rust. So I have contributed to production level projects in these 6 languages. And then let's say at least another 5-10 languages which I just played around as a hobby, right? So like one thing that I would very strongly recommend is that as a developer, do not associate your identity as that I am a Python developer, I am a Java developer, I am a JS developer. Generally, it's a pattern that exists in the services companies where you get associated too strongly, or like there's another level where people even get associated to a framework, that I am a Rails developer or I am a, let's say, Django developer. Do not get yourself married to any language or framework like that. You should build a strong command on, say, the design patterns. For
Right.
example, let's say, what does Ruby on Rails provide? It provides bunch of, like, it is basically model view controller architecture. Within that, it provides a set of design patterns using which you can very efficiently build systems, right? And it
Right.
provide another thing called data access objects, DAO, right?
Hmm.
Now, DAO is not unique to Rails. DAO also exists in Spring Boot. DAO also exists in, the frameworks provided by Node.js. DAO also exists in Rails, right?
Right.
Important is that you understand how does data access objects work. What is the design pattern architecture of DAO? Important is that you understand what is MVC. So, for example, Django is also MVC. Ruby on Rails is also MVC. Spring
Right.
Boot is not. In Spring Boot is inversion of control, which is a slightly different design pattern, right?
Right.
Important is that you understand what is inversion of control, right? If you understand these fundamental concepts, these design patterns, then picking up any new framework or language will maximum take you 1 to 2 weeks, because these are very common across all. So again, choose any. Choosing any is okay, but make sure that you are not remaining superficial to just reading documentation of the framework and just copy pasting the code, but you understand that what are the design patterns, architectural patterns used in the framework, and always be willing to explore new things. If some company says that you have been coding on Ruby on Rails, but our role is for Java Spring Boot, your answer shouldn't be, "Oh, okay, then I cannot do it." Your answer should be, "So what? Like, Ruby on Rails is a framework. I understand all the fundamental design patterns. I can learn Java Spring Boot quickly, and I can also apply the same principles in Java and Spring Boot as well."
Right.
I
Right.
think
Right.
building
Right.
that confidence is very important. As a software engineer,
Yeah.
like, you want to be a great software engineer, you do not want to be a great Ruby on Rails developer. Like, as a Ruby on
Right.
Rails developer, your growth gets very, very limited. But if you
Right.
position yourself as a really good software engineer, then you have a lot more growth opportunities.
Right. 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 I think so. When I was in college, and I used to think the same thing, like about languages. And when I talked to more senior engineers, I started finding out a pattern that if somebody is n number of years experienced, then most likely they have worked in a sort of n number of languages in production, and they have experimented with sort of two n number of languages. Like, if we
Yeah,
find somebody 5 years experienced, that they would be having worked in production with 4 or 5 languages, and maybe 8 or 10 languages they have experimented with. So
right.
after finding that pattern in 3 4 people, then I thought that no, I have to not think of myself as, like, I used to very interested in Android and Java only. And I thought no, I can't stay focused only on Android and Java. It seems like everybody does explore things. It's not like you can
Right.
do only one thing. Right, very interesting. So there is actually a question that has come up from Anoop, and I think this might be sort of a little more in terms of learning and development oriented question rather than particularly about the tech itself. But I think it's a question that's common. That he's in a service company and he's working as a Spring Boot developer, and he feels that there is a lot of pressure and there is not a lot of support, and he's struggling. So some advice. It seems a lot like exactly the persona, the kind of people who join Scalar Academy, the kind of early days. These kind of similar
Right.
things I have also heard. So
Right.
advice for him.
Right. Would love to hear your thoughts about it, Arnav, before I go, because I'm sure
Right.
you have kind of guided quite a few, people in the similar situation.
Yes. Very recently, actually, I have people in a similar situation. So I think there are two, three levels of support, I feel. I mean, one is like self-support people have to develop a little bit. That is, you'll have to decide that, okay, I really want to grow beyond this and I want to learn something. And when you decide that, then you have to set up time for yourself that, okay, 2 3 hours in a day, I have to set out time for myself. And then you have to decide that, okay, this is something that I want to learn, and whether you want to build some side projects, or even before that, if you want to just go and learn something, so you have to set out time to learn. And you should not take too much time just pure learning, that I will see videos and keep learning for 3 months, 4 months. That will obviously never work. Maybe 1 or 2 weeks you do that, and then you start building things, some side projects you start to do. That's, I think, at least just sort of getting the engine started, I feel. Then the next level which comes is, getting feedback starts becoming important. And I feel there are a lot of ways that can happen. Maybe you discover a peer network among your friends with whom you can collaborate together for a project where the feedback might be available. If you don't find such a peer network, then obviously, sort of coding boot camps are there, something like what even Scalar runs, those kind of things are there. But somewhere or the other, you need to discover that ecosystem, however you find it. But you need that ecosystem where, you can get feedback on what you are learning,
Correct.
and you get a sort of community where also I think, if you are learning something, if you show that I have learned, say, for example, recently we were doing this 100 days of code thing on our Discord server, interview bit. You go to interview bit, solve some questions, and do 100 days of code. A lot of people got back to us on Discord and they said that their ranking on interview bit and on other websites also, Hacker and Lead Code, has been increasing. So what is the, factor that works there, that they are solving a question, they're showing it to their friends, and people are reacting to that, sending, clapping hands or something to that. So you need that, sort of community kind of a place where you show your progress to others, others show your progress to you, and you can grow. So yeah, you have to discover that community. That needs to be the second place. And then, I think you will obviously need to find some sort of mentor, whatever you are
Mm.
learning, whether it is Spring Boot, whether you want to learn something like Node, Rails, whatever. You need to find somebody who has also learned that same thing sometime earlier in life. And whenever you are on the right track or not on the right track, they can guide you. I think these three things make for the, best possible thing. But I think you have probably guided even more people. So, anything additional to that, you can add to that.
Right. Right. No, I think the most important part, in my opinion, of course, out of all the things that, all the different parts of the support system that you talked about, surrounding yourself with people
Hmm.
who are excited about tech, know something about tech, with who you can discuss, brainstorm, find solutions together. I think that is the most important part. Uh, as Arnav also mentioned, you might be able to find that ecosystem at workplace, among your friend circles and online communities, or as a part of any of the online learning platforms. Like, it is possible to find them at different places. But I think surrounding yourself with the people who are better than you in tech, and you are kind of humble enough and have gratitude to learn from them. I think that's what generally biggest value add is. But
Yeah, yeah.
like, one thing is that, trust me, Anup, another thing I will also tell you is that the more you face bigger challenges and struggles in earlier career, more it is going to reward you later. Like, in a way, there's a silver line. Like, if you are, let's say, struggling, that means that you are being given challenges that you are currently not capable of. And what is that is going to lead to? That is going to make you more capable, right? So do not
Right.
feel bad about it. Do not let it give you stress. Take it in a positive steed as well. That, I am getting an opportunity to work on harder stuff. If you just keep working on easy stuff, you will not build your capabilities.
Right. 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 I think another term that I find a lot, I think at least in sort of smarter people on Twitter, etc., also talk about is high intent and high agency people. So
Right.
having those kind of people around you is very important. And actually, when I hear actually that conversation also, from college people about tier one, tier two, tier three college kind of things, I feel there is really no difference in curriculum, teachers, and all that. But maybe sometimes when people say tier three college, we did not get opportunities, I sometimes feel is because the batch size is so small.
Yeah.
There are not sufficient people with whom you can create a group who will keep pushing each other.
Correct.
That is probably sometimes make the difference between tier one college, like say, the college I graduated from, in that kind of terminology, if you say it will become tier one. So I would say what is the most valuable thing was the batch size is very big. So I was
Right.
interested in web development, mobile development. In this, there were 15 more other people also
Right.
interested, equally as me. And
Right.
sometimes I am not feeling like doing something. I see that, oh, they are doing something. So, okay, I will also push myself to do it. I think
Right.
that ecosystem seems to be very important. And
Right.
whenever I have taught cohorts, I have
Right.
heard this from people as well who have told me that, this place I get like a ecosystem where there are other people who are also interested in doing things.
Right.
Every day they're doing something new. And I also then feel like doing something new. So that, I think, finding that out is super, super
Right.
helpful.
Right. Right.
So next up, we have, I think, actually some more questions have come in. So Mithun has asked an interesting question. Is that he's working in backend again 2 years in his career and didn't get a chance to work on UI.
Right.
So what can be the approach to move towards UI? He wants to grow into UI.
Right. No, Mithun, so like actually the steps will be pretty similar, for someone just starting out, or for you as well. That first, of course, if you are already coding in JavaScript, and if you already have, you might have used JavaScript in the backend as well. But if you want to kind of build capabilities on the front end side, first important step is understanding the web architecture stack. That how do browser interact with the backend services? How do browser exactly work, right? Because that's the environment you need to play in. As a good backend engineer, for example, you understand that how do operating system work, right? How do servers work at the first place? Because only then you can optimize, only then you can do your high scalability design, or you can do the backend design. So similarly,
Right.
to become a good front end engineer, you need to understand the environment in which you will be playing first. Then you need to learn the tools. The tools are basically JavaScript, CSS, HTML. CSS and HTML, like CSS and HTML in themselves are also fairly interesting and complex technologies actually. Like
Right.
for example, there is DOM tree, render tree that gets created out of the HTML document within the browser, and then CSS is applied to kind of like render the render tree which is created internally in the browser. So understanding all of these will help. And of course, start building out. Most important is building out. Pick up any of the frameworks, start building things out. That is the like I think like no rocket science, but start with the fundamentals and then go on the top, rather than just learning superficially that I just picked up a framework, did two things, it worked, I don't know how it's working. That
Right.
approach I would suggest on avoiding.
Another thing I really love suggesting to people is try to make simple 2D games like 2048
Correct.
kind of game.
Correct.
Those things, like, because the design of the game, like the UI design, teaches you UI development, and then
Right.
the game logic teaches you architecture as well a lot.
Right.
So
Right.
that very holistically teaches you front end development.
Right.
So yeah. Um, then I will move on to another question, which among the questions we had already picked up from the community earlier. So, and this is a little bit, I think maybe can be said controversial as well, but it's an important, I think, question to answer, which is, a lot of opinions come around this, that do web developers need to cover data structures, algorithms, and system design? And some people say that, for entry level web development role, why should you do competitive programming? There is
Right.
discussion around that. There's also some
Right.
people say that you can't really grow unless you know DSA well. System
Right.
design also gets involved. So I
Right.
think it's a cloudy topic, and I think there are nuances to this answer for junior
Correct.
developers as well as senior developers. So if you could shed some light on this.
Correct. No, so again, like generally most of the things I always have duality, and there is no black and white answer that, don't do DSA is also incorrect. And you
Yeah.
need to, be the best competitive programmer out there in the world to make any career is also incorrect, right?
Right.
Nuances are that, see, competitive programming, I can say, is definitely not necessary. If I look at, say, 100 best developers that I know, with
Right.
experience, 5, 10, 12, 15 years of experience, I would say only 5% of them in their college days would have done advanced competitive programming, right? So trust me, it's like no matter what someone tells you, doing competitive programming is not a necessary condition to make a great career in software engineering. It definitely is a good thing to do. At the same time, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with doing competitive programming. What is necessary to make a great career in software engineering, not just web development but software engineering in general, is having understanding of like the tools are, let's say, when we talk about various data structures,
Right.
they are basically tools to make more efficient systems. When we say that, let's say, I can implement this in login instead of n square, essentially I'm saying that this is a piece of software which is much more optimized, much more, it will work much more smoothly. If I correlate with, let's say, something that we use day to day, let's say there is a WhatsApp. We all use WhatsApp every day, right? When I'm typing a word in the WhatsApp, on the top, probably WhatsApp will suggest me 3-4 words, right? And then I can, instead of typing it fully, I can just pick one. How is that working? Essentially, internally in WhatsApp, it has a dictionary of all the English words, right? And there is a data structure called try. Using try, like one approach could be, let's say someone who doesn't know the tools which are different data structures which can turn a system very, very efficient. What I would do to build this feature is, of course, if I want, there are, let's say, 2 different people building WhatsApp. They both know that if we want people to use our application, our app, we need to build this feature, right? Now, one guy will build it that, ठीक है, मेरे पास dictionary के सारे word है. I'll run a loop through all of them. I'll find out which word might be closest to it, and I'll try to show that. That is going to be an app which is going to consume a lot more battery. It is going to drain your battery very, very quickly. It is going to keep hanging a lot, because every time you are typing something, it is running such a large loop of maybe 100,000 iterations or so, that probably you will not be even able to use this app happily. On the other hand, if someone uses try to implement this is going to be an app which doesn't consume battery, is very smooth. You can type much faster. Very natural that the person who knows these tools will be able to create better apps, right? So you need to learn the data structures algorithm, not with the intent of, let's say, see, one very big difference is that actually in our education system and in our society as well, we are very heavily trained to crack exams. That यार ये exam crack करना है, IIT crack करना है, interview crack करना है, right? Do not, like in corporate and work, it doesn't work like that. It's not that I will learn DSA and then I will crack something. Learn DSA with the intent that, fine, of course, it will help you in the interviews as well, but it will also make you very effective programmer. Like you will be able to build softwares which are really very efficient. You do not want that you have built a web app or mobile app which always keeps on hanging, right? And your users keep abusing you. Correct. You want to be that developer who builds an app who can make applications or tools which people love. And data structures can help you with that. Data structures actually give you that superpower to build that kind of applications.
Correct.
So even as a web developer, knowledge of data science is necessary. Again, if you want to be top 5%, it's necessary. If you want to be somewhere in the bottom 90%, fine, you can avoid learning it. You can be in the bottom of the pyramid. You can survive. No question about that. But without learning it, you definitely shouldn't hope to be at the top 5% or top 2% developers. Same goes with the system design as well. System design, I can break it into 2 parts. One is the architectural design, etc. Second is that, even as a web developer, having, one of the most important thing that, really smart, really, kind of web developers that companies run after, what they have capability to do is, they can, I can tell you this, thing from my career journey. When I had joined fab.com, the average page load time of the website was about 7 seconds. That if someone types in fab.com or any page of fab.com, it will take 7 seconds for entire page to load. And then we knew that, it is going to lead to less sales. It is going to cost us money, because a user who is having to wait a lot for the page to open, they will buy less versus someone who can just, if the website just works like that, it is going to sell more. So we targeted.
Amazon did that study, na? Every 1 second of increase, 20% people drop off.
Right. So this was an experiment done by Amazon that artificially just slowed down their website, and then they tried to monitor that how much money they are losing, every day. And back then, this was a very old, I think 2011 or sometime they had done this. Then, with each reduction of 500 millisecond in the page load time, they were losing millions of dollars. Actually tens of millions of dollars every day. So this is how much value is, right? Now to actually, if I ask you that your website hai, it takes 7 seconds to load, get it to a state where it takes 3 seconds to load or 2 seconds to load, right? That is going to need solid understanding of system design, right? You need to see that what is the time to first byte coming into the system. If that is low, then I need to go and speak with the folks managing the servers that TTF, the word for time to first byte is TTFB. Basically, like you have to optimize my TTFB. Then you need to see how much data is being transferred. Is it compressed, not compressed, right? Is there excessive data coming or not coming? Because you cannot change the internet speed of the user, right? You cannot change that. Internet speed of the user is what it is. So you have to, reduce your payload or compress it or use various layers of caching. Now, all of this is nothing but system design, right? So again, if you want to be the rockstar web developer, jisko, the kind of people, like again, not the best analogy, but I'll still give it. That the kind of developers, if you tell the CTO, ki, I am thinking of losing, he is behind you, ki, I will do whatever it takes, but I cannot lose you. I cannot let you go from the team, right? So if you want to be that developer, right? So even as a web developer, you have to learn system design. Otherwise, you will be cog in the wheel. That someone tells you कि यार ऐसी photo है, ऐसा HTML लिख देगा, तुमने लिख के दे दिया, but you are not really important. That's the brutal truth. That if you are someone who just give a transactional work, then you are just a cog in the wheel. You are not really important for anyone.
Right. One actually from this point, because of the design part and who cannot let go from that piece, I remember one thing is like I used to tell a lot of my students that when you just graduate out of college and you will join a company as a fresher, then first day you join the team, no, so everybody will direct you to one guy in the team, a guy or girl, some person in the team. They will direct you to and say that this person will explain to you the whole project structure. Day one, this is what happens every time you join a tech team. I used to tell them that, remember that person, remember how he works and try to become like that person. Because every team has that person who has a mental image of the whole project. And every time new people join in, everybody says, ask that person. He will explain how everything is happening. So try to become like that person. And that person is very strong in system design. That's why that person can always explain to you how the entire system is working.
Right.
So that's I think very nicely put. So we have a lot of questions coming in, and I think some of them are very interesting. So we have, I think, Sai Ashwant has asked that, as an engineering student, what is the best time to learn full stack development?
Best time to learn full stack developer. Yeah, right now is the best time. The sooner you start learning, better it is. Even someone who is in first year engineering, I was actually yesterday itself, I was meeting another edtech entrepreneur, like of one of the largest edtech companies, and we were talking about the same thing, that why do people after 10th class, why do people instead of the amount of hard work and intellect that goes into, let's say, preparing for JEE, imagine if someone spends that much hard work and intellectual capability into just learning software engineering. By the time person graduates from 12th, he would be maybe an engineer who can start earning really well into the top companies right then, right? So it is never early, and it is also never too late. It's neither too early or too late. Wherever you are, start learning it, because it's very, very enabling. Like it's let's say similar to being like, we all have imaginations, we all have ideas, right? Technology, of course, is eating the world. Once you learn full stack developer, it's in a way I see it as a superpower, that whatever ideas you might have, you can bring it into reality, end to end, just yourself, right? Otherwise, of course, we all have friends who will keep talking about very fancy ideas they have, but yeah, like I need the help of an engineer to help me build it. But if you just learn it, you kind of had a superpower, and it is never too early or too late to earn a superpower.
Right. There is this question, I really want to take this up. So Venkat has asked that he's a CA student, and he's asking if he can be a software developer and enter into the IT industry and how much time it will take. Just wanted to put this question to you because there recently some very inspirational stories of people very far away from IT world who have joined Skiller Academy. So maybe you can share some of those instances. I was just seeing in the internal Slack channel you had shared.
Yeah. No, so actually, one actually very interesting happens. Of course, industry is very now is like totally companies do not care about degree. actually, even the Google, Facebook, Tesla, they all have officially said that for any of the roles in our tech teams, there's no need of
Right.
any degree, right? Second, very, very powerful that thing that I have observed, that someone who has exposure to a slightly different field. So, for example, as a CA person, you will have a lot more exposure to, say, how financial structures work, how, let's say, how revenues are structured, how balance sheets are structured. And when you also build command on software engineering, the kind of value and impact you can add to, let's say, a tech company is substantially more than someone who only knows tech, right? Because you would be able to come up with, like, there is a word for it which is actually very commonly used in American universities. If I, by any chance, Arnav, do you remember that, the cross functional
Polymath.
learning or something, polymath, right? That
Yeah,
when you
polymath.
have
That kind of person. Yeah.
command on diverse backgrounds, for example, finance and tech, the kind of
Right.
value that you can create for the organization is massive. Even, generally most of the entrepreneurs, successful entrepreneurs, if you see, they would be, people with very strong command on different, domains. So, like, of course you can. IT, computer science, as often perceived, it's not rocket science. That is one thing that I can tell you. I can talk about my own story. Before I joined college after 12th class, when I was already 18, 19-year-old, before that I had never even touched a computer. I had only seen computers from a distance. But after that also, I was able to kind of quickly build a good command, and I like to believe that I'm a decent engineer, at least for myself. Others might tell me whether I am or not, but I at least like to believe so. So yeah, like, even if you are a CA student, you can totally join. In Scalar, we have seen people with very, very fascinating backgrounds joining the program. Like, we had a serving IPS officer joining the program because, and actually, I had a one-on-one with the person. He was like that, at the grassroots level, I see so many issues that can be solved using tech, and I want to build command on tech so that I can get them implemented in my department, right? There is a gentleman with almost 20 years of experience running his own service company for almost 15 years. He wanted to kind of, learn that, like, there are senior investment associates who join that, I will learn it and then I will be able to make better investment decisions into tech companies. So, very fascinating time where people from very, very diverse backgrounds do join, learn, build strong command, and, end up creating much bigger impact than someone with pure tech background might be able to create.
Right. That's of course very, very interesting. And yeah, I think nobody should think this way that, I'm from a
Yeah,
different background, so won't be possible. I
right,
also completely agree with that. Uh,
right.
so I have one more question for you. Before that, there is a question from Lakshay, which I would like to answer. Lakshay asked that he has a lack of ecosystem around, but he's very enthusiastic for programming.
Yeah.
And where can he find an ecosystem online? So, if you do not know, Lakshay, our Discord server recently crossed 50,000 active users. I would definitely recommend you to join our Discord server. And we have got so many things happening there. We have got every day some learning is happening on data structures algorithms, some community learning class happening. There is an open source channel where I myself am very active. We are working on a lot of web dev projects. Actually, we are building a social media app, a forum app, a matrimony site clone. Also, we are making a lot of fun stuff. We are building. So definitely come over there. You will find a lot of people, and all the time there are some 500,000 people always online. Everybody's talking about technology, like same high intent, high agency atmosphere. You will get there. So I highly recommend you definitely join. And then going to this question, I think it's actually internal question that came from a Discord community for Abhimanyu is how are senior front-end engineers and architects evaluated? So, I think at a entry-level role, it's okay, DOM and all, event listeners and all, understanding of that. Maybe people are grilling on basic JS. But when you're hiring somebody senior, experienced person as an architect on front-end, then what are things are we looking for there?
Got it. Uh, so see, like, if I can talk about my, like, let's say if I'm taking someone's interview, first and foremost thing that I would care about is, as I mentioned, that not the buzzwords. Actually, someone just throwing buzzwords becomes a, usually negative thing. But someone who knows how are things working below, right? Below the what is visible, right? So, for example, if I see that someone who is a senior front-end engineer but doesn't know how JavaScript work, what are the fundamental constructs of JavaScript as a language, definitely that person is not going ahead, right? I actually don't care that much whether a specific API or component type or something of React. That's okay. I don't care. You will read the documentation, you will understand that. Second thing that when it comes to the framework level at a senior position, what I would like to see is that you understand the design patterns. That if I ask you, let's say if I ask you that how would you, if you were to build something like React, what would the architecture of the library look like, right? Whether you are able to think of that or not, right? Or like it's not React, but let's say I will rather talk about that if you need to build a virtual DOM library, that is what React provides as well. That the entire DOM is not rendered all the time, but it is kept as a virtual DOM, and then it is rendered on demand when it needs to be visible, and that is how it is able to build very large scale UIs efficiently as well. So my question to you would be, how would you design this library? Can you design that, right? I don't care whether you have used React's virtual DOM or not, whether you know that which component you can use for to create virtual DOM or not. I don't care about that, but I would care about whether can you think about it or not, right? And can you design it or not? Of course, a very strong command on the entire web stack architecture is important. Website optimization techniques is important. Apart from all of these are hardcore tech related stuff. Like even for example, if you are a senior, if you have spent quite few years in front end, if you do not know how prototypal inheritance work in JavaScript, how do closures work, what is the nature of functional programming of JavaScript, again, it's a red flag for me that you do not know the basics. Then how would you build anything large scale? Then apart from the hard skills, of course, there will be a little bit of behavioral and cultural thing that are become more important as experience increases, because you will have a bunch of younger engineers working under you with you. So do you have the leadership qualities? Can you keep a team of engineers motivated? Can you make sure that you make their what we expect from them, what their goals very very clear to them, right? How do you manage, of course in any team there would be times when there are harder deadlines to achieve. What is your thought process about managing them, right, where people do not get burned out? So like at senior positions, often people say that being someone saying that I will work 24 hours and we will do night out, that's the red flag. If you are planning for that as a senior person, then that means you are not planning well. All right. But planning capabilities where you make sure that things can get executed without kind of burning people out, etc. That's I think what most of the companies look for.
Right. Yeah. Of course, I mean, senior position would be leading people, so that is super important for sure.
Right.
So we are just over 1 hour. I will take one last question from the chat that has come in. Little tangential from I think web development side. Bhargav has asked that what's your take on data engineering role? So he's getting some data engineering opportunity, and he's currently at a B2B e-commerce company making APIs, and he's saying same thing on repeat. So I think I would like Abhimanyu to take up both the things. One is, of course, what's your take on data engineering? How about that opportunity? Second thing I would say, I think when somebody says that they have been building APIs for a while and things on repeat, I think there is still a lot of learning to be done there. Even if you're I have faced a lot of people who have been working on the same API for a long time, but if you ask them to build a pagination or caching solution from ground up, they might not have had experience. So I think there is depth to be garnered inside that as well. So I think both pieces. What are your point of view on that?
Right. First point, that data engineering role are definitely very good roles. I don't know, for whatever reason, often people think that these are not good roles, but actually data engineering is a very challenging field. You get to manage very large scales of system design. In most of the teams, most of the companies, a data engineering team will always be handling very large amounts of data. So you will have to learn how distributed data storage works, how data pipelines are created. So you will definitely get a lot of learnings in terms of large scale system design, which definitely are very useful as a software engineer. So unknown company, of course, see, the thing about unknown companies is that 90% of the best companies in the world, none of us would have heard their names, right? It's natural, right? There are so many, like in today's world, we only know names of 5, 10, 20 companies which are largest, but largest doesn't necessarily translate to the best, right? So unknown, when you say unknown, I would say research about them. I'm sure that internet is a great source of information, so you can always research about them, figure out who are the people working there, what their backgrounds are, what kind of work are they doing, right? You not having heard about the company before, that's totally okay. The fact is that you wouldn't have heard name of 90% of the best companies out there in the world, and that's natural. Even I wouldn't have heard their names, right? Because there are so many. So that is okay. Do not worry about that, but research about people, because who you work with is one of the most important thing, because you learn from them. Look at exact quality of work, and what roles, responsibilities you will have. If these parameters look good, I think you can consider it. On the flip side, however, that as Arnav was also saying, that building APIs is again in no way any less work. But yes, if in your current job, if it is not really very exciting, there are no challenges, that's all right. But even in API development, there are a lot of nuances that exist that you can learn more on. Various layers of caching, pagination, adding more features, just making your APIs, resistant to high scale. That let's say if one of your endpoint start getting 10,000 RPM, if one of your endpoint start getting 10,000 requests per minute, would it still work or will it go down? If it will go down, then how are you going to manage that, right? So there are a lot of challenges that exist in API development as well, but of course it depends from team to team, project to project, company to company. If at your company it is not giving you a good opportunity, then there is no harm in considering the data engineering role. But again, do proper research before deciding.
Right. I think we are almost up on time, but I will still add one more question because it's an interesting
Okay.
question that has come up. So Arun has asked, 15 plus years of experience in tech across technologies. So do you suggest a tech role or managerial role? Well, I think
Right.
people who are senior might have this kind of dilemma.
Yeah. No, so actually, again, not a black and white thing. Both are good paths. Uh, Depends more on that. Where do you find your superpower? Do you think you can create a lot more impact, contributing to tech? That is what your, real thing is. Or do you think you can create a lot more impact, managing things as well? One fact is that even as a, manager, like for example, Sundar Pichai is one big example, right? He doesn't write code on day-to-day basis, but the kind of value that he adds to Google is massive, right? So managerial roles are also good. However, one thing that is important is that if you are working in any company where the center play is technology, for example, Google, Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft, all these companies, the central play is technology, right? So even as in a managerial role, you will have to have very strong command on tech, right? Even if like being in managerial role at such high tech impact companies doesn't mean that you get away from tech, because the people you will be working with closely are going to be all techies, and unless you understand what they are doing, what they are planning, you cannot really manage them well if you do not have command on the things as much as they do. So like directionally which path you should pick, depends on, as I mentioned, that what you enjoy more, where you believe you can make a bigger mark. But despite of the direction you take, a solid command on technology is needed on either side. So do not think that if I get into managerial role I can live without tech, because without command on tech you will not be able to be the high impact, high growth engineering manager, or engineering director.
Right. So that's a great answer. And on that, I will wrap this up as well, because we have crossed 1 hour as well. So, I see that there are a lot of still questions. Some are coming in. Feel free to put them in the comments, and we will definitely get back to you on the comments, and we will definitely pick up comments as topics for the next conversation also that we have. This has been, I think, very interesting, and almost like 80-90 people were live throughout 1 hour of the discussion. If you really love this kind of topic and this kind of discussions, just definitely like this video, subscribe to our channel. We keep having these kind of discussions every Saturday and Sunday in the evenings. Would love to keep getting you back here with your questions so that we can answer them. Thank you everybody for turning in, and thank you Abhimanyu for sharing your time.
Awesome. No, always happy, and everyone looking forward to sync up with you again on next Sunday. Always love to interact with the tech community, and there's a lot to learn from each other. See you all next week.
Okay. Bye everybody.